Shadow and Soul by A.R. Colbert. Chapter 1. There was never a weapon nearby when I needed one, and lately I seemed to need one more often than not. I sneaked a quick glance at my mother, who sat oblivious to the rest of the world, completely engrossed in the knitting project across her lap. Meanwhile, something trespassed through our garden. It was likely nothing more than some small creature from the forest, but even that could be devastating in our current state. The garden was our only source of food, and the single most important piece of our livelihood. I wasn't willing to share. "I'll be right back, Mama." She never looked up from her needles. Perhaps it was better that way. I never knew what kind of horrors she might see if she followed me. Typically, it was nothing more than a wild dog or hungry raccoon. But one never knew when something more deadly might be lurking outside. Fates forbid she might see me facing down an angry bear, or worse. A shovel leaned against the wall of our worn-down wood cabin, just a few steps beyond the back door. It would have to do. I wrapped my fingers around the splintered wood of the handle and proceeded cautiously to the rows of corn on the edge of our large garden. There I paused, listening until I heard another snap of a twig and a couple of heavy footsteps. It definitely sounded more like a human than an animal. With my shovel in hand, I inched forward, peering between the rows of corn as I went. There was no one in the first row, nor the second, but I could have sworn a shadowy figure darted past the third at the same time I glanced through the leaves. Impossible. Surely I was seeing things. "Hey!" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. "This is private property." There was no response, which was not only frustrating but also meant that whoever lurked on our land was probably not friendly. A neighbor or someone calling from town certainly would have responded. Even a lost traveler might have apologized for the scare. But the silence wasn't good at all. I whispered a silent prayer to the stars and crept forward. The weight of the rusty shovel offered me little reassurance, as once again I spotted a figure through a couple of stalks of corn. It looked like a man, broad-shouldered and tense like he was ready to fight. Readjusting my grip on my weapon, I curved around to the opposite side of the row and moved as quickly as I could, carefully avoiding the dried leaves of the corn to avoid making a sound. I knew these plants. This dirt. It was like second nature to me, and I thanked the land for helping me stay quiet. The element of surprise would be the only advantage I had. Finally, I reached the end of the row and adjusted my grip on the wooden handle, preparing to do whatever it took to keep myself alive. My mother needed me, and I refused to let some vegetable thief ruin what few years she had left on this earth. But when I spun around to where the figure had stood, there was only a corn stalk bent nearly in half from some storm damage last week. Its leaves were splayed out like the shoulders I thought I had seen, and it hung crooked, sticking out a bit from the rest of the row. A breath blew from my lips, and I looked up at the sky in relief, my heart still pounding harder than the rain had on that beaten-down cornstalk. Yet, a nagging feeling persisted. Had I truly imagined it all? Another twig snapped, drawing my attention to where a giant raven hopped through our crops. For a moment, I thought I saw a glint of something unnatural in its eyes, but it was gone before I could be sure. I might have laughed, realizing my fear was over nothing more than a bird. But the fact remained that this bird could do just as much damage to the garden as a man could. Stubborn creatures never knew when to leave well enough alone. I had to change my tactics a bit, though. The shovel would be far too slow to hit the bird, and I learned long ago that the ravens weren't afraid enough to stay gone for long, just from me waving it at them. A large stone was nestled in the grass just outside of the garden. I picked it up, noting how it was about the same size as my fist. I'd heard once that a human heart was the same size as a fist, a strange thought that had haunted my mind ever since. I suppose that was one of the biggest differences between me and the other girls in town. They focused on gossip and securing a fine husband, but they feared the grittier parts of life. I never had the option to avoid the grittier side of things. Life was gritty, and there was no use trying to ignore it. Besides, there was a certain beauty in the darker shades of life. A human's heart, whether the physical, fist-sized hunk of flesh or the more poetic, metaphorical version, was really a beautiful thing. It was the source of life, not darkness. And to give one's heart was the purest act. Beauty in the darkness. Unless, of course, one was giving their heart in the way I was about to give this rock to that blasted raven. I pulled my arm back and let the stone fly. It wasn't fast enough. The bird took flight, its wings so black they were almost blue in the late afternoon light of the day. It temporarily blocked the sun as it flew overhead and off into the woods next to our house, carrying with it an indistinct whisper on the wind as it passed. "That's right, and stay gone." I retrieved the shovel and headed back inside to check on my mother, the same as the day before and every day before that. But as I reached for the door, a chill ran down my spine. I turned back to the garden, my eyes scanning the rows of corn. For a brief moment, I thought I saw the same broad-shouldered figure standing at the far end of the field, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. One day my life would be something more, but until then, I was happy to survive just by throwing rocks at ravens and protecting my crops to keep myself and my mother fed. And I would take joy in the beauty of the darkness whenever I could. It was the only beauty of life we could afford. I propped the tool against the side of the cabin once more and glanced back at the garden. While I was happy to keep my mother safe for another day, a small part of me lamented that it hadn't been a man in the garden today. I certainly wouldn't mind a small touch of adventure in my life for a change. As I stepped inside, the raven's caw echoed from the forest, sounding almost like laughter. Chapter 2. "Everything all right, Melynn?" I heard shouting outside. My mother's eyes were bright as I entered the cabin. She'd set down her knitting project and focused on me. My steps were lighter as I hurried over to her side, eager to engage in this rare moment of lucidity. "Yes, Mama. Everything is fine. Just those birds trying to get our vegetables again. Don't worry, I scared them off." I took her hands in mine, noting the difference between them. Mine were calloused, with dark dirt beneath every nail that seemed impossible to fully clean out. Hers were knotted and wrinkled, tired from years of use. But they were beautiful to me. They were my mother's hands, and everything about her was beautiful to me. "You're always so good with that garden. The fates truly blessed me when they gifted me you." She smiled and patted my cheek. Tears sprang to my eyes at the praise, and I quickly wiped them away before she could question them. It wasn't that my mother didn't love me. It was only that she rarely knew who I was. Sometimes it seemed she didn't even know who she was. So these moments when she spoke to me the way a mother speaks to her daughter were rare jewels. I wished I could gather them up and keep them in my pocket for the days when things got really difficult. But for today, I would simply enjoy this time. "Why aren't you ready?" she asked. "Ready for what?" "The fair." She smiled and stood from her old rocking chair. "Oh, be careful, Mama." I stood to help her along. "Bah!" She waved her hand at me. "I'm fine. Now let me see. Where did I put those coins?" I bit my lip, fearing that her mind was slipping once again. We had no extra coins, and I was only halfway aware of a fair. I couldn't be sure that it was tonight, but I did recall hearing it mentioned in town the last time I went to trade. There they are. She pulled her hand out of a single drawer in the top of her bedside table and revealed 2 shiny copper coins. "It isn't much, but I do hope you will make the best of them." I closed my open mouth and shook my head. "Where did you get those?" My mother winked. "This old woman has a few tricks up her sleeve." She laughed. "Actually, Janine came to call on me the other day while you were in town. She noticed that blanket I've been knitting for the last several weeks and offered to buy it from me." "You didn't?" She nodded. "Yes, I did. I sold it to her." Taking my hand into hers, she pried my fingers back from my palm and dropped the coins there. "And I want you to take these and go enjoy yourself at the fair tonight." "I can't." "You can and you will." She closed my hands around the coins, leaving me no room for objection. Janine told me all the young men and maidens in the region will be at the fair. It only comes around once a year, you know. And you've been working so hard. Please go, have fun. Do it for this old woman. It would bring my heart joy to know my daughter is enjoying herself for a change instead of slaving away in that garden. My mother clasped her hands together in front of her. Her knuckles were swollen today, used up from hours of knitting. It was the only thing she seemed cognizant of in her more severe episodes. The world ceased to exist to her outside of her blankets and scarves. But even so, her hands were too tender to knit much anymore. Giving me these coins was a tremendous sacrifice, and one I wasn't sure if our meager household could weather. Please, she pleaded with me once more. Reluctantly, I nodded. My mother's grin was worth it, though. She placed her hands on my cheeks and kissed my forehead. Now, you'd better hurry and get yourself ready. The sun will be setting soon, dear. I did as she asked, splashing water on my face from the cracked basin and attempting to tame my unruly dark waves. As I changed into my least worn dress, I caught a glimpse of myself in the tarnished mirror. My gray eyes, so like my mother's, stared back at me, a mix of excitement and worry swirling in their depths. When I returned to the main room, my heart sank. Mother's eyes had gone glassy again. She rocked slowly in her chair, staring out the window at memories that only she could see from a past long gone. Mama? If she could hear me, she didn't respond. I and the rest of this world had ceased to exist to her once again. The cabin seemed to shrink around us, the worn wooden walls closing in like a trap. Outside, a raven's caw echoed, reminding me of the strange encounter in the garden earlier. I shivered, suddenly uncertain about leaving. I noted her current knitting project sitting in a basket with only one skein of yarn still remaining. My fingers brushed against the coins in my pocket, and I knew exactly what I was going to do. I would go to the fair and purchase her more yarn with the coins she had given to me. After all, that's what she would have done with them if she'd been in her right mind. There was no way she or anyone else would waste such a treasure on me. But secretly, I couldn't deny that I was curious about what I might find at the fair. The annual gathering was more than just stalls and games. It was a celebration of the harvest, a time when the fates were said to smile upon young lovers. People whispered of fortune-tellers who could glimpse your future in the stars, and travelers who brought wonders from far-off lands. As I stepped towards the door, a cool breeze swept through the cabin, carrying with it the scent of pine and something else, something wild and enticing. Perhaps my desire for a little adventure would come to fruition sooner than expected. I cast one last glance at my mother, her frail form silhouetted against the fading sunlight. I'll be back soon, I whispered, more to myself than to her. Chapter 3. My thoughts were still trained on my mother as I trotted the narrow path through the forest that led away from my family's cabin on the edge of town. The worn dirt beneath my feet told a story of isolation. No other footprints marred its surface save mine. This was my land. Only mine and my mother's. The forest embraced me, its familiar sense of pine and damp earth filling my lungs. Shafts of golden light pierced the canopy, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. In the distance, I could hear the faint murmur of the town awakening for the fair. Not many people dared to venture out to our small plot of land. There were too many stories of the trees and the creatures who called this forest home. Whispers around town mentioned phantoms and ghouls. They said the forest made us crazy, my mother and me. And that was if they were feeling kind. Other times they referred to us as witches, claiming the magic we cast is what caused my mother's mind to slip. The other girls from town would have me believe that I was the reason they stayed away from the woods, but their insults never cut too deep. I didn't mind that they found me strange. Let them believe the spirits of the woods would alter their minds. Frankly, I enjoyed the peace and quiet. So I was quite irritated when the quiet of the woods was interrupted by the caw of the raven again at the end of my path on the other side of the trees. Its obsidian feathers gleamed in the fading light, reminding me of the strange encounter in my garden earlier. You just don't know when to stop, do you? I narrowed my eyes at the bird, hoping it would feel enough of my wrath to fly away and never come back. But I never was so lucky. I searched the ground for a stick or something to scare it off when a deep voice nearly knocked me over with surprise. "Planning on throwing a stone at it?" My mouth went dry. The man didn't look like he had any malicious intentions, but he was a stranger in my woods. My heart raced, a mix of fear and something else, something I couldn't quite name. Why would you ask that? Was this the man I'd seen in my garden earlier? No, it had only been a stalk of corn. But still, his question unnerved me. "You just look angry, that's all." He leaned casually against the trunk of a large oak. His hair was dark as midnight, and it lay tousled and carefree, soft curls flipping out slightly over his ears. He was a head taller than me, and his shoulders were twice as broad. Half of a smirk tugged at one side of his full lips. He was far too handsome to be from around this part of the Greenbridge kingdom. I felt a flutter in my stomach, which I quickly suppressed. Attraction had no place in my life of duty and isolation. "Who are you?" I knew everyone from around town, but I had definitely never seen a face like his before. Every instinct told me to run, but this was my land. I wouldn't show him any fear, or he might take advantage of it and go after my mother. I raised my chin defiantly, hoping the motion would make me appear braver than I felt. "My name is Ryland. Pleased to make your acquaintance." He extended a hand to greet me, but I only stared at it. I wasn't sure what exactly I thought would happen by shaking the man's hand, but the whole situation just seemed too strange. "And you are?" he asked after an awkward moment, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I am in a hurry." I stepped around his outstretched arm and continued toward the fair. The path narrowed here, forcing me to brush against the undergrowth. The leaves whispered against my skirt, almost urging me to stay. "Where are you going?" To my dismay, he hurried to step alongside me, matching my pace. His long strides easily kept up with my hurried steps. "To town." "What a coincidence. That's where I'm going. May I join you?" I didn't answer him. It wasn't every day that some handsome young man stopped to speak to me, and I was quite out of practice. It wasn't that I didn't know how to communicate with people, it was just that I didn't get the opportunity to do it very often. And I had never talked to someone like him. Truth be told, I wasn't sure yet if I even wanted to. "I'll take your silence as a yes." I glanced over to find him grinning at me. Turning my attention quickly back to the road, I picked up my pace, pretending he wasn't there. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't ignore him. And I kept thinking back to his original question. Had he seen me throw that stone at the raven in my garden earlier? Something wasn't adding up here. "Where are you from, Ryland?" "The South." "Oh, and what brings you up this way?" He shrugged, his shoulder brushing against mine for a brief moment. "Like I said, I'm going into town." "For the fair?" "Yes, I'm going to the fair." He grinned again, and I cursed myself for looking. His smile was mesmerizing. It was almost enough to cover up the fact that he was clearly lying. Humph. I marched on, trying once again to ignore him. I didn't know who the fellow was, but I had no room in my life for whatever game he was playing. I was no fool, and if he thought he was going to con me out of some coin or goods, he would be disappointed. I had nothing extra, nothing of value but the 2 coins my mother gave me before I left, and I was short on patience. Suddenly, a root caught my foot and I stumbled. Before I could fall, Ryland's hand shot out, steadying me. His touch sent a jolt through me, and I quickly pulled away. "Careful," he murmured, his voice low and concerned. "These woods can be treacherous." I stared at him, my suspicion warring with gratitude. "How would you know? You're not from around here." His eyes met mine, and for a moment I thought I saw something flicker in their depths, something ancient and wild. But it was gone in an instant, replaced by his easy smile. "Maybe I'll see you there," he called out as I quickened my pace, putting distance between us. "Not if I can help it," I muttered under my breath. With any luck, I could get through the booths at the fair quickly. I'd stay around just long enough to find some yarn for my mother. Then I'd be back home before nightfall, just in time to see her off to bed and do it all again tomorrow. As the trees thinned and the lights of the town came into view, I glanced back. Ryland was gone, as if he'd never been there at all. But a chill ran down my spine as I spotted the raven perched on a nearby branch, its beady eyes fixed on me. I hurried towards the town, the coins in my pocket suddenly feeling heavier. Somehow I knew that this wasn't the last I'd see of Ryland's handsome face. Even if we didn't cross paths again at the fair, he would remain on my mind for some time. Such a strange encounter didn't fade into the monotony of everyday life so easily. And as I stepped into the bustling town square, the fair in full swing, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life was about to change irrevocably. The raven's caw echoed behind me, a portent of things to come. Chapter 4. The town erupted with life, a stark contrast to my quiet forest home. Farmers from the southern border of Greenbridge and merchants from as far as Farrascott crowded our narrow streets, their voices a cacophony of sales pitches and bargaining. The once familiar town felt alien, teeming with strangers. Perhaps the handsome Ryland hadn't been lying after all. Musicians occupied every corner, playing lyres and singing clever songs that danced on the spring breeze. Laughter punctuated their melodies, a reminder of the joy I rarely allowed myself. The aroma of sweet pastries and savory pies assaulted my senses, my stomach growling in response. I couldn't deny the temptation to enjoy myself for a while. But there was no room in my schedule for such simple pleasures, and there was certainly no room in our budget. I narrowly dodged a trio of small boys brandishing stick swords, their shouts of mock battle fading as they passed. The quick movement upset my balance, and I stumbled, nearly colliding with a group of women my age. I recognized them instantly, faces from a childhood that seemed a lifetime ago. Elizabeth, their ringleader, fixed me with a sneer that sent ice through my veins. "Watch out, you little witch!" Her cohorts erupted in cruel laughter. I brushed at my skirts, willing my cheeks not to burn as I tried to move past them. Her dress is filthy. I can't believe she would come to town looking like that." She was probably experimenting on the helpless forest animals again. Their words followed me, barbs that found purchase despite my attempts to ignore them. I quickened my pace, their laughter fading into the din of the fair. My chin remained high, but inside, a familiar ache bloomed. They were only words, I reminded myself, from girls who didn't matter. Yet the pain lingered, a testament to my all-too-human heart. Unbidden, a memory surfaced, the day they'd stumbled upon my sanctuary in the forest. I'd been cradling a fox kit, its leg bloodied by a hunter's snare, working to free the panicked creature. But they'd seen only what they wanted to see, twisting a moment of kindness into an accusation of dark magic. I shook off the memory. They didn't know me. They'd never cared to try. My shoulders began to relax after I'd finally gotten far enough away from them to be swallowed up in the noise of the fair once again. Only then did I pause long enough to search for the sheep farmer's wife. She usually set up a small tent away from the bustle and noise. She would spin her yarn right there in the tent, with skeins dyed from all the colors of the earth hanging around her. I used to love to watch her work, back when my mother was still well enough to bring me into town. Her fingers were agile, and the work would entrance me. I wondered in those days if I could find a skill of my own to improve upon. Something to become great at doing, even if no one knew of it but myself. But alas, I was nothing more than a mediocre gardener and a poor excuse for a caretaker. But at least I gave the impression of a skilled village witch. I smirked at the thought before rounding a corner and finally spotting the sheep farmer's wife. 3 other women sat in front of her tent today. They were older, with loose skin hanging in wrinkled sheets from their old bones. They worked with their eyes closed. One spun the yarn, one measured it, and the third cut it. Chills jolted up my spine like squirrels on a tree as I watched the women work. I was reminded of stories from my youth of the Moirai, the Fates, the women who took human lives in their hands and cut them short, or twisted them into something entirely new. But the Fates had no reason to attend a small-town fair. They were likely just performers looking for a coin to be tossed their way. "You there!" another woman shouted across the street. I ignored it at first, assuming she was speaking to someone else. But after 2 more shouts, I finally met the woman's eyes and found them staring straight at me. A grin spread wide across the woman's face. She curled a knotted finger, gesturing for me to step closer to her. She was slightly older than my mother. A line of gold rings pierced her ears, and her neck was adorned with various baubles and jewels. A colorful scarf wrapped around her long curly red hair, matching the fabric of her long blue and white skirt. "Yes, come here, my dear. I can see your future." A nervous laugh fell from my lips. "No, thank you. I'm not interested. I know what my future holds." "Do you?" Her head tilted bird-like. "I think you may be surprised. Life as you know it will most definitely change soon." I shook my head, but curiosity gnawed at me. Was she truly gifted? Or another charlatan seeking easy marks? The woman cackled. "Oh yes, I can see it all." She waved a hand in front of her, wiggling her crooked fingers in an arch. "Come, let me tell you about it." "I really must go." "Don't you want to know about your mother?" I froze. The coins in my pocket seemed to burn against my leg. If she could truly tell me about my mother's fate, if there was hope for recovery, wouldn't that be worth the price? Her eyes flickered to my hidden hand, her smile knowing. "Your first fortune is free. Come. Come inside." Before I could protest, her grip was on my arm, surprisingly strong as she guided me toward the curtained-off section of her tent. A free glimpse into my future. A chance to know my mother's fate. As the heavy fabric fell behind us, plunging us into perfumed dimness, a voice whispered in the back of my mind, "Nothing comes without a price." But the lure of knowledge was too strong to resist. Chapter 5. The fortune-teller's tent swallowed me, the heavy curtain's tattered hem drawing a line across the dirt floor. In the dim, smoky interior, a small table and 2 worn cushions awaited. In the center of the table, a thin ribbon of scented smoke rose from some slowly burning incense. "Sit," the woman commanded, her voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. As I lowered myself onto the cushion, the incense's heady aroma wrapped around me, making my head swim. A voice in the back of my mind screamed to flee, but curiosity held me in place, a moth drawn to a dangerous flame. The sounds of the fair faded into the background, temporarily forgotten as I focused on the fortune-teller. Her eyes were closed, hands palm up on the small table. The scent of the incense made my lids grow heavy the longer I was in the space. Now was my chance to change my mind and escape. But looking at the small woman, I felt no fear, or at least not enough to smother my growing curiosity. She sensed the moment I took my seat across from her and pulled her fingers back to her palms. "Give me your hands." Her grip was surprisingly strong, almost painful. A jolt of something, energy, fear, shot through me. The smoke thickened, and the tent seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Silence stretched, broken only by my shallow breathing and the rapid flutter of the woman's eyelids. When she finally spoke, her voice had changed, low and rasping, as if it came from somewhere far beyond the tent. "You stand at the crossroads. Tonight, everything changes." I couldn't suppress a snort of disbelief. One of the woman's eyes cracked open, fixing me with a glare that froze the laughter in my throat. "Your future hinges on the choices you make today," she continued, her grip tightening. "Choose wisely, and your mother will heal. Love and power await you, but only after trials that will test your very soul. Choose poorly and your mother's fate is sealed. Isolation will be your companion. Madness, your final embrace. And how do I know if I'm making the right choice? Her eyes flew open, a predatory gleam within. Ah, for that, a bit of coin is required. Of course it is. I groaned and stood, brushing the dirt off the back of my skirt. Well, this has been so very enlightening. But as I said earlier, I must go. You doubt me? Her voice held a dangerous edge. I turned back to find a strange expression on the fortune-teller's face. No, I don't believe in fate, I spat, reaching for the curtain. Foolish girl, it's already in motion. You've met him, the one who will change everything. I froze, the fortune-teller's words striking a chord. Unbidden, Ryland's face flashed in my mind. Yes, she hissed, sensing my hesitation. But the love won't last. There will be a child, a fateless child, and they won't like it. Who? The Moirai, of course. The fates themselves will rage against what you've set in motion. I laughed, but it sounded hollow even to my own ears. I'm sure the fictional fates will survive my imaginary love child. The fortune-teller's smile was triumphant. Mock if you must, but the future is very clear. I do not embellish. I'm sure you don't. And it will only grow clearer with a little bit of payment, yes? The fortune-teller stood and put her hands on her hips. I expected more negotiation for the coins in my pocket, but a smile spread across the woman's face instead. You will discover the truth soon. Just remember what I said, and choose wisely. I stumbled out of the tent, my head spinning. The fair's noise crashed over me, disorienting after the tent's oppressive silence. Choose wisely. The words echoed, mocking me. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Before I could react, a solid mass slammed into me. Strong arms caught me before I hit the ground, but they didn't stop moving. I found myself pressed against a broad chest, my feet barely touching the earth as we raced through the throng. Hurry! A familiar voice growled in my ear. They're gaining on us! I looked up, shock coursing through me as I met an intense gaze. Behind us, angry shouts rose above the crowd's murmur. The fortune-teller's words rang in my head. You've already met him, the one who will change everything. Chapter 6. Release me, I demanded, struggling against the man's iron grip. My hands pushed futilely against his rock-solid chest as I twisted to get a better look at my captor, not believing that this could really be happening. Put me down! It was no use. Twisting in his arms, I finally got a better look at the man's face, his very handsome face, and confirmed that it was Ryland, the man from the woods. Why did this stranger have to keep crossing my path? You again? Why do you keep appearing in my life? Sorry, no time to explain, Ryland grunted, a hint of amusement in his voice as he maneuvered us through the throng. We need to keep moving. I could have sworn I heard him chuckle as he continued to pull me through the crowd. And for the first time, I wished I had some stars-blasted friends in this town who might come to my rescue. But no. No one cared about the strange little witch from the woods, not even when mysterious men dragged her screaming through the fair. I raised my fist, ready to strike, when a glint of metal caught my eye. A blade whistled past, close enough to my head that my hair fluttered around my ears. It landed with a thwack in the wooden doorframe of a shop, but I only saw it for a second before we were moving again. Ryland pulled me even closer, and this time I didn't object. Who is chasing you? Chasing us, you mean? No, that's not... He yanked me around a corner, using his free hand to nab a cloak that some unsuspecting patron had draped over a fence post, and hurried into a narrow alley between a couple of small shops. What are you doing? He smashed his hand over my mouth, pressing me against the wall with the full weight of his body. His breath was warm on my ear, and his voice was lethal as he whispered, Don't make a sound. There are knights of the Black Mages looking for me. Why? My voice was breathless under his hand. I tried to concentrate on the severity of the situation, but every nerve in my body was focused only on the way he leaned against me from chest to toes. I'll explain when the coast is clear, but please, for the love of the fates, do not let them catch me. I nodded, unsure why I was agreeing to help this stranger. Ryland released a breath and dropped his hand from my mouth. Thank you. Now pretend to be my lover. I opened my mouth to object when suddenly his lips were on mine. He draped the stolen cloak over our heads and caged me there between his arms, creating a cocoon of warmth and shadow. I was too stunned to react at first, but as my senses returned, I heard the knight's heavy footsteps approaching. Where did he go? Ryland somehow leaned in even closer, close enough that not a single ray of sunlight could pass between us. And though his arms and shoulders were tense and ready to fight if the need should arise, his lips were soft against mine. He didn't push, didn't force anything on me. But he didn't move either. And with the Knights of the Black Mages so close, I didn't dare push him away. There! Heavy footsteps approached, and I knew there was only one way to avoid getting caught. My hands slid around Ryland's neck and I angled my face to his. I didn't intend to kiss him back, but my lips were moving before I could stop myself, like my body instinctively knew exactly what to do. It took only a moment for him to fall into motion with me, and my skin came alive at the touch of his lips against mine. It's not him. The knight grunted and turned away. Once the footsteps were gone around the corner again, Ryland pulled away. There were a few inches between us now, enough for me to see my own chest rising and falling quickly with my racing breath. He flicked his gaze down to my mouth and licked his bottom lip, trying to hide a smirk. You're good at pretending. Only when my life is on the line. I shoved him away, praying the redness in my cheeks wouldn't betray the way my body had responded to him. I wanted to run and hide my face, but he owed me an explanation for what just happened. Now, Ryland from the south, you owe me answers. Who are you really? And why are the knights after you? His expression sobered. It's complicated. Well, I'm involved now, I said, surprised by the steel in my own voice. So start talking. Ryland opened his mouth, but before he could speak, an angry shout echoed down the alley. Hey, that's my cloak! Chapter 7. An angry old man stood between us and the rest of town, shaking his fist in the air. Give me back my cloak, you thieves! Ryland pulled it off and tossed it to the man with a disarming smile. Apologies, sir. We must have grabbed the wrong one. He took my hand in his, the warmth of his touch sending an involuntary shiver up my arm. We rushed past the old man, ignoring his grumbles about indiscretions of the youth of today. As we rounded the corner, I caught a whiff of his scent, a mixture of pine and something wild that made my heart race. Ryland's laughter carried back to me as we wove through the crowd. I, however, couldn't shake the tension coiling in my stomach. The nights, the chase, the kiss. It all swirled in my mind, a dizzying whirlpool of confusion and excitement. I yanked my hand away from Ryland and pinned him with a stern look. His grin faded as he tilted his head, taking me in. I noticed a small scar just above his left eyebrow, barely visible. How had he gotten that? I'm sorry. I know this is a lot. Let me make it up to you. I don't need anything from you but an explanation, I retorted, trying to ignore the way my skin tingled where he'd touched me. The fact he would think I could be bought off so easily was offensive, and yet, a part of me yearned to let him try. I'm not saying that you do, but you really helped me out and I would like to give you something in return. His large hand skated down the side of my shoulder, completely disrupting my countenance with the gentlest touch. I wasn't used to being touched by such handsome men. Affection wasn't even common around my own home, unless my mother was having an especially good day. I'd forgotten the warmth such a feeling brought on. That's when I heard the girls from earlier. The leader of their group sneered from a few feet away, while her friends whispered and pointed from behind her. Ryland caught on right away, his eyes narrowing slightly. He brought his hand slowly back up the side of my arm and stepped closer. His crooked half-grin reappeared as he leaned in and asked, "Do you know those girls?" I nodded, torn between pushing him off like I knew I ought to do or just enjoying his touch. I strongly preferred option 2, especially once I saw how it ruffled the mean girl's feathers. But the rational part of my brain screamed caution. This man was being hunted. Getting involved with him could be dangerous. Well, we were so good at pretending earlier. Want to play the game a little longer? His breath tickled my ear, and I had to suppress a shudder. That brought me back to my senses. I pushed him gently away, immediately missing his warmth. No, but I do still want to know why we played in the first place. Ah, yes, come on. I'll buy you a treat. You can tell me your name, and I will tell you why I'm being chased by the Knights of the Dark Mages. There was no fear in his voice, and I swore this Ryland fellow must have been half mad to act so casually about the Knights tracking him. For all I knew, they were just around the corner, ready to strike him the moment we crossed their paths again. But Ryland didn't seem the least bit concerned. Is it safe to keep walking around here in the open? Are you suggesting you'd rather go somewhere a little more private? He winked, and my cheeks heated at the insinuation. No. I simply prefer to avoid blades flying toward my head. I shot back, trying to ignore the way my stomach fluttered at his playful tone. He laughed, and the sound was contagious. Of course you're safe, as long as you stick with me. I couldn't say why, but even if he was half mad, I trusted that he was telling me the truth. Perhaps it had something to do with the way my lips still tingled where they'd been pressed against his. But there was a feeling of safety with Ryland. And if he wasn't afraid of the Knights, then I supposed I could brave the streets of the fair by his side. A few of the townspeople cast curious glances our way as we strolled through the streets together. The girls who loved to taunt me never strayed far from us either. And Ryland seemed to relish the attention, despite the fact that he should have been hiding. Even so, I couldn't help but notice the way Ryland's eyes constantly scanned our surroundings. Underneath his casual demeanor, there was a tension in his shoulders that spoke of vigilance. It both reassured and unnerved me. His fingers brushed mine, sending sparks up my arm. He grinned mischievously, but I reminded myself that we were not friends. Yes, we might have shared an amazingly intense kiss in the alley, but that meant nothing. Nothing. So will you tell me your name? I thought that came after the treat, I countered playfully. Immediately, I wished I could pull the words back in. What was I doing? This man was danger incarnate, and yet I couldn't seem to help myself. But Ryland only laughed again. You're a harsh negotiator, but I am a man of my word. Come, I know just the thing sweet enough for those quick lips of yours. As we moved deeper into the fair, I found myself both drawn to and wary of this enigmatic man. My heart and mind waged war, one urging me to embrace the adventure, the other reminding me of the peril that lurked just beneath the surface of our light-hearted banter. Chapter 8. Somehow, Ryland's hand found its way back to mine, and this time I allowed his fingers to tangle with my own as he guided me to a small cart. The warmth of his touch sent a thrill through me, even as a voice in the back of my mind warned me to stay alert. This man was still a stranger after all, a dangerously attractive one, but a stranger nonetheless. Behind the cart, a round-faced man with rosy cheeks and a shiny bald head tended to a spit over a small campfire. But instead of the rich, meaty aroma that typically accompanied such carts, we were met with something sweet and spicy. The man stood and grinned. Would you care for a baked apple? He lifted a stick that was lined with apples, hanging in a row from where the cores had been removed. They were coated in cinnamon and other foreign spices that made my mouth water. Ryland lifted his brows, silently asking if I'd like one. The look on my face must have been answer enough. He smiled, and asked the man for 2, along with 2 mugs of cider. As we waited, I noticed Ryland's eyes darting around the crowd. His posture seemed relaxed, but there was a tension in his jaw that betrayed his vigilance. It was a stark reminder of the danger that lurked beneath our seemingly casual outing. We carried our treats to a small table, set up in an area for patrons to relax nearby. There was a thin roof made of wooden planks, but the walls were open. Flickering lanterns hung from each of the posts, and the space was alive with laughter and a mixture of smells from treats and drinks provided by the various carts and merchants. Chairs had been scooted around to accommodate groups of various sizes, so there was only 1 seat left at the last open table. "Please sit," Ryland said, his voice low and warm. He scooted my chair closer to the table before standing beside me. I bit into my apple, and a soft moan escaped my lips as the taste settled on my tongue. Never in my life had I eaten something so delicious. Cinnamon was not something my mother had ever been able to afford. "I'm glad to see that you like it." He chuckled and bit into his own apple, finishing a bite before setting his warm gaze on me. "Now, the suspense has been killing me, and I'm afraid I cannot wait any longer. I must know your name if I wish to survive another minute." A bit of cider sprayed from my lips as his plea caught me off guard mid-drink. He laughed, and the sound warmed me from the inside out. Or maybe it was the way his thumb wiped a drop of cider from my chin. Our eyes locked along with a breath in my chest. Melynn. Melynn. It sounded so much better coming from his lips than mine. A scoff from a nearby table snagged Ryland's attention, and only then did I become aware of the small audience we'd acquired. Elizabeth and the other girls from earlier watched us, each holding their own baked apple. "Looks like you may have some followers of your own. What do they want with you?" "They only wish to ridicule me, I'm afraid." I silently cursed them for ruining the moment Ryland and I shared, but perhaps I should have offered them thanks instead. Because Ryland's next move only brought us closer. He pushed a strand of hair behind my ear and angled my chin up to his as he moved inches from my face. "Looks to me like they're a little jealous. Would you like me to kiss you again? To really get under their skin?" My heart pounded so loudly I was sure he could hear it. For all of 30 seconds, I really considered it. There were definitely worse things in the world than kissing ridiculously attractive men. But no, he was still a stranger, and it would be wise of me to remember the reason I sat here with him at all. "Who said I wanted the first one?" I pushed his hand back down to the table and turned on my chair to face him better, trying to ignore the way my skin tingled where he'd touched me. "Now you know my name, but you still haven't told me anything about yourself." "You know my name is Ryland, and I'm from the South." He dropped his voice, leaning in close. "And you know I'm a great kisser." I bit my lip to stop myself from smiling, even as my cheeks flushed. "I'm afraid I'll need a little more information than that. You can start with why you're being chased by knights with throwing blades." "Oh, them. Right." He ran a hand through his hair, and I couldn't help but be drawn to the way it fell right back over his ears, shimmering black in the low light of the lanterns. My fingers twitched with the urge to run my hands through it, too. "Get it together. So I want to tell you the truth. But will you promise me you won't run?" His expression was earnest. "Why would I run? Should I fear you?" My curiosity was piqued, but so was my wariness. "No, that's why I hope you won't." "Well, you'll find that I don't scare easily." I raised an eyebrow, challenging him. A smile played at the corner of Ryland's lips. Good. I was hoping that might be the case. You see, when I said I was from the South, I meant way south. I'm from Caligo. Chapter 9. I worked to keep my features neutral, but an icy shot of unease blasted through me. Caligo, the shadowy realm that existed more in myth and nightmare than in reality. A place of dark magic and darker intentions, if the stories were to be believed. The laughter and chatter of the fair faded into a dull roar as my mind raced. "Caligo?" I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. But that's impossible, Ryland finished, his eyes darting around to ensure we weren't overheard. I assure you, it's very real. I should have considered it when he'd admitted the Knights of the Dark Mages were after him. But why would a Caligan come all this way? The people of Caligo were known for their dark magic and cruel experiments. No one knew exactly what happened behind the walls of their estates. We only knew that it was deadly. I didn't blame him for running from the Knights. But if Ryland was Caligan as well, it changed the way I viewed him entirely. As if sensing my inner turmoil, Ryland leaned closer, his warm breath tickling my ear. I'm not like the rest of them, though. You have to trust me on that. And strangely enough, I did. Fates knew why, but I did trust him. There was an earnestness in his eyes that contradicted everything I'd ever heard about the cold, calculating Caligans. Why are you here in Greenbridge? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm trying to get away. He shrugged as though it should have been obvious, but the tension in his shoulders betrayed the casualness of his words. But why? And more importantly, why are they so unwilling to let you seek refuge in another kingdom? It's my father. Ryland's eyes grew cold for the first time since we'd met. I saw a glimpse of the Caligan that resided inside him, and a shiver ran down my spine. But his anger wasn't directed toward me. It was toward his family. What had they done to him there that made him so desperate to escape? He holds an influential position in the courts, you could say. And as his son, I'm afraid I know too much about the inner workings of the kingdom. They'd rather kill me than risk me sharing their secrets with the other kingdoms. But I can't stand around and accept their actions any longer. A group of revelers passed by our table, their boisterous laughter a stark contrast to the gravity of our conversation. Ryland fell silent until they moved on, his eyes constantly scanning our surroundings. They must be some awfully grave secrets, I prompted once we were alone again. If I told you, you would probably throw a stone at me. There it was again. A reference to the raven in my garden. Or was it? Everything about this man was a bit of a mystery, but the mischief glinting in his warm eyes told he knew much more than he was letting on. Well, I said, straightening my shoulders, as someone who has grown up in the shadows of this world, I can tell you that I don't believe in running from the discomforts of the truth. If you strongly believe that what they are doing is wrong, then I think you should stand up against them. You don't know what you are asking of me. Now it was my turn to shrug. Maybe not. I thought you were fearless, but I could be wrong. After all, we just met. He pressed his lips together and studied me for a long while. The lantern light flickered across his face, casting shadows that made him look older, more burdened. You're interesting, Melynn. Far more interesting than I expected. Should I take that as a compliment? He laughed, the sound warming me despite the chill of our conversation. Yes, definitely. His expression grew serious again. What about you, Melynn? Do you have any secrets? I hesitated, weighing my words carefully. Well, you should know that everyone in the village suspects I am a witch. Ryland snorted. Are you? I wiggled my brows at him. Wouldn't you like to know? I took another bite of my baked apple, watching the people laughing and talking around us. Actually, I do have something that marks me as different. But it's not a secret so much as another uncomfortable truth. It's my mother. What about her? There was genuine concern in his eyes. She's not well. I sighed, inspecting my nails to avoid making eye contact. Seeing someone else's reaction to my mother's condition always made it more difficult to discuss. It's her mind. She forgets things. Sometimes she even forgets me. I paused, swallowing down the lump in my throat before finishing. I didn't know why I was telling him all of this. But he'd confessed his dark background to me. I guessed it felt a little like payment. A secret for a secret. And it felt good to get it off my chest. But she depends on me. And I have to be here for her. If I don't take care of her, no one will. His hand touched my cheek, drawing my attention back to him. The warmth of his skin against mine sent a jolt through my body. You're a good daughter, Melynn. She's lucky to have you. And you're a good son. Choosing what's right isn't always the easiest choice. I pray that your father will realize that too. His hand remained on my cheek for several long seconds, and I thought for a moment that he might kiss me again. It was a silly thought, though. We were practically strangers. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the far end of the fair. Shouts and the clang of metal reached our ears. Ryland tensed, his hand falling away from my face as he scanned the crowd. We need to go. Now. His voice was urgent, all traces of playfulness gone. As he pulled me to my feet, my mind raced. Caligo was real. Ryland was from Caligo. And now, it seemed, the danger that had been lurking beneath the surface of our encounter was about to break free. Part of me wanted to run, to flee back to the safety of my cabin in the woods and forget this day ever happened. But a larger part, the part that had always yearned for adventure, made me tighten my grip on Ryland's hand. Lead the way, I said, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Ryland nodded, his eyes scanning the crowd as he guided me through the chaos of the fair. We ducked between stalls and wove through groups of startled fair-goers, the shouts of the knights growing fainter behind us. Finally, we reached a quiet corner near the edge of town, hidden from view by a cluster of old oak trees. I think we're safe here, Ryland said, his breath coming in quick bursts. He turned to face me, his expression a mix of relief and regret. I'm sorry to drag you into this, Melynn, but I'm glad I ran into you today. I felt a blush creep up my cheeks. I'm glad, too, even if it was more eventful than I expected. He chuckled, then grew serious. I have to go. It's not safe for me to stay in one place for too long. He hesitated, as if weighing his next words carefully. Will I see you again? The responsible part of me knew what I should say, but my heart ached at the thought of never seeing him again. Still, I had responsibilities. To my mother, to my quiet life in the woods. It's not likely, I answered, trying to keep my voice steady. Disappointment flashed across his face, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Well then, Melynn of Greenbridge, it has been a pleasure. He took my hand and, in a gesture that seemed both old-fashioned and thrilling, pressed a gentle kiss to my knuckles. With one last lingering look, Ryland disappeared into the lengthening shadows of the evening, leaving me breathless and confused. I stood there for a moment, my hand tingling where his lips had touched it, before remembering my original purpose at the fair. Shaking off the daze of the afternoon's events, I made my way to the sheep farmer's wife's tent and purchased the yarn for my mother. As I followed the winding path through the woods back to our cabin, my mind buzzed with thoughts of Ryland, his mysterious past, the danger that followed him, the warmth of his touch. It all swirled in my head like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. The familiar sight of our small cabin came into view, and with it, a pang of guilt. My mother would be waiting, likely unaware of how long I'd been gone, or the adventure I'd stumbled into. As I approached the door, I took a deep breath, trying to push thoughts of Ryland and Caligo from my mind. But even as I stepped inside, ready to return to my normal life, I couldn't shake the feeling that everything had changed. And despite my words to Ryland, a small part of me hoped that this wouldn't be the last time our paths crossed. Chapter 10. I dreamed of Ryland that night. It wasn't a surprise, really. He'd consumed my thoughts during every waking moment since I'd left him at the fair. Of course he would consume my sleeping thoughts as well. The last image in my slumbering mind was of his hands around my waist, our bodies pressed together as we twirled under the stars of an indigo sky. But a loud laugh rang out all around us, shattering the tenderness of the moment. It was dark, full of malice. And Ryland disappeared from my arms, transforming into a raven who flew higher into the heavens no matter how many times I called for him to come back to me. I jolted up from my bed with a start. It was only a dream, but there was laughter in the air. Real, hearty laughter, and it sounded an awful lot like my mother. I hadn't heard her laugh in years. What on earth was going on? I climbed down the ladder from my loft bed, only to find that our living area was empty. But my mother's laughter rang out again from our front porch, along with a man's voice. She wasn't alone. Heart pounding faster in my chest, I found a cast-iron skillet near the wood stove and snatched it right up. Tiptoeing to the door, I prayed that whoever sat on the other side was a friend and not someone trying to take advantage of my mother in her current state of mind. I'd yet to deal with swindlers here at my own home, but it was only a matter of time before they realized just how poorly she was. It was bold of them to call on her so early in the morning, though. They were obviously trying to avoid me. Not today, you miscreants. With one final breath, I pushed open the door and gasped. My mother sat in her chair on the porch, knitting needles in her lap. She wiped a tear of laughter from the corner of her eye and regarded me with an enormous smile. Oh, heavens! She chuckled again. Melyn, I'm so glad you're awake. Your friend Ryland has come to see you. His eyes twinkled from the top step where he perched, and now my heart was racing for an entirely different reason. Were you planning on making us all some breakfast? He asked, glancing at the pan in my hands. His lip twitched like he was trying to hold in a laugh as I stumbled over my words to answer him. I wasn't expecting company. I moved the pan behind my back and felt the warmth of the iron through the thin fabric of my chemise. It was nothing compared to the heat that filled my cheeks. I'll go change. Never had I dressed so quickly in my life. I stepped back out on the porch only moments later, fingers still working to finish plaiting my hair. My mother looked happier than she had in years, listening intently to some comical story Ryland told while waving his arms around like one of the jesters from the castle in Farascott. I watched their interaction, uncertain of how I should respond. I loved seeing my mother so happy and full of life again, but didn't know how to react to Ryland showing up unannounced to my personal home. When the story was finished, I crossed my arms over my chest and gave him a pointed look. Can we talk? Of course. He extended a hand toward my mother. Eliza, it has been a pleasure chatting with you this morning. Thank you. They were on a first-name basis? My mother actually flushed as she took his hand, letting out a small giggle. Fate's alive. But then, I couldn't deny he'd had that effect on me, too. I like him, Mel. You be nice to that boy, she whispered as she made her way back into the house. It pained me to leave her behind when she was having such a lucid morning. But I needed to find out what Ryland was doing here. And she would certainly push me back out of the house if I tried to sit with her instead of entertaining our guest. I groaned and faced him, wishing for a moment that he was a little less attractive so I could glare at him without my mind drifting to some of the sweeter dreams I'd had about him last night. Good morning, he said. Or should I say afternoon? I was beginning to wonder if you'd ever wake up. I smacked him in the arm and led him further from the house into the garden. His playful nature was the perfect counter to my defenses, but I wouldn't let him break my resolve so easily. What are you doing here? And how did you even know where I live? I simply followed the path at the edge of the woods where I ran into you yesterday. It only leads here. Wasn't too difficult. He lifted his brows as if welcoming me to challenge him on that. Okay. But what about the why? What brings you here today, Ryland? You. He stepped forward, sending my stomach into somersaults. This was ridiculous. I knew better than to get tangled up in the life of a Caligan on the run. What kind of foolish girl would allow herself to fall for the first man who ever paid her any attention? Me. This kind of girl, that's who. I looked away from Ryland, embarrassed by whatever emotion he might be able to read on my face. What do you want with me? Got more knights chasing after you and need another innocent bystander to help cover your tracks? Yes. There was humor in his voice, but I didn't dare look his way. This game we started was going to be the death of me if I wasn't careful. I was already far too invested in this stranger. Sorry, I shrugged, hoping to come across as indifferent. As I mentioned before, I have to stay with my mother. She's not normally as lucid as she was this morning. I know. I jerked my eyes up to his. You know? What's that supposed to mean? A trickle of fear crawled down my spine at his words. He was completely serious, and I was reminded again of the strange entrance he'd made into my life. It seemed too coincidental. You were here yesterday, weren't you? I was. He lifted his hands apologetically. But not for you. I didn't know if I'd find anyone here at all. I was running from the knights. I found a little traveled path and took it, hoping to shake them off my trail. It worked, and more importantly, it led me to you. I'm of no importance. But you are. I don't know how or why, but you are important to me, Melynn. Do you believe in fate? No, I said. But my mind instantly flew back to the old women I saw working the yarn in front of the sheep farmer's tent yesterday at the fair, and the fortune teller's prediction that followed. Choose wisely. Well, I do. And I don't think it's a coincidence that our paths have crossed so many times in the last day. I think we're meant to work together. How? I threw my hands out to the sides. I have nothing I can offer you. I'm of no use. But I am. He grinned, but it was more cautious this time, like he was afraid of how I'd react to what he said next. I think I can help your mother. What? That's impossible. There's no way. I'm from the land of mages, remember? Are you a... He began pacing and rambling off some foreign list of ingredients he would need before I could finish asking him if he were a mage himself. And by the end of it, my hope had grown so much that I no longer cared what his answer was. You really believe it will work? I know it will. It's nothing more than a health elixir, meant to improve healing across the whole body. I stole it before I left home, in case I ran into trouble on my journey. And it proved to be quite helpful for your mother this morning. You gave my mother an elixir? I didn't know if I was horrified or overwhelmed with gratitude. On the one hand, I would have never forgiven him if something bad had happened to her. But it was quite the opposite. She seemed infinitely better. How long will it last? He shrugged. It varies, depending on the depth of her disease. If her mind is actively working against her, it will likely need to be administered on a regular basis. But for now, I would venture that she'll have at least a week before it starts to fade. That's incredible. Tears sprang unbidden to my eyes. I wanted to throw my arms around him, giving him thanks. But it couldn't be this easy. Nothing ever was. What's the catch? He seemed to wince, but the movement was so quick and small I could have imagined it. We'll have to return to Caligo for the ingredients. My shoulders sagged. It was an impossible mission. I knew he would never return home to the people who sent him running in the first place. Come with me. A breath caught in my throat as I met his eyes. You can't be serious. I am. Melynn, I told you I think we were brought together for a reason. Come with me to Caligo, and I will source the ingredients we need to keep your mother healthy. And what kind of payment will you expect from me in return? You've got it all backward. His fingers traced gently down the side of my arm before he realized what he was doing. I missed his touch the instant he pulled it away again. You already saved me. I am in your debt. This would be my way of repaying you. You don't owe me anything. But I do. Please. I hate having a debt hanging over me like this. And I saw your mother this morning before the elixir kicked in. I know she needs the help, and I would be honored to offer it to her. To you. I bit my lip, debating his offer. It will only take a week. We'll be there and back in no time, and then you will never have to see me again. If that's what you wish. Was that what I wished? I didn't even know anymore. The freshly tilled soil of the garden moved under my feet as I paced, looking over our vegetables. There was more than enough here to keep my mother fed for a week, maybe even for a month. I could send him on without me, but what if he didn't return? Now that I knew my mother could be healed, I really didn't have much of a choice. I had to save her. "Okay," I said at last. "You'll come with me?" Hope flashed in his warm brown eyes. "I will, but only for a week. Once the elixir is complete, you must promise to bring me home." "You have my word." Chapter 11. The early morning mist clung to the trees as I shouldered my small pack, casting one last glance at our cabin. It was strange to leave my mother behind, even if she was in a better state of mind than usual. A knot of guilt tightened in my stomach, threatening to anchor me to the spot. "Are you sure you'll be all right, Mama?" I asked for what must have been the 10th time. She only smiled, the clarity in her eyes both comforting and unsettling. "I'll be fine, Melynn. It's time you lived your life. Do it while you've still got the energy to enjoy it." With one more charming smile from Ryland, she practically pushed me out the door after him. As we set off down the worn path, I couldn't help but look back, watching our little cabin disappear into the misty woods. What if something happened while I was gone? What if this was the last time I saw her lucid? "She'll be all right," Ryland said softly, as if reading my thoughts. "The elixir should last at least a week, remember?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. To distract myself from the worry gnawing at me, I focused on our next steps. "Where do we go first?" Ryland stopped, looking up at the leaves overhead, his mouth twisting to one side as he considered our route. The morning light filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows across his face. "There are a couple of difficult ingredients that we should source here in Greenbridge. We'll stay out of Caligo as long as possible, but there's one ingredient that can only be found there." "What is it?" "Water from a specific spring at the heart of the kingdom." A chill ran down my spine. "Are you sure it's safe for me there?" He met my eyes and forced a timid smile that did little to reassure me. "I'll keep you safe." "That wasn't exactly what I asked," I grumbled as I hurried after him. He moved quickly through the trees, like he'd done it a million times before. The sun had begun to burn off the morning mist, illuminating the dried leaves and dirt underfoot. It was a perfect day to travel. "I thought we could start with fireberries," Ryland said, ducking under a low-hanging branch. "You're not far from the eastern mountains, and I happen to know of a patch near the foothills. It's very unlikely that we'll run into any dragons there." "Dragons?" I tripped over a root but quickly righted myself before falling to the ground. "Did you say dragons?" Ryland chuckled, the sound warming me despite my shock. "They generally prefer the higher altitudes, and they hate humans. Have you really never seen one?" "Never. I honestly thought they were a myth." "Definitely not a myth." His eyes twinkled with amusement. "They're quite real and quite dangerous, but also incredibly beautiful. Imagine a creature as large as your cabin, with scales that shimmer like jewels in the sunlight. They breathe fire hot enough to melt stone, and their wings can create gusts strong enough to uproot trees." As he continued talking about the scaly beasts, I found myself more mesmerized by the sound of his voice than by the stories of fantastical creatures he told. It was deep and rich, with an accent I couldn't quite place. Caligan, I supposed, though I'd never heard one before. We pushed on through the increasingly dense forest, Ryland occasionally pausing to hold a branch aside for me. His thoughtfulness was a constant surprise. Small, kind gestures seemed commonplace for him, so at odds with the stories I'd heard about the Caligan people. "Watch your step here," Ryland warned, offering his hand as we began to climb a steeper incline. "The ground is beginning to slope, and it will only get steeper the closer we get to the mountains." I took his hand, trying to ignore the warmth that spread through me at his touch. Long days in the garden had improved my physical condition quite a bit, but my endurance was nothing compared to his. As we climbed, I found myself wondering about the kind of life he had left behind. Was he a soldier? A captain of the guard? Whatever the case, he was completely unbothered by my slower pace. Never once did he complain when I asked to stop for a drink or a bite of the bread I'd taken from home. In fact, he seemed to enjoy the quieter moments quite a bit. During one such break, as we sat on a fallen log catching our breath, I finally worked up the courage to ask, "What was it like, growing up in Caligo?" Ryland's expression grew distant, his eyes fixed on some point in the forest. It was complex, beautiful and terrible all at once. Imagine a place where magic flows as freely as water. He paused, his jaw tightening. But also a place where that power corrupts, where the strong prey on the weak, and where secrets and lies are as common as breath. "Is that why you left?" I asked softly. He nodded, meeting my gaze. "Partly, but there's more to it than that." Before I could press further, the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the trees, causing us both to freeze. "What was that?" I whispered, my heart racing. Ryland was on his feet in an instant, his hand going to a dagger I hadn't realized he carried. "Knights," he said, his voice low and tense. "They shouldn't be this far out. We need to move. Now." We abandoned our rest, hurrying through the forest as quickly and quietly as we could. The hoofbeats grew louder, accompanied by the jangling of armor and low voices. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw a glint of metal through the trees. A scout, separated from the main group, was drawing nearer. "Here." Ryland grabbed my arm, pulling me behind a large, gnarled oak tree. We pressed ourselves against the rough bark, holding our breath as the scout's horse trotted past mere feet from our hiding place. For several heart-stopping moments we stood frozen, Ryland's body shielding mine. I could feel the rapid rise and fall of his chest, hear the pounding of his heart. Or was that mine? The scout paused, and I heard the creak of leather as he shifted in his saddle. "Thought I saw something," he muttered to himself. My fingers dug into Ryland's arm as we waited, barely daring to breathe. Finally, with a loud exhale, the scout turned his horse and rode back the way he had come. Ryland relaxed slightly, but didn't move away. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, suddenly very aware of how close we were. His dark eyes searched mine, filled with concern and something else I couldn't quite name. For a moment, I thought he might kiss me, and to my surprise, I realized I wanted him to. But then he stepped back, clearing his throat. "We should be safe now, but we need to be more careful. The knights are ranging farther than I expected." As we cautiously emerged from our hiding place, I found myself reeling from more than just our close encounter with the scout. The danger of our mission was suddenly very real, and Ryland, he was becoming more of a mystery with every passing moment. We continued our journey in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. Twice during the day, I looked up to find him watching me, a look of curiosity in his eyes and the tiniest hint of a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The first time I told myself I was imagining things, but the second time I knew it was true. The whole day felt like a dream. How could someone like him be so fascinated by someone like me? It was a question I dared not think about too much, or else I would reach some unsavory conclusions. He'd said there wasn't a catch, and I had no choice but to believe that for now. This was the only shot I may ever have at saving my mother, and I didn't plan to squander it. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and pink, Ryland finally called a halt to our day's journey. We made camp in a small clearing, the distant mountains looming on the horizon. "We should reach the fireberry patch by tomorrow evening," Ryland said as he built a small fire. "But for now, we rest. It's not safe to travel these woods at night." I nodded, settling down near the fire's warmth. As Ryland sat beside me, I couldn't help but ask, "Why are you doing all this? Risking so much to help a stranger?" He was quiet for a long moment, staring into the flames. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft, almost vulnerable. Because for the first time in my life, I have the chance to do something truly good, to help someone without any ulterior motive. He turned to me, his eyes reflecting the firelight. And because from the moment I saw you in that garden, I knew my life would never be the same. My heart skipped a beat at his words. As I lay down to sleep that night, my mind swirled with thoughts of mages and magical berries and hidden springs. But most of all, I thought of Ryland and the adventure we were only just beginning. Little did I know, the true challenges and the true magic were yet to come. Chapter 12. It's going to rain. Ryland stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on the canopy above us. I squinted at the sky, shielding my eyes against the bright sunlight filtering through the leaves. Are we looking at the same sky? It's so bright I can hardly keep my eyes on it. He chuckled, shaking his head as he continued forward. The sound of his laughter sent a warmth through me that I tried to ignore. Wait. I trotted up to his side, curiosity getting the better of me. What makes you so certain that rain is coming? I must be missing something. He stopped again, so suddenly that I bumped into him. My shoulder collided with his bicep, sending a jolt of electricity through my arm where we touched. I stepped back quickly, hoping he hadn't noticed my reaction. The now familiar glint of mischief shone in his eyes as he regarded me. For a moment, I thought he might not answer. But finally, he seemed to come to a decision. The storm clouds are a dead giveaway. Storm clouds? I repeated, confused. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was blanketed in heavy, dark cloud cover. My jaw dropped as I faced Ryland again, my heart racing with a mixture of awe and fear. He tapped one finger against the bottom of my chin, his touch gentle, but enough to make my skin tingle. You're a little too early to catch raindrops on your tongue. Then he marched ahead again, leaving me stunned in his wake. Hold on a second, I called, hurrying after him. Did you do that? Do what? His tone was innocent, but I could hear the smile in his voice. I waved my hands up toward the clouds, struggling to find the right words. The storm. I can't alter the weather if that's what you're asking, he said, his pace slowing to allow me to catch up. I can, however, bend the shadows. A chill ran down my spine at his words. What does that mean? It sounded ominous, like something out of the dark tales my mother used to tell me. It means they obey my command. My steps faltered as the implications of his words sank in. You're one of the mages? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Ryland stopped, turning to face me. His expression was serious now, all traces of mischief gone. In a sense. But I don't prefer the word mage. They've really muddied the term with all of their gruesome practices. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. You see, you can use the shadows for good just as well as you can for other purposes. I don't approve of what they do, but I see no harm in allowing my power to aid us on our journey. I nodded, trying to process this new information. Part of me was fascinated, eager to learn more about this mysterious power. But another part, the cautious village girl who'd grown up on stories of dark magic, was terrified. Ryland must have sensed my unease because he stepped closer, his voice softening. The forest is dark and difficult to traverse. I simply asked the shadows to clear the way for us, allowing the sunlight to shine through so we could see better. Oh, sure, I said, attempting to lighten the mood. I ask the darkness for favors all the time. It really is a pretty friendly fellow, wouldn't you say? Ryland's laughter chased away some of my nerves, and I couldn't help but smile along with him. You must think I'm mad, he said, his eyes twinkling. Maybe a little, I admitted. But then again, I'm the one who agreed to go on a quest with a stranger from a kingdom of dark mages. So who's really the mad one here? His expression softened. "I want you to understand something, Melynn. No matter what you may see, I would never use my power to harm you or anyone else." "Not even the knights who throw blades at us as we run?" I asked, only half joking. The corner of his mouth twitched. "Well, maybe them, but only if I feared they would hurt you." The humor of the moment evaporated with the sincerity of his words. The longer I was with him, the deeper I fell into this strange emotion welling up inside. I was completely infatuated by the man, and it terrified me. A cold wind howled through the branches, breaking the moment. Ryland pointed to the sky, his expression growing serious once more. "We really ought to prepare for the storm. It won't be long before it's here, and we're still at least a mile away from the base of the mountains. There should be some caves we can use for shelter there, or large rocks to help defend against the elements at the very least." I looked up, noticing for the first time how dark the sky had truly become. The storm Ryland had predicted was very real, and it was approaching fast. Static electricity crackled in the air, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. "A mile away?" I asked, my voice tight with worry. "Then I guess we'd better start running." Ryland nodded, taking my hand in his. The warmth of his touch sent a thrill through me, despite the urgency of our situation. Together, we took off towards the mountains, jumping over brambles and dodging stones and low-hanging branches that blocked our way. As we ran, the landscape began to change. The dense forest gradually gave way to rockier terrain, the trees becoming sparser and more windswept. The ground beneath our feet grew firmer, the underbrush more scarce. We were getting close to the mountains, but the storm was closing in fast. I could see boulders in the distance, not more than 100 yards away, when the first raindrop landed heavily in my hair. I glanced up just as a booming roll of thunder roared across the landscape, causing me to stumble. Ryland's arm shot out, steadying me. "Almost there," he encouraged, his voice nearly lost in the rising wind. Then the heavens opened up all at once. Chapter 13. The rain fell in sheets from the darkened sky, transforming the world into a blurry, chaotic mess. It was impossible to see anything beyond what was directly in front of me, and my heart pounded against my ribs. I'd lost sight of Ryland in our frantic rush, and panic began to set in. His voice sounded distant, carried off by the wind and muffled by the rumbling thunder as he called out to me. "Melynn, where are you?" A flash of lightning illuminated the landscape for a fraction of a second, and I caught a glimpse of Ryland several feet ahead, his hand outstretched towards me. Relief flooded through me as I pushed forward, eager to close the gap between us. As soon as our fingers touched, he gripped my hand tightly, refusing to let us get separated again. We ran hard, sloshing through puddles that were rapidly forming in the uneven terrain. The mountains loomed ahead, promising shelter if we could just reach them. But nature seemed determined to stop us in our tracks. A particularly bright flash of lightning struck a nearby tree. The crack of thunder that followed so deafening it felt like the sky itself was splitting open. The acrid smell of burning wood filled the air, mingling with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. "We're almost there," Ryland shouted over the storm's fury. "Just a little further." His words gave me a burst of energy, and I pushed myself harder. But fate had other plans. As we neared the base of the mountains, my foot caught on a hidden root, slick with rain. Faster than the lightning that cracked around us, I hit the ground. Hard. Pain exploded in my elbow as I landed on it, but it was nothing compared to the fire that erupted in my ankle. A cry of agony escaped my lips, barely audible over the howling wind. "Melynn!" Ryland was at my side in an instant, his eyes wide with concern. His gaze followed my hands to my ankle, which was already beginning to swell. "It's twisted." Another crack of thunder filled the air, so loud that the ground beneath us seemed to vibrate. Ryland's expression hardened with determination. "It's okay. I've got you. We're almost there." Without hesitation, he swept me up into his arms. As he lifted me, I caught sight of the tree that had been struck by lightning. It was now fully ablaze, the flames dancing wildly in the wind and rain. The sight made me shiver. Ryland tried to keep me as still as possible as he ran, but each step sent jolts of pain through my injured ankle. I buried my face in his chest, gritting my teeth against the discomfort. Despite the circumstances, his warmth brought me comfort against the cold rain pelting us. "There are caves all throughout these mountains," he shouted over the storm's roar. "We just need to find one big enough to shelter us both." I forced myself to look up, scanning the rocky face of the mountain through the curtain of rain. There. I pointed to a spot between two massive boulders where the shadows seemed more concentrated. It was difficult to see much of anything in the downpour, but it looked promising. Ryland adjusted his course, heading straight for the spot I'd indicated. As we drew closer, I could see that it wasn't so much a cave as a narrow crevice in the rock face. But it had an overhang that would provide cover, and at this point any shelter was better than none. With careful maneuvering, Ryland ducked between the rocks and into the small space. It was a tight fit, barely wide enough for two people to sit side by side. He gently set me down against the far wall, taking care not to jostle my injured ankle. "You're still getting soaked," I said, noticing that half of his body was still exposed to the elements. I scooted to the side, trying to make more room. "Please, come out of the storm." Ryland hesitated, his eyes darting between me and the narrow space. "There's not much room." "There's plenty," I insisted, patting the ground beside me. Another flash of lightning illuminated his conflicted expression, and I found myself adding, "Please, I'd feel better if you were fully sheltered too." With a nod, Ryland squeezed into the space beside me. Despite our best efforts to give each other room, we were pressed together from shoulder to hip. The close proximity made my heart race, and I wasn't sure if it was from nervousness or something else entirely. Ryland cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence that had fallen between us. "How's your foot?" I gingerly moved my ankle, wincing at the sharp pain that shot up my leg. "It'll heal. It's only a mild sprain, I think. I'm sure it will be fine by the time the storm is over." "About that," Ryland said, his expression growing serious. "The storm's not likely to let up anytime soon. We'll probably have to stay here for the night." The reality of our situation began to sink in. We were trapped on the side of a mountain, with limited supplies and my injury to contend with. Worry gnawed at my stomach as I thought about the time we were losing, time my mother might not have. As if sensing my concerns, Ryland placed a comforting hand on my arm. "The rest will do you good, and we'll set out first thing in the morning, I promise." I nodded, trying to push aside my worries. Dwelling on them wouldn't change our circumstances. Instead, I focused on what we could control. I pulled my bag around to my lap and retrieved one of the parcels I'd brought from home. The cloth was drenched, and unfolding it revealed a very soggy small loaf of bread. "At least we have food," I said, attempting to inject some optimism into our situation. But as I held out the wet pile of mush, I couldn't help but wrinkle my nose. Ryland pressed his lips together, clearly trying not to laugh at the sorry state of our provisions. "That we do." "I'm sorry it got a little wet," I said, suddenly embarrassed by the meager offering. "You don't have to." Before I could finish, Ryland took the soggy loaf from my hand and took a large bite. His eyebrows shot up as he chewed, and he forced a smile as he swallowed. Delicious. I couldn't keep my laughter in, nudging him with my elbow. "You're a terrible liar." His answering grin was enough to lighten the mood, if only for a moment. But as another crack of thunder shook the mountainside, reality came crashing back in. We sat in silence for a while, listening to the storm rage on, just feet away from our shelter. The narrow space seemed to grow smaller with each passing minute, and I found myself hyper-aware of every point where Ryland and I touched. The close quarters and tense atmosphere seemed to heighten every sensation. I could feel the warmth radiating from Ryland's body, a stark contrast to the chill in the air. His steady breathing was audible even over the storm's cacophony, and I found myself unconsciously matching its rhythm. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 14. It had been at least an hour since we tucked ourselves away in Greenbridge's tiniest cave, and the storm showed no signs of stopping. If anything, it was still ramping up, as evidenced by the 10-foot-long tree branch that blew past the narrow opening of our shelter. The wind howled, a haunting melody that seemed to echo the uncertainty of our situation. I shifted slightly, trying to find a more comfortable position without disturbing my injured ankle. The movement sent a sharp pain up my leg, reminding me of our predicament. Ryland's warmth beside me was both comforting and distracting, making it hard to focus on anything else. We won't be able to make a fire tonight, will we? I stared into the charcoal-colored sky outside, watching the dark of night creep in across the horizon. The thought of spending the night in this cold, damp cave without any warmth was less than appealing. Ryland's brows pulled low. "No," he said. "Even if the rain stopped and we somehow found dry enough tinder, there's not enough room. But I'll go look for a more spacious shelter once the worst of the storm passes." "We don't need more space." The words fell from my lips before I considered how they must sound. Heat rushed to my cheeks as I quickly added, "I mean, don't worry about me. I can go without a fire." "But it's getting dark, and how will we keep warm?" He quirked a brow, a hint of amusement in his voice that only made my blush deepen. Desperate to change the subject, I blurted out, "Can you just do your shadow magic thing?" Ryland barked out a surprised laugh, the sound echoing off the narrow walls of our shelter. "My shadow magic thing only works on shadows, unfortunately. I could possibly make it appear lighter, but I certainly can't conjure up a fire." "Well, that's too bad." I licked my lips, trying to hide my smirk. I really thought I was trapped here with a powerful mage. He chuckled again, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Powerful, huh?" A glimpse of his inner darkness flashed in Ryland's eyes, sending a tremble through me. But it wasn't fear I felt. It was exhilaration. The power he held was both terrifying and alluring, and I found myself drawn to it like a moth to a flame. At least something powerful enough to keep me warm. I met his eyes, challenging him with unspoken words. I had no idea what I expected or where this boldness was coming from, but I couldn't resist prodding him just a little. All in good fun, of course. He chewed his lip, thinking something over. "Can I see your ankle again?" I gestured for him to go ahead, and he gingerly took it in his warm hands. The gentleness of his touch contrasted sharply with the raw power I knew he possessed. He inspected it for only a moment, before sliding his arm under both of my legs. With the other arm behind my back, he hefted me off of the stone floor and into his lap, then wrapped those heavy arms around me. My heart rushed so hard I swore he could hear it, and I know he felt me shiver when he whispered into my hair. "Warm now?" Warm. I was on fire. Every nerve in my body seemed to come alive at his touch. "I suppose," I said coyly in return, trying to maintain some semblance of composure. He laughed softly again, but instead of putting me back in my spot, he only readjusted himself and tucked me in a little closer to his body. A million different thoughts raced through my mind as we sat there in the silence. The storm outside seemed to fade into the background, overshadowed by the thundering of my own heart. When I trusted myself to speak again without a shaking voice, I asked the question that was really on my mind. "I'd like to know more about your power. What else can you do when you command the shadows?" His muscles tensed beneath me. This wasn't something he was comfortable discussing, and I hated that I'd ruined our moment. But to my surprise, he answered anyway. "I suppose there are many things I could do, but there are only a few that I choose to do. I primarily use the darkness for protection, and nothing more." What kind of protection? He thought for a moment, his fingers absently tracing patterns on my arm. The touch sent shivers down my spine. You remember I mentioned I could bend the shadows? It works well for providing extra light on cloudy days, but it works even better when I use them to hide. You can do that? I turned slightly, not leaving his lap, but facing him more directly. Our proximity immediately felt too intimate for people who had only known each other for a couple of days. But I didn't want to pull away. Somehow, Ryland felt like more than a stranger. Even in our brief time together, I felt as though I knew him better than nearly everyone else in my life. Will you show me? Uncertainty danced in his warm eyes as he considered my request. Show you what exactly? I suspected he was trying to buy himself some time to think. I smiled to reassure him that I wasn't afraid of his power. He didn't have to be nervous around me. Hide us in the shadows. A shaky laugh slipped from his lips. Are you sure? It can be a little unsettling the first time you experience it. I trust that you will keep me safe. He nodded, his expression softening. I will. I don't know what I expected. Maybe some kind of whispered chant or waving of his hands to bring the shadows into submission. But Ryland barely tilted his head. That was all it took for every wisp of darkness in our immediate periphery to bend to his command. We were shrouded in inky blackness, unable to see even the noses on our own faces. It was like someone had thrown the lightest weight, silkiest blanket over us, hiding us from the world and all of its horrors. It took my breath away. The darkness was absolute, but strangely, it wasn't frightening. There was a warmth to it, a sense of security that I'd never experienced before. I could feel Ryland's presence all around me, not just physically, but in the very shadows that enveloped us. Are you afraid? Ryland was so near that the breath from his words tickled the hair behind my ear. Not hardly. I leaned my cheek against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. I've never felt safer. The thunder rolled on through the mountains outside of our tiny cave in the rock. And as Ryland wrapped his strong arm around my back, I released my stresses to the world outside. The darkness never felt so good. We sat like that for what felt like hours, cocooned in our private world of shadows. The storm continued to rage outside, but in here, it felt like nothing could touch us. For the first time since leaving home, I felt truly at peace. Ryland, I whispered, not wanting to break the spell, but needing to know more. His voice rumbled in his chest, and I could feel the vibration against my cheek. How did you learn to do this? To control the shadows, I mean. He was quiet for a long moment, and I worried I'd overstepped. But then he spoke, his voice soft and tinged with a hint of sadness. In Caligo, we're taught from a young age to harness any power we possess. It's not always a pleasant education. I felt him tense, and I instinctively tightened my grip on him, offering what comfort I could. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. No, it's okay, he said, his hand gently stroking my back. I want you to understand. In Caligo, power is everything. Those who can't control their power are seen as weak, useless. The training is rigorous, often cruel. But I was lucky. I had a natural affinity for it. That must have been why they were so eager to get him back. I was silent for a moment, processing everything he'd told me. The weight of it was immense. And yet, he'd chosen to help me, to risk everything for a stranger and her ailing mother. Thank you, I said softly, for trusting me with this. I felt him smile against my hair. Thank you for listening, for not judging. Slowly, the shadows began to recede, revealing the dim interior of our cave once more. The storm outside had quieted somewhat, though rain still pattered steadily against the rocks. As my eyes adjusted to the faint light, I found myself looking directly into Ryland's eyes. The vulnerability I saw there, mixed with strength and determination, made my heart skip a beat. We settled back against the cave wall, the warmth of Ryland's body lulling me towards sleep. And as I drifted off, wrapped in Ryland's arms and the comforting embrace of the shadows, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they wouldn't be quite as scary with this man by my side. Chapter 15. In all my 19 years of life, there had only been 2 occasions when I'd awoken somewhere other than my own home. The first one involved estranged family from my father's hometown when we were laying his body to rest after the hunting accident that took his life. I was 8 years old at the time, and I'd never felt so terrified or unwelcome anywhere in my life. His parents blamed my mother for taking him away from them, and by default, they hated me as well. I vowed then that I would never leave my mother's side again. Traveling was dangerous. It took lives, and my mother needed to know that she was loved. I was all she had left after my father's death. But here I was, breaking my own promise. And even though it was for her sake, I couldn't help but feel a little guilty, especially as I lifted my sweaty cheek from Ryland's hard chest. Because I didn't feel unwelcomed at all. I felt like I was exactly where I needed to be. The realization startled me, and I blinked away the last vestiges of sleep, becoming acutely aware of our intimate position. Ryland's arms were still wrapped around me, his warmth seeping into my bones. The steady rise and fall of his chest beneath my cheek was oddly comforting. "Good morning," he said, his voice husky with sleep as he ruffled my hair. "Did you sleep well?" It was only then that I fully realized I was still in his lap, wrapped safely in his arms. And while I'd slept like a house cat basking in the sunlight, he'd spent the night on a hard and damp stone floor in a cramped little cave. "I'm so sorry." I scrambled off of him, scooting as far as I could in the tight space, my cheeks burning with embarrassment. I didn't intend to fall asleep. His smile was genuine, tinged with amusement at my flustered state. It was no trouble at all, though we may have to delay our travel for a few hours while I wait for the blood to return to my legs. I laughed and nudged his arm, grateful for his attempt to lighten the mood. "What is the real plan for today?" Ryland stretched, his muscles flexing in a way that made my breath catch, then peered outside at the warm sunshine that painted the landscape. Drops of water still hung from the newly budding leaves on the trees, sparkling like diamonds in the clear light of the morning. "We aren't far from the patch of fireberry bushes I noted on my way into Greenbridge," he said, his eyes scanning the horizon. "We could probably reach them by mid-afternoon if we start soon." "Well, what are you waiting for?" I squeezed past him into the warm spring air, stretching my limbs before slinging my bag over my shoulder. With a hand shielding the sunlight from my eyes, I scanned the horizon, taking in the foothills of the mountains for the first time now that I could see without the storm. It was beautiful. The world was so much larger than my small village, and we'd still only covered the tiniest fraction of it. The vastness of it all made me feel small, insignificant. But there was also a thrill of excitement. This was what I'd always dreamed of: adventure, new horizons, a chance to see beyond the confines of my little world. "Is your ankle feeling better? Well enough to hike through these hills?" Ryland's voice pulled me from my reverie. I tested my weight on the injured foot, pleasantly surprised by the lack of pain. "I think so." I twisted it back and forth, ensuring that there was no swelling. It was still a little sore when I turned it hard to the right, but I figured I could be careful as we walked. A little extra precaution with my steps should serve me just fine. Ryland nodded, seemingly satisfied with my assessment. He jerked his chin back toward the forest. "Then I recommend we clean up at the river before making our way uphill. We can acquire the berries and be back to level ground before nightfall." I hadn't noticed the river last night in our hurry to find shelter from the storm, but the sound of its rushing water met us shortly after we began our trek, impossible to miss in the quiet of the morning. The musical babble of the water over rocks was soothing, a stark contrast to last night's tempest. Ryland pointed out a cluster of boulders in the distance, not far from where the stream curved around a copse of trees and vanished into the denser part of the forest. The river water pooled between the rocks, creating an ideal place for bathing. The sun was bright, shining through the branches overhead in columns of white light and warming the rocks below. But a cool breeze coming down the mountain tousled my hair as I took in the rest of our surroundings. There was no one else around, probably not for many miles. It was just us and the forest creatures that scampered through the brush of the woods. Turning back to the pool, I saw that Ryland had already stripped off his tunic, revealing the chiseled muscles of his back as he knelt by the water. I thanked the fates he was facing away from me, because there was no hiding the heat that crept to my cheeks. I couldn't look away, not only because it was a sight to behold, and it was, but because a closer look revealed a series of scars crisscrossing from his shoulder blades down to his waist. Some were larger than others, and my gut twisted as I recognized the redness of more recent injuries. Who would dare to lay a finger on a nobleman's son? Even in Caligo, I would have expected more respect for the nobility, unless Ryland wasn't really of any importance at all. Once again, I had to ask myself how much I could really trust this stranger. As much as I wanted to, some things still weren't adding up. The scars told a story of pain and struggle that didn't align with the privileged upbringing he'd hinted at. Each mark seemed to whisper of secrets untold, of a past far more complex than I'd imagined. I found myself wanting to trace those scars, to understand the story behind each one. Who was this man? And how many unanswered questions would I allow to hang between us before finally saying enough is enough? He looked over his shoulder and flashed me a brilliant smile, immediately shattering my questions for now. The water's warm. I'll give you some privacy here while I scope out the best path up to the fireberries. At least he was a gentleman. And after this week, it wouldn't matter who he was or what he did in Caligo. He could keep his secrets as long as he helped my mother, and I believed that he would keep me safe if nothing else. But protecting my heart from him was a different story entirely. That depended wholly on me. As Ryland disappeared into the trees, I slowly approached the water's edge. The pool was crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles at the bottom. I dipped my toes in, finding the water pleasantly cool against my skin. Glancing around to ensure I was truly alone, I quickly stripped off my travel-worn clothes and slipped into the water. The coolness surrounded me, washing away the grime and sweat of our journey. For a moment, I allowed myself to float, staring up at the patches of blue sky visible through the canopy above. My thoughts drifted to my mother, guilt gnawing at me once more. Was she okay? Had the elixir's effects begun to fade? I closed my eyes, picturing her face, hoping that she was having one of her good days. The sound of a twig snapping nearby jolted me back to the present. I quickly moved to cover myself, heart racing. "Sorry," Ryland's voice called out from beyond the tree line. I heard him move quickly back into the thicker trees to restore my privacy. "I didn't mean to startle you. I've found a good path, just whenever you're ready." "I'll be right there," I called back, my voice shakier than I'd like. As I hurriedly dressed in my now clean but still damp clothes, I couldn't shake the embarrassment from Ryland's quick return. My cheeks burned, and I silently chastised myself for letting my guard down, even for a moment. This journey was already pushing me far beyond my comfort zone, and I needed to stay focused on our goal. Gathering my belongings, I made my way towards Ryland's voice. He was leaning against a tree, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. When he heard my approach, he turned, offering an apologetic smile. "I truly am sorry for startling you," he said, his eyes meeting mine briefly before darting away. I should have announced myself sooner. Were his cheeks slightly flushed, or was I imagining things? I nodded, forcing a small smile. "It's all right. We should get moving." As we began our ascent, the terrain grew steeper and more challenging. The lush forest gradually gave way to rockier ground, dotted with sparse vegetation. My ankle, while much improved, still protested occasionally, causing me to stumble on the uneven path. Ryland, ever attentive, was quick to offer his hand for support. "Careful," he warned, steadying me as we navigated a particularly treacherous stretch. The rocks here can be deceptive. His touch, warm and reassuring, sent a flutter through my stomach. I pushed the feeling aside, reminding myself of the stakes of our mission. There was no room for distractions, no matter how alluring they might be. Chapter 16. The sun blazed directly overhead when Ryland finally stopped to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'd been ready for a break for at least an hour, but I hadn't wanted to slow us down. As I sank against the shadowy side of a cool stone at last, relief washed over me. I took the opportunity to examine my ankle. It had begun to throb again, begging me to stop with every step I took. But there wasn't enough time for me to take another day of rest. The effects of Ryland's elixir for my mother were temporary, and her mind would fade again in just a few short days. We had to get the ingredients and get back to her as quickly as possible, bad ankle or not. "I think the fireberry patch is just beyond the next plateau," Ryland said, pointing up to where the ground seemed to level out a little, before a sheer cliffside where the mountains became steeper. His curious gaze darted back and forth between the path ahead and my swollen ankle. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply, trying to summon the strength to continue. We weren't far, just a few more rocks to climb. When I opened them again, Ryland's handsome face was before me, his brow furrowed with worry. "Is it your ankle?" he asked, his voice soft. I forced a smile and shook my head, not wanting to be the reason for any delay. "No, it's fine." His warm hands brushed gently against my calf as he pulled up the hem of my skirt to examine it. The touch sent a shiver through me, despite the heat of the day. "It's swollen," he said, frowning. "You should stay here and I'll go fetch the berries." "No!" I stood abruptly, slightly embarrassed by the force of my tone. "Please," I amended, softening my voice. "I can do it. I appreciate all of your help, but this is my mother. I feel responsible for making sure this gets done." Ryland's eyes met mine. "Melynn." His shoulders dropped ever so slightly. "It doesn't matter who gets the berries, as long as we get them. I promise I will be quick." "I want to do this," I insisted, surprised by the intensity of my own feelings. "I know it doesn't make sense to you, but I want to play a role in her healing. Please let me get them." His mouth pinched, and he didn't say anything for a long minute. I could almost see the internal struggle playing out behind his eyes. Finally, he relented. "All right, but will you let me know if it gets to be too much?" "I will." We began our climb in silence, but I could feel that there was more he wanted to say. It was almost a relief when he spoke again, cutting through the tension. "What do you know about fireberries?" "Nothing," I answered honestly. "Well, there are some really important things you need to be aware of," he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "First, do not go anywhere near the thorns of the bush." "Why not?" "They're extremely toxic." My throat tightened. Will they kill me? I hadn't realized that collecting berries was a life-threatening task, and if they were toxic, what did that mean for my mother? Ryland's expression softened slightly, recognizing the panic in my voice. "Not directly, but the pain is so bad you'll wish you were dead. Just make sure you don't get scratched by the thorns. And number 2, take it easy on the berries themselves." "Are they toxic too?" I had heard of the berries before. Men often spoke of them near the taverns, so I couldn't imagine they were deadly. To my surprise, Ryland laughed, the sound echoing off the rocky terrain. "Not in the same way," he explained. "But they are quite intoxicating." Ah. That made sense then. The men who frequented the taverns were rarely coherent for long. "So you plan to get my mother drunk, huh?" I quipped, feeling some of the tension leave my body. His laughter pulled an invisible weight from my shoulders. It was a reminder that joy still existed in this world, even in the midst of our dangerous quest. Not hardly, he said, still chuckling. We boil them and use their concentrate in the elixir. It totally changes the effect they provide when one eats them raw. Though I wouldn't object to you eating a berry. Just one would do the trick. Are you saying I can't handle my fireberries? I asked, raising an eyebrow in challenge. No one can handle too many, he said, his tone both playful and warning. But I do think one might help you a little bit with the pain you're feeling in your ankle. Maybe even just half a berry at first. I thought about his words as we continued our ascent. The idea of easing the pain in my ankle was tempting, but I was wary of anything that might cloud my judgment. I'll consider it, I said finally, if the pain becomes too much. As we neared the plateau, the climb became steeper and more challenging. My ankle screamed in protest with each step, but I gritted my teeth and pressed on. Ryland stayed close, his hand hovering near my elbow, ready to steady me if needed. Finally, I hefted myself up over the final ledge before the plateau. Panting quietly, I climbed to my feet and examined the area. Ryland was right. A large patch of deep green, thorny bushes lined the edge of the cliffside. Little more than a handful of berries sat within the branches, stains from their juice painting the rocky soil below. There they are. Ryland's voice sounded from over my shoulder. Remember what I said, and be careful. I'm right here if you need any help. Chapter 17. A large bird of prey flew overhead, its wingspan casting a fleeting shadow across the rocky terrain. As the shadow passed over me, a chill slipped down my spine, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warm mountain air. I inched closer to the fireberry bushes, their thorny branches seeming to reach out menacingly. I chided myself silently. There was no reason to fear a mere berry bush. People retrieved berries without being scratched by thorns every day. This was not a difficult task. Yet, the warnings Ryland had given me echoed in my mind, adding weight to each careful movement. Shaking my hands to relieve my nerves, I approached the first bush. It was still early enough in the season that there weren't many berries to choose from. Most were still green or just beginning to change color. But high on the branches were a couple that had ripened to a warm, reddish purple, their skin taut and glossy. Ever so carefully, I extended my arm higher than necessary to avoid the thorns and plucked a single berry. I examined the delicious-looking fruit on my palm, marveling at its perfect roundness and the way it seemed to glow in the sunlight. It was easy to see how a man might overindulge in the berries if he didn't know what they could do. My own belly rumbled a bit at the sight of the juicy fruit, a reminder of how little we'd eaten on our journey. How many do we need? I called back to Ryland, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet of the mountain plateau. Just a handful will be fine, Ryland answered from behind me. I pulled a cloth from the bag slung over my shoulder and tucked the berry carefully inside. 1 down, 10 or so more to go. This shouldn't be too difficult, I thought, trying to bolster my confidence. But as I scanned the bushes, I realized there weren't many that were ripe enough to be picked. The task suddenly seemed more daunting. I began to reach for another when I could have sworn I heard a muffled cry. The sound was so faint, so unexpected, that for a moment I thought I'd imagined it. I paused mid-reach, straining my ears. There was some shuffling to my right, followed by a sniffle. The sound seemed out of place in this barren landscape, incongruous with the harsh rocky terrain and thorny bushes. Did you hear that? I asked, turning towards Ryland. Probably just a chipmunk, Ryland replied, but his tone didn't match his words. I noticed the shadows darkened a little in my immediate vicinity. After another soft sob echoed from the rocks, I decided it was most definitely not just a chipmunk. The sound tugged at something deep within me, awakening an instinct to protect. Who's there? My call was answered by nothing but silence, the mountains seeming to swallow my words. Ryland shifted on his feet like he was trying to hold himself back, but eventually he caved and joined me by the bushes. If he was worried enough to leave his lookout position, perhaps there was more to fear than I realized. "We should just quickly finish picking the fruit and get on our way," he urged, his eyes scanning our surroundings. But after a third cry, I knew I wasn't going anywhere until I found whatever was making the noise. It sounded like a small child, a sound that pulled at my heartstrings and overrode my caution. And though the idea was impossible, I couldn't leave without making sure we weren't abandoning some young boy or girl hurt and alone in the mountains. Handing my cloth and singleberry to Ryland, I made my way past the bushes and toward a darkened cleft in the cliffside. Thorny, overgrown bushes nearly blocked the entrance entirely, their branches intertwining like gnarled fingers trying to keep out intruders. But just beyond them was a cave, its mouth a black void against the sun-bleached rocks, and there was no doubt in my mind that the cries were coming from within it. "Are you okay?" I called out again, my voice echoing slightly off the rocky walls. "I can help you if you'll just let me know where you are." I paused, waiting for a response that never came. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with possibility and danger. A quick glance over my shoulder revealed Ryland picking as many berries as the cloth would hold, ripe or not. He seemed to be in a hurry, his movements quick and efficient, unlike my slow and cautious approach earlier. His urgency fueled my own nerves, but I wasn't leaving yet. Not until I found the child. The whimpering continued, each soft cry pulling me closer to the cave entrance. "Please, let me help." I inched as close to the bushes as I dared, but still, the child didn't respond. Perhaps the injuries were too great. Or maybe the child was mute or didn't understand the common tongue of Greenbridge. There were any number of reasons the child wouldn't respond, but that was no reason to leave it behind. Steeling my nerves, I made my move. I sucked in a breath as though it would make any significant difference as I squeezed between the bushes. The thorns tugged at my clothing, each snag a reminder of the danger Ryland had warned me about. But I moved slowly enough not to allow them to reach my skin. With every movement, my panic grew. Not for myself, but for the child in the cave, who almost certainly was scratched by thorns in order to get inside. Ryland's words rang out again in my mind. "The pain is so bad you'll wish you were dead." The thought of a child enduring such agony spurred me on. "I'm coming, sweetheart. Hang on," I called out, hoping my voice would provide some comfort to the unseen child. "Melynn, no!" Ryland's voice, sharp with alarm, cut through the air behind me. But it was too late. I had already pushed my way through the bushes and reached the mouth of the cave. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I realized my terrible mistake. It wasn't a small child who I found within, but an enormous shadowy beast. Where there once was a cry, there was now a feral growl, low and menacing. A thin black ribbon of smoke curled from the creature's nostrils, its eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intelligence. In that moment, all the stories I'd heard as a child about the dangers lurking in the mountains came rushing back. No longer mere tales to frighten children, but a terrifying reality. And the sound of Ryland's voice sent an icy shot of terror through my veins as he yelled, "Run!" Chapter 18. I paid no regard to the fireberry bushes as I stumbled clumsily back and away from the beast staring at me from within its cave. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat, each beat a reminder of the danger I was in. I feared too quick of a movement would only draw it out, so I awkwardly tried to balance the urgent need to run with what I hoped was a calm and unoffensive exit from its territory. One of the thorns brushed lightly against my forearm as I fell back to the rocky ground on the other side, and I winced. The spot felt like it caught fire, the pain sharp and immediate. And maybe it did catch fire, because the next thing I knew, I was staring into the yellow eyes of an enormous dragon. It emerged from the cave looking like it wanted to burn the world down. Lifting its head to the sky, it opened its mouth to reveal rows of glistening fangs. And then a column of fire shot toward the heavens, the heat of it searing the air around me. So much for a graceful exit. I turned and ran as hard as I could, my feet slipping on loose rocks as I scrambled across the plateau. The dragon's roar echoed behind me, spurring me on despite the protest of my injured ankle. I'd nearly reached the edge of the plateau when I landed wrong, my ankle giving way beneath me. I crashed to the ground, the rough stone scraping my palms and knees. Risking a peek over my shoulder, I paused just long enough to see the beast spread its wings and scream into the sky. A raven, black as night, shot directly at the scaly monster like an arrow seeking its bullseye. The sight was so unexpected, so bizarre, that for a moment I forgot to run. The raven, impossibly brave or foolish, sank its claws into the dragon's eyes. The beast's howl of pain snapped me back to reality. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the sharp pain in my ankle. For a brief moment, I considered running back to the cave to see if the child was still there. A look in that direction revealed nothing but darkness. Was there ever a child in there at all? Or perhaps just the dragon? Or worse, what if it was a mother dragon and her young? She would not be so forgiving of me trying to intrude on her space. I looked back at the beast as the raven made another diving attack, and another paralyzing thought hit me. Ryland. I scanned the plateau, searching for him. Ryland! Where had he gone? Had he abandoned me? Or worse, had the dragon gotten to him? My call caught the attention of the beast again, and it gave two flaps of its massive wings, launching a few feet into the sky. The downdraft from its wings nearly knocked me off my feet. I pushed myself forward, eager to get over the ledge and back down the mountain, sending a prayer to the fates that Ryland had already gotten away. A flash of darkness flew by me again, as the raven made another attempt to gouge out the dragon's eyes, and a hideous roar of fury filled the air. The dragon's tail lashed out, narrowly missing me as I dodged behind a large boulder. I had to keep going. My arm burned where the thorn had grazed my skin, the pain intensifying with each passing moment. My ankle felt like it was barely held together, throbbing with every beat of my pounding heart. But I couldn't stop. My descent down the mountain was a mix of sloppy steps and clumsy falls, punctuated by the sounds of the battle raging above me. I risked another glance upward, and saw the dragon snap at the raven, its jaws closing just inches from the bird's tail feathers. The raven dove, swooping low over the plateau before rising again to attack. A burst of flame from the dragon set a nearby bush ablaze, the fire spreading quickly in the dry mountain air. Smoke began to fill the air, making it hard to see and breathe. I pulled my shirt up over my nose and mouth, trying to filter out the worst of it as I continued my descent. Ryland! I called out again, my voice hoarse from the smoke and exertion. But my heart shuddered once I confirmed that he was nowhere around. He'd either abandoned me when the dragon emerged, or... No. I wouldn't let my mind explore the worst-case scenarios. He was fine. He had to be. He was probably just taking shelter in the shadows somewhere high up on the mountain, waiting for the dragon to leave. But I didn't have the luxury of the shadows to keep me safe. I had to keep running. My ankle threatened to bring me to my knees every time I landed on it. But still, I limped ahead as quickly as I could move. The forest at the base of the mountain seemed impossibly far away, a green haven that promised safety if I could only reach it. I pushed on, ignoring the pain in my ankle and the burning in my lungs, until at last I was protected by the cover of the trees in the forest. It was only then that I sank to the ground, back against a wide, knobby trunk, and listened. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears. But beyond that, there were no footsteps, no roars or blazes of fire to be heard, no shouts or cries or signs of life at all. I was completely and utterly alone, refusing to listen to the logical part of my brain, the part that realized Ryland was likely gone for good. I repositioned myself under the tree. All I could do was wait. Even if my ankle had been working well enough for me to walk on it, I wouldn't know where to go. I was far from home, far from anyone who could hear me call. Just a foolish girl in the woods who had placed her trust in a stranger. But he would come through for me, wouldn't he? As the adrenaline began to wear off, the pain in my arm where the thorn had scratched me intensified. I looked down at the wound, expecting to see a small scratch. Instead, I saw an angry red welt, the skin around it swollen and hot to the touch. Ryland's warning about the toxicity of the thorns echoed in my mind, and a new wave of fear washed over me. I needed help, and soon. But I was on my own, injured and lost in a forest I didn't know, with a dragon nearby and who knew what other dangers lurking in the shadows. Chapter 19. My cheeks were streaked with sticky trails where my tears had fallen hours before. I wasn't typically so emotional, but the fear for my life plus the worry over Ryland's was enough to push me over the edge. Add the pain from my ankle and the hot red scratch on my arm where the thorn had brushed against me, and I was wrecked. The only thing keeping my hope alive was the fact that the thorn hadn't broken through my skin. It was superficial, and I hoped that would be enough to keep me breathing for another day. Even so, it burned like I'd been branded with a cattle iron, except the heat refused to dissipate. The sun was nearing the horizon, which meant I'd spent the better half of a day here at the edge of the forest, watching and waiting, hoping that I was wrong about Ryland's fate. This would be the best place to see him when he came down the mountain, and it certainly would be the first place he would search for me. Assuming, that is, that he was capable of getting down the mountain at all. There was zero chance I would be able to make the hike back up again. Not until my ankle had time to calm down at least. But as night crept closer, I knew I would have to get up and find some kind of shelter. Fates only knew what kind of creatures roamed the forest at night. Pain hummed up my leg as I took 2 unsteady steps forward. Wincing, I tested a little bit of weight on it and found that I could still support myself. Good. Then it wasn't broken. That was good enough for me to keep moving. It wasn't long before I made it back to the base of the mountains. Gray evening light tried to shine through the cloud cover, but there wasn't enough sun over the horizon to illuminate much. I had to find shelter quickly, before what little light was left completely disappeared. Stepping over dried brambles and carefully maneuvering through the uneven terrain required nearly all of my focus. So I was completely caught off guard when a small stone came rolling down the mountainside and clattered to the ground a few feet in front of me. I strained my eyes, peering up the side of a steep boulder, when more gravel came raining down. Then I heard the grunt of a man, and the heavy weight of a body sliding against the stone. Ryland landed before me with a less than graceful dismount. He froze for a moment, eyes locking with mine. His expression was as unreadable as the emotion trying to sort itself out in my head. Of course, I was happy to see that he was alive, but where had he been all day? "You're safe." His voice was a little hoarse, but it was still a delight to my ears. "And you can walk." He released a breath slowly from his lips, and his shoulders relaxed as he looked me up and down. He must not have noticed my limp. Aware of his attention, I moved my arm enough to hide the scratch on it. We could deal with that later. Right now, I needed to hear what he had been doing all day. A quick scan of my own revealed that he was totally, 100% fine. There was not a single misplaced hair on his head. And while I should have been relieved, a more selfish part of me bristled. He'd been gone for hours. I was left alone with a dragon, then crying in the woods, covered in injuries and assuming the very worst. I thought he was dead. "Where have you been?" My tone was unabashedly harsh. "I'm sorry, I got here as quickly as I could." "As quickly as you could? What, after your nap?" I scoffed. Perhaps I could have been more polite, but he had no idea what he'd put me through. "Melynn, I'm sorry." He reached for me, and I instinctively crossed my arms over my chest. "So you said." I turned and began limping ahead again, acutely aware of how the daylight diminished by the minute. "You're hurt." He rushed to my side. "I'm fine." "Please, let me take a look." "I thought you were dead." The words fell from my lips before I could stop myself. I inhaled a ragged breath, willing myself not to cry again. Ryland paled, mouth slightly ajar. You're sorry, I know. I don't know what to say. He looked sick with worry. He tried again to stop me and take a look at my ankle, but I pushed ahead in search of shelter. You could start by telling me the truth. I know it didn't take you the better part of a day to climb down those rocks, and you're not injured, so obviously you had some kind of ulterior motive. I was only trying to keep you safe. I snorted. Melynn, please. Something in his voice caught my attention. He was bordering on desperation now. I stopped and slowly turned to face him. He ran a shaky hand through his hair and glanced over his shoulder, as if there would be anyone else around to overhear us. His eyes were wide as he met mine again. I was chasing the dragon away. My brows pinched together as I tried to process that statement. The dragon would have burned him to a crisp had he tried to chase it away. No man could stand against an angry beast like that. With your shadows? Not exactly. He grimaced and began to pace. I thought I saw you fall into the fireberry thorns, and I knew I had to face the dragon head on. I had to get some saliva. Saliva? Why? None of this made any sense. To counteract the toxins, so I shifted. You shifted what? Myself. He stopped, hesitation written all across his face. Then he was gone. No, not gone. Not entirely, anyway. His clothes lay in a pile on the ground, and moving beneath his tunic was a stunningly beautiful raven, black as pitch. I gasped and nearly tripped over my feet, backing into the wall of stone behind me. The raven took flight, spreading its wings like a work of art. It soared high into the darkening sky, a shadow against a backdrop of navy and gray. It had to be a dream. The toxins from the fireberry thorns were getting to me at last, and my mind was slipping, just like my mother's. This was the end for me. The raven returned only moments later, landing gracefully beside me and looking up with its golden eyes. The warmth in its sentient expression was so familiar, it made my chest ache. As mad as it may sound, I knew I wasn't staring into the eyes of a bird. I was looking at Ryland. He dipped his head, then looked at the pile of clothes on the ground beside us. Understanding the human-like gesture, I turned to give him some privacy, almost dizzy with wonder over what I'd just seen. It was impossible. There was a ruffle of fabric as he returned to his human form and quickly dressed, and my heart thundered in my chest when I heard footsteps nearing me a minute later. A gentle touch caressed my shoulder, and only then did I slowly whirl back to face him. My words had escaped me. What could I say after a display like that? Are you afraid? Ryland was fully dressed as though nothing miraculous had just taken place. He tensed, awaiting my response. No, I'm not afraid. But you must have questions. Many. Then I will answer them. I chewed the inside of my lip, wondering where to begin. But after a minute, Ryland took advantage of the silence. I welcomed his explanation as the thoughts still failed to fully form into coherent questions in my mind. I never meant to cause you any worry, he began. I only wanted to protect you. But I'm afraid I don't know how to do that without frightening you or bringing more risk upon your shoulders. You see, no one knows about my ability to shift. No one but my family. And my father fears, rightfully so, that if anyone else discovers my gift, it will only bring war and terror to our kingdom. To all kingdoms. It's one reason why I've been forbidden to leave. Your secret is safe with me. I reached for his hand, forgetting about the scratch on my arm until he leaned in to take a closer look at it. I tugged it back, but he held firm to my wrist. It's nothing. It's not nothing. You were scratched by the thorns, weren't you? I knew it. But how are you still standing? Most men would be paralyzed on the ground by now. Those toxins are powerful. It's only superficial, I said, pulling my arm away from him again. He released it this time, and a resigned grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then it was worth it, even with you being upset with me. Ryland reached into his pocket before I could ask what he meant by that, and pulled out a black feather. It would have been beautiful, but the soft edges were clumped together by something sticky and wet. He gestured for my arm again, something vulnerable in his eyes. May I? I extended it toward him, and he gently rubbed the feather over the inflamed skin around the scrape. I am truly sorry that I caused you so much worry, he said as he worked. With every brush of the feather, the fire in my skin cooled just a bit, along with the throb in my ankle. Honestly, I think I panicked, he continued. I was so focused on getting the dragon's saliva after I saw you stumble into those thorns that I didn't think to stop and tell you what was happening. I saw you escape, and I knew I could keep the beast away from you. But I should have considered what you were thinking as well. It took much longer than I expected, and I feared I would be too late. I feared that the toxins would have already taken you under. But just before I turned back for you, the dragon got me in its mouth. I gasped, but Ryland only smiled wider. It wasn't a fatal bite. It was only enough to get its disgusting saliva on my feathers, and that is exactly what I needed. He finished tending to my small scrape, and I marveled at how normal the skin looked now. It's gone. It's gone, he repeated. Dropping the feather to the ground, he brushed a piece of hair from my eyes. I won't leave you frightened like that again, Melynn. You have my word. I averted my gaze, suddenly too aware of our proximity to one another. And you have my word that I won't jump to conclusions next time, or assume the worst about your actions, as long as we can agree to be honest with one another. I met his eyes again. Because I am entrusting my life with you on this trip, mine and my mother's, so I need to know that there won't be any more secrets. Is that possible? To be fully honest with each other? It's possible. He turned back to the mountain. Now, step one of keeping you safe means finding some shelter for tonight. Let's go find ourselves another cave, shall we? Good idea. We'll need our rest before trekking back up for the berries again tomorrow. You mean these berries? Ryland pulled a bundle from his pocket, grinning like he hung the moon. And in my eyes, he may as well have. Chapter 20. I awoke with a shiver, the chill of the empty cave seeping into my bones. As consciousness slowly returned, my senses were greeted by the enticing aroma of cooking game. Rubbing first my eyes, and then my ankle, I was relieved to find myself in much better condition today on all accounts, all but the persistent rumble in my belly. Cautiously, I peeked my head out of the cave, squinting against the morning light. The sight that greeted me warmed my heart more than any fire could. Ryland was there, tending a small blaze with a spit suspended over it. He slowly rotated a stick lined with some kind of meat, probably rabbit. The delicious scent wafting through the air suggested it was nearly ready. Good morning, Ryland called out, his face breaking into a smile that rivaled the sun. Breakfast is almost ready. And what a breakfast it is! I couldn't hide my own grin as I joined him by the flames, extending my hands to soak up the warmth. The fire crackled merrily, sending sparks dancing into the crisp morning air. Ryland shrugged, a playful glint in his eyes. I'm sure it won't compare to that deliciously soggy bread we enjoyed the other night, but it'll give you some strength for the long walk ahead of us today. He carefully pulled the meat off the fire and began to separate it into smaller portions for us. The savory aroma made my mouth water, and I found myself impatiently shifting from foot to foot as I waited for my share. When Ryland finally handed me my portion, I eagerly bit into the food, burning my tongue in my haste, but the hunger gnawing at my insides was so intense that I barely noticed the pain. After a few hasty bites, my mind cleared enough to consider the day ahead. We have the berries, Ryland said between bites of his own breakfast, his tone becoming more serious. So the next thing we need before leaving Greenbridge is the fur of a momia. I nearly choked on my food. First dragons and now momea? This can't be real. It sounds like you're reading from the pages of a children's book. Ryland's grin didn't quite reach his eyes this time. You'd be surprised to know that most children's books are rooted in truth. They're almost always darker than they appear on the surface. His words sent a chill down my spine, and I found myself thinking back to some of my favorite stories from childhood. They had been enjoyable as fiction, but if those characters and events were real... An unbidden memory crashed into my brain. Thoughts of the Moirai, the Fates, spinning their thread just like the women who had been spinning yarn at the fair just before Ryland burst into my world. And the fortune teller. What was it that she had said? That I would fall in love, but it wouldn't last. I'd thought her a fool at the time. But now that Ryland had turned my world upside down, well, now it wasn't so difficult to believe that I would fall in love. In fact, the feeling enveloped me like water, covering me up and keeping me down until eventually I would have to crack and let it in. But if this feeling did turn into love, why wouldn't it last? Would something happen to him? To me? I shuddered at the thought. Mistaking my fear for a chill, Ryland stirred the fire, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The orange and yellow flames stretched up to lick the now empty spit. I focused on their hypnotic dance instead of the what-ifs that threatened to overwhelm me. So tell me more about this Momea, I said, desperate to change the subject. Is it true what the storybooks say? I can't imagine a creature so adorable could possibly be bad. Ah, yes. Ryland's expression lightened as he began to gather our things for the trip ahead. It's all by design, and they're awfully vain little beasts. In fact, I'm sure the Momea would love to hear you call it adorable, but only if you were a man. I laughed, the sound echoing off the cave walls. I didn't realize they were so sexist. Oh, it's true, Ryland continued, his voice taking on a storyteller's cadence. They despise women, but it's all out of jealousy. When they see a thing of beauty, they feel threatened. Their vanity drives them to rage, and they will attack a woman and bring her to her death. And men? I asked, both fascinated and horrified. They only crave a man's adoration. I scoffed, thinking of some of the women back in my village. Just like most women I know. Ryland stopped his chore and sat so close to me on the ground that our thighs touched. The sudden proximity sent my heart racing, and I found myself holding my breath as his warm brown eyes met mine, swirling with an emotion I couldn't quite define. Melynn, he said softly, his voice low and intense. If it's adoration you want, then adoration you shall get. He reached out, tucking a stray piece of hair behind my ear. His hand lingered, fingertips brushing the delicate skin of my neck, just enough to send a thrill racing down through my core. His lips parted slightly, and he leaned in so slowly that I could have imagined the whole thing. Time seemed to stand still as I finally worked up the nerve to meet him halfway. The world around us faded away, and all I could focus on was the warmth of his breath on my skin and the way his eyes seemed to draw me in. Just as our lips were about to meet, a loud scampering through the leaves behind us shattered the moment. I let out a startled gasp, my heart pounding for an entirely different reason now. Ryland dropped his hand and chuckled, though I could hear a hint of frustration in his voice. Just a squirrel. He stood and dusted off the back of his pants while I remained breathless on the cold ground. The moment was gone, but the electricity that had passed between us lingered, leaving me yearning for more. As Ryland resumed packing our belongings, I found myself stealing glances at him, replaying the almost kiss in my mind. The way he had looked at me, the gentleness of his touch, it all pointed to something deeper than mere companionship. But was I ready for that? Could I afford to let my heart get involved when so much was at stake? We should get moving, Ryland said, breaking into my thoughts. The Momea are at least another day's travel from here. Chapter 21. The rest of the day was far less eventful than the morning had been. It took little time for me to remember what a mistake it would be for me to fall for Ryland. He was a mage. And not only that, He was on the run from some powerful knights of Caligo. There was no happy ending in our future. I managed to keep a friendly but careful distance from him as we wove through the forest. Our conversation remained casual, focusing on our surroundings and nothing more personal than the leaves on the trees. But every time our hands accidentally brushed or our eyes met, I felt that same electric current running through me. When it came time to find shelter that night, we were spared the intimacy of another tight cave. Instead, we found a bend in the river that seemed perfect for camping. With the water protecting us on nearly 3 sides, it felt secure. And thankfully, there was plenty of room for us to spread out on our own. As I lay awake that night, listening to the gentle rush of the river and Ryland's steady breathing, I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if that squirrel hadn't interrupted us. Would we have kissed? And if we had, would I have been able to maintain this careful distance? It wasn't until almost noon the following day that we finally made it to the meadow where Ryland believed we would find the Mumea. This is it. He dropped his bag near the base of a large oak. Now we wait. I scanned the branches overhead, looking for any glimpse of the Mumea's silvery white fur or lilac-colored tail. It still seemed ridiculous to me that we were searching for what I'd always believed to be an imaginary creature. But if it was anything like that dragon... I rubbed the chill bumps popping up along my arms. But this wasn't a giant fire-breathing beast. It was a tiny, fox-like creature with oversized ears and a fluffy tail. And Ryland was here to shower it with adoration. It would be happy, and we would be fine. We would be fine. So how long do you expect we'll need to wait? I asked, trying to distract myself from how close Ryland was standing. He glanced at the sky, his profile illuminated by the midday sun. It usually likes to wait in its burrow until the golden hour, just before the sun sets. Is it nocturnal? No, it's just so incredibly vain that it only wants to be seen in the best light. When the sun's rays streak across the sky and the world is bathed in the purples and pinks of twilight, that's when it will appear. I suppose it would be difficult not to feel beautiful in that kind of light, I mused, imagining how the soft glow of sunset might play across Ryland's features. He shrugged. The Mumea is a lovely creature, but even the most stunning of sunsets wouldn't make it the most beautiful thing in this forest. I turned to find his eyes focused on me, and warmth immediately rose to my cheeks. His lips twitched with the beginning of a grin when I caught him staring, but I couldn't look away, caught in the warmth of his gaze. I needed to keep moving. Spending a few hours with him in this meadow was only going to get me in trouble. Come on. Let's go get a drink at the river while we wait for the sun to set. What I didn't say was that I desperately needed that cold water to calm my heated skin. His gaze did strange things to me. The river bubbled cheerfully over the rocks, mocking me as I kept my eyes to myself, determined not to stare at the strong muscles of Ryland's back that were on display as he splashed the water over his chest and arms. I went about my business as any modest maiden would, carefully dabbing a wet cloth across my forehead and along my neck. I was doing a fine job of keeping to myself until I heard the splash. Are you okay? I whipped around to see Ryland grinning like a schoolboy from the shallow water. It was just deep enough to cover his trousers. I slipped, he said, not even trying to hide his grin. Do you mind lending me a hand? Of course. I scurried over and extended my arm. He made a show of reaching for it, then pulled me right down into the water with him. Why did you do that? I squealed as the cool water covered my legs, swishing my skirt in the river's gentle current. It was difficult to pretend I was angry when the waves felt so good, and Ryland's laughter was so infectious. You looked like you needed an excuse to jump in, he said, pulling me closer. His arm wrapped around the small of my back, and my breath caught at our proximity. Plus, this is probably the best view in the whole forest. He turned me so that my back faced him, and then pointed upriver. A winding snake of glistening water divided 2 green expanses of trees, and there in the middle was the world's most incredible view of the eastern mountains and the valley where the river entered between its peaks. We stood there for several minutes, silently appreciating the world's splendor. I leaned casually against him, acutely aware of every point where our bodies touched. His hands rested lightly on my shoulders, and I could feel the warmth of his breath on my neck. Finally, I turned back to face him, and his hands fell to my back, halfway to an embrace. My heart was racing, and I struggled to form coherent thoughts. "You know," I said, trying to hide my grin and the tremor in my voice, "I had every intention of reprimanding you for pulling me into the river." His eyes twinkled with mischief. But you're lucky that view was nice enough for me to forgive you for getting me all wet." He smiled in earnest. "I think I like you, Melynn." "I think I like you too," I thought. But the words wouldn't come. I shouldn't say it. I shouldn't even think it. But when he stared at my lips like he wanted to. Ryland kissed me then. It was the softest, briefest touch of his lips on mine that I almost thought I'd imagined it, like the brush of a feather. My eyes closed, waiting for more. This wasn't like our kiss in the alley at the fair. It wasn't out of necessity. He kissed me because he wanted to, and I wanted more of it. But more never came. Instead, all I got was a soft splash of water on my face and a playful laugh as he waded away from me. "I'm going to have to stop right there," he called out over his shoulder, "or else I'm afraid we'll be here all evening and completely miss our chance to grab the momea." As much as I hated to admit it, he was right. But every fiber of my being wanted to pull him back, to feel his lips on mine again, to explore this growing connection between us. We made our way back to the shore, the air between us charged with unspoken desire. As we dried off in the warm afternoon sun, I couldn't help but steal glances at Ryland. The way the water droplets clung to his skin, how his wet shirt clung to his muscular frame. It was almost more than I could bear. "We should probably start preparing for the momea," Ryland said, his voice breaking through my reverie. And I don't think it was my imagination. He sounded a bit breathless, too. Chapter 22. Our clothes were still damp as the sun made its slow descent in the sky. We hurried our steps back to the meadow, and I feared that our games in the river might have truly cost us our chance to find the momea. But thankfully, there was no reason to worry. We made it back with plenty of time to spare. As the sun dipped closer to the horizon, the light shifted, turning everything it touched into burnished gold. Wildflowers swayed gently in the breeze, their colors more vibrant in the fading daylight. The air was thick with anticipation, and a thrum of excitement danced over my skin. We were so close now. "It should appear any minute," Ryland whispered to me. "I want you to stay back, hidden by the trees. I know you want to help, but where the momea is concerned, it really is safer for you to stay out of sight." I wanted to object. After all we'd been through together, it felt wrong to hang back while Ryland faced potential danger alone. But I knew he was right. His warnings about the momea's hatred for women echoed in my mind. If we wanted that fur, Ryland would have to be the one to get it. "What's your plan?" I asked, trying to keep the disappointment out of my voice. "Is there anything I can do to help from out here?" Ryland's eyes scanned the meadow, alert for any sign of movement. "Just stay quiet," he said, his voice low and serious. "Try not to even think too loudly. These creatures aren't made the same way we are, and I've heard too many stories to put you in danger. I'll coax the creature out and shower it with praise before slicing off a tuft of fur from its tail." He flashed a small knife, the golden light of the setting sun reflecting off of its shiny blade. "Be careful," I said, running a hand gently down his arm. The simple touch sent sparks through me, and I wished I could do more. Hold him, kiss him for luck, anything to ensure that this plan would go off without any problems. "I will." Before he could say more, a rustling sound from across the clearing caught our attention. My breath caught in my throat as the momea strolled proudly across the soft grass, its movements graceful and deliberate. It angled its feline head in our direction. and I felt pinned in place by its gaze. It was no larger than a fox, but its tail was twice as long. Its ears were the size of my hands, and while they might have looked comical on any other animal, they only added to the momea's otherworldly beauty. They were tipped with silver fur and faded into the purest white that covered the rest of its body. All but its tail, which was an impossible silvery purple. The creature's large, clever eyes scanned the trees where we stood. There was an intelligence in those eyes that seemed almost human. Ryland quickly stepped out to draw its attention away from me. He gasped, making a show of being completely overwhelmed by the momea's beauty. "What a stunning creature!" he marveled, his voice filled with awe as he moved smoothly into the clearing. The animal sat back on its haunches, staring at Ryland without blinking. There was no fear in its stance, but its intense focus made me wonder what was going through its mind. Did it doubt Ryland's authenticity at all? Or was it simply basking in the adoration, as vain as the stories claimed? Ryland continued his performance, moving slowly to avoid startling the momea. A constant stream of praise flowed from his lips, each compliment more elaborate than the last. I found myself holding my breath, waiting for any sign that the creature had seen through our ruse. But it wasn't long before the animal's long, fluffy tail began to swish in the air, followed by a deep, rumbling purr that I could hear even from my hidden position. Our plan was working. Ryland dropped to one knee in the middle of the clearing, extending a hand towards the momea in a gesture of reverence. The creature stood, watching him cautiously for several long moments. Finally, the momea began to move towards Ryland. Its steps were so graceful that I wondered if it was floating across the soft earth, its delicate feet barely touching the ground. I'd never seen anything so beautiful in my life, and I found myself understanding why these creatures were so vain. How could something so stunning not know its own worth? The momea's purr grew louder as it approached Ryland, seeming to glow in the setting sunlight. Its tail was the perfect accessory to the vivid pinks, oranges, and purples stretching across the sky. The creature was breathtaking, so stunning that it almost hurt to look at it for too long. Suddenly, the momea turned, as though it couldn't resist moving closer to my silent wonder. Its purr built into a crescendo loud enough to send a tremble through my bones as its attention shifted to where I stood hidden in the trees. Panic flashed across Ryland's face, and it took just a fraction of a second before he darkened the shadows around me, trying to hide me from the beast. After the briefest pause, something shifted in the momea's eyes. It took 2 long strides forward, faster than one of the king's horses, then leaped into the branches of a massive elm tree near me. I held my breath, regretting every thought that wouldn't shut up in my head. The momea knew. Somehow it knew what I was thinking. It knew I was here, as though it was intimately tuned in to the slightest thought of praise. My panic was stifling as I held still as a statue. Ryland was on his feet now, his voice rising as he practically shouted compliments, trying desperately to bring the momea's attention back to him. But I could tell by the frenzied movement of his eyes as he scanned the branches overhead that he had lost sight of it. And though every muscle in my body screamed at me to run, I didn't dare move. "Where have you gone?" Ryland called out to the missing momea. "The fates are cruel to allow me to glimpse such a magnificent creature, only to take it away again so quickly. Please, please allow me to set my eyes upon your impossible beauty once more." The forest around us had gone eerily quiet, as if holding its breath along with us. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, each beat feeling like it might give away my position. Slowly, carefully, I angled my chin just enough to peer over my shoulder, searching for any sign of the momea. Then the world went completely dark. Chapter 23. The pain exploded across my face like liquid fire, a searing agony that eclipsed all other sensations. I hadn't known it was possible to feel such torment so suddenly. My mind reeled from the shock of the momea's razor-sharp claws, digging fiery trenches through the skin on my face. Half an inch to the left, and I would have been blinded. The realization sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I fell instantly to the ground, my body acting on pure instinct. Lashing, writhing, and rolling through the darkness, I desperately tried to shake off the creature. It was so soft on the outside, but made of nothing but solid muscle and unbridled fury beneath its coat. We rolled over stones and roots, each impact sending jolts of pain through my already battered body. When we slammed into the trunk of the elm, the air rushed from my lungs, but still I didn't stop fighting to get free. Though it couldn't speak, there was no doubt in my mind that the Momea was out for blood. Its relentless attack made it clear it wouldn't stop this fight until I was dead. The creature's hatred for women, which had seemed almost comical earlier, now felt terrifyingly real. My hands grabbed fistfuls of silky fur as I pulled and tugged to loosen its grip on me, but it only sank its claws in deeper. Each movement sent fresh waves of agony through my face as warm blood trickled down my cheeks. Just as despair began to set in, a monstrous roar cut through my panic, turning my blood cold. It was a sound of pure rage, so primal and fierce that for a moment, I wasn't sure if it came from man or beast. There was the sickly thud of a blunt weapon meeting flesh and bone, and suddenly, the weight of the Momea lifted from me. An unearthly cry pierced the darkness, ripping the shadows from my eyes. The Momea's scream was from another realm, so raw and pure that it shattered something in my chest. It was a sound of pain, yes, but also of wounded pride, as if the creature couldn't believe it had been bested. Then Ryland's face was in front of me before I had a chance to process what had just happened. His features were contorted into a beastly snarl, a reminder of the savage roar I'd heard moments ago. But his eyes glimmered with a mixture of hope and fear, love and worry. He dropped the branch in his hand, now stained with blood, and fell to my side. My name was a whisper on his lips as Ryland reached for my cheek. His hand stopped short, hesitating. That's when I noticed the sticky warmth of blood dripping down my chin and onto the shredded remnants of my dress. Unfortunately, my face had taken most of the damage. More pain, I knew, would come later once my adrenaline wore off. But for now, all I could see were those warm eyes shining down on me. "I'm so sorry," Ryland said, grimacing. His voice was thick with guilt and self-loathing. "It was all my fault. I should have known better than to keep you so close. I knew the risks, and I—" "Shh!" I put a finger against his lips, unable to bear another apology. The simple movement sent a fresh wave of pain through me, but I pushed through it. "It's not your fault." I sat up, wincing at the effort, and looked through the trees. Where did it go? Who knows? It's gone, and it won't be coming back anytime soon. There was a hardness to Ryland's voice that I hadn't heard before. It spoke of a protective fury that both thrilled and frightened me. "How can you be sure?" "I hit it in the face. It's too proud to be seen with a marred appearance." I winced, wondering how marred my own appearance was after the fight. I'd never considered myself a vain girl, but I knew I wasn't unattractive, or at least I hadn't been. What kind of scars would the Momea leave behind, and would they be too much for a man to look upon? Would they be too much for Ryland? As if reading my thoughts, Ryland's expression softened. "We need to clean your wounds," he said, his voice gentler now. "Come, let's go back to the river." I stood on shaky legs, adjusting my dress and tearing off a shred of the fabric to tie bits of it back together for modesty. It was easier to keep my hands busy and focus on the ruined dress than to think about my ruined face. Tears burned at the back of my eyes as I followed Ryland in silence. He stopped before we reached the river and carved a piece of bark from a willow tree. "Chew this. It will help with the pain." I did as he said, trying not to spit the bitter mouthful of wood back out onto the forest floor. He was right. The pain had started to make itself known, and I needed to take whatever edge off that I could. Once at the water, I dipped the ripped fabric into the cool river, watching the reflection of the stars ripple across its surface over the gentle waves. For a moment, I was mesmerized by the beauty of the night sky. A stifled cry escaped me as I brought the fabric to my cheek, the cold water stinging the open wounds. "Please, let me help." I couldn't meet his eyes as he gently took the fabric from me and began to tend to my wounds. He worked wordlessly, and I couldn't guess what he was thinking once I finally built up the courage to look at him again. His expression was fierce, a mix of concentration and barely contained anger. Not at me, but at the situation, at the Momea, at himself. I should have killed it. He stood when his work was complete, handing me the soiled fabric. I didn't even have a chance to slice off its fur, but that's fine. I can try again, and I'll make sure you're somewhere safe and far away from the jealous little beast the next time. There won't be a next time. He paused and knelt beside me again, his eyes searching mine. Don't despair, Melynn. Your wounds aren't fatal. We will get you healed as good as new, and then I'll return and make that beast regret the day it met us. I'll get you the fur. You have my word. The tenderness in his voice and the softness of his eyes as he took me in, shredded skin and all, made me feel foolish for doubting him. You misunderstood. I forced a smile despite the pain it caused and pushed a hand into the pocket of my skirt. I meant there doesn't have to be a next time because I already got the fur. Unfurling my fingers, I revealed a lilac-tinted tuft of fur that practically glowed under the silver light of the moon. I yanked it out while the nasty creature was trying to claw my eyes out. Ryland laughed, and the sound of it washed away any remaining tension in the air. Have I ever told you that you're amazing? I don't believe you have. Ryland dropped to the riverbank beside me. He gently brushed back my hair, leaving his hand lingering at the back of my neck. Well, Melynn, I think you're amazing. He kissed me again, in earnest this time. It was somehow both strong and gentle, but swift. He pulled back, a question in his eyes. But there was no hesitation on my part. Wrapping my fingers in the front of his tunic, I yanked his mouth back down to mine. Maybe it was the remnants of the adrenaline in my veins, or maybe it was just the pure joy of surviving an attack from what I'd always thought was a mythical creature. But the feel of Ryland's lips moving against mine made me feel alive. Even the scratches on my cheeks couldn't bring me down. I was high from the adventure, and even higher from Ryland's company. In that moment, the pain, the fear, the uncertainty of our quest, it all faded away, leaving only this connection between us. He held me in his arms that night, safe and alive and free under the watchful eyes of the stars and the smiling face of the moon. Chapter 24. The next 2 days were mostly uneventful and filled with stories, which I gladly welcomed after the harrowing encounter with the Momea. As we traveled, Ryland shared anecdotes from his childhood, revealing a side of himself I hadn't seen before. His eyes lit up as he told me about his sister, Stacia, who was apparently just as mischievous as he was. There was this one time, Ryland began, a playful glint in his eye, when Stacia and I decided to play a prank on our family's cook. I listened, enraptured as he spun the tale of how they had gathered a basket full of salamanders from a nearby stream. With exaggerated gestures, he described how they had snuck into the kitchen, tiptoeing past the bustling staff to tuck the basket into the pantry. The cook's face when she opened that pantry door, Ryland exclaimed, his laughter infectious. I've never seen someone jump so high. I laughed until I cried, the pain in my healing face forgotten in the joy of the moment. As his laughter subsided, Ryland's expression softened. Stacia was born with the gift of magic, too, he said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. Though hers took on a different form than mine. I leaned in, curious to learn more, but Ryland's sudden discomfort was clear. He shifted, his eyes darting away from mine, and I knew not to push further. Whatever Stacia's power was, it was obviously a sensitive subject. Instead, I shared my own childhood memories, filling the silence with stories of the games I'd played with my father while he was alive. I told Ryland about the times we'd go fishing in the stream near our home, how my father would patiently teach me to bait the hook and cast the line. And my mother, I said, a wistful smile on my face. She was known for her quick wit and sharp tongue. But more than that, she had a way with words that could transport a person out of this world and right into the middle of whichever tale she told. Ryland listened intently, his eyes never leaving my face. It sounds like a magical gift in itself, he said softly. I nodded, feeling a pang of homesickness. It seemed that way to me, at least. As we continued our journey, Ryland and I took turns asking questions and sharing more pieces of ourselves. Our conversations were peppered with stolen kisses when the timing was right, each one sending a thrill through me. I couldn't remember another time when I had ever been so happy. It was like I'd taken the place of one of the princesses from the fables of my childhood. But unlike the fairy tales, I knew there wouldn't be a happily ever after for us. The reality of our situation loomed over us like a storm cloud on the horizon. We both knew the safe and happy portion of our adventure would come to an end sooner than we wanted. With each step, we were nearing Caligo, and the weight of our quest began to settle back onto our shoulders. The air grew thicker, and our laughter faded as we approached the port of Arrowwatch, the southernmost city of the Greenbridge Kingdom. It was our last major landmark before we would cross the strait that would lead us into the Dark Kingdom to our south, into the homeland of Ryland and Stacia, and hordes of black mages. Caligo. The name itself seemed to cast a shadow over us. We stood at the edge of the forest, overlooking the port below and the blue of the sea beyond. I'd never been to the sea before, and the sight of it took my breath away. It was so much larger than I'd dreamed possible. I'd seen enough maps to know that there were hundreds of tiny islands and rocks jutting up from the waves between Greenbridge and Caligo, but all I could see from here was the blue of the water, stretching all the way to the horizon. There will be nights all throughout the city, Ryland said solemnly, breaking the silence that had fallen between us. I tore my gaze away from the mesmerizing view to look at him. His jaw was set, his eyes scanning the port below with a mix of wariness and determination. Should we disguise ourselves? He huffed a humorless laugh. I wish disguises were enough. But no, they'll know it's me. You got away from them at the fair. I met his gaze, wondering exactly what he was suggesting we do. That was different, Ryland said, shaking his head. There were only two. And, well, they weren't as strong that far north. But this is different. These knights will be fully charged and waiting. And there are probably hundreds of them hidden in the alleys and posted on buildings throughout Arrowwatch. If the others spread word of my escape at your fair, they will be especially unhappy. There's no telling what they'll do. Do you think they'll kill you? Ryland's eyes softened as they met mine. It's not my life I'm worried about. I heard his unspoken words loud and clear. The concern in his eyes, the protective stance he'd taken, it was all for me. So we'll go around it, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We're low on supplies. We'll eat less, I insisted, not willing to give up so easily. Melynn. I put up my hand, cutting him off before he could suggest what I knew was coming. Don't even say it. I'm not staying in the city while you continue to Caligo alone. You wanted me to come with you. I agreed to do this together. If you go alone, who's to say you'll come back to me at all? I'll always come back. But what if you can't? The amount of panic rushing through my chest surprised me. The thought of Ryland facing the dangers of Caligo alone, of never seeing him again, was more terrifying than any Momea or Black Mage. He hardened his jaw and looked back over the port in the valley below. After a moment of tense silence, he spoke. We'll have to find a boat. Right, because I couldn't shift into a raven like he could and simply fly over the water. But I refused to be a burden. He was showing an unnecessary amount of kindness to me already by working so hard to save my mother. It was time for me to step up and contribute what I could. I'll find us a boat. I started down the hill toward Arrow Watch. How? I felt, rather than heard, his presence behind me. I glanced back at him, a spark of the mischief we'd shared earlier returning to my eyes. You'll see. We'll be in Caligo by tomorrow. Chapter 25. I didn't know exactly where I was going, but Ryland didn't have to know that. I'd learned long ago that if you handle yourself with enough confidence, you could convince anyone of anything. It was just a lot easier in theory than it was in practice. Melynn, please, stop, Ryland called from behind me. You can't just march into town without a plan. I have a plan. I need to find the traitors. He quickened his pace to catch up. We have nothing to trade. That's not true, I countered, a sly smile playing on my lips. We have loads of fireberries. And didn't you say they were quite potent? That no more than 2 or 3 could completely intoxicate a grown man? Surely we don't need them all for the elixir. Understanding dawned on Ryland's face, quickly followed by concern. So your plan is to get a drunk trader to sail us to Caligo? Not us. I grinned. Me. You can fly. That's a terrible idea. I picked up my pace, noting the farmhouses that began to dot the roads as we neared town. So was facing a dragon and chasing down a momea, but we survived that just fine. I like to think we're pretty good at terrible ideas. But what if they try to take advantage of you? There was a fire burning in his eyes. What if they won't. I will be fine. Look, I know some of the traders from this area. They purchase apples from me each fall because they can't grow the same varieties this far south. And while they sell some to the merchants in Arrow Watch, I also happen to know that these men aren't afraid to smuggle them out of Greenbridge and into the southern continent. I hear they fetch some shiny copper down there. Ryland's brows shot up. I didn't realize you were so friendly with the traders. I couldn't help but grin, remembering the countless conversations I'd had with these men over the years. I've found that a little chit-chat and a warm mug of cider fetches me higher prices too. My smile widened, knowing that I had won. Who knew that years of trying to sell anything I could grow just to earn enough coins to scrape by would someday play into my favor? And why would they want to smuggle you out of the country, instead of the apples? I shrugged. They will be too intoxicated to know any better. Now you better shift before we get any closer to the city. Wouldn't want any Knights of Caligo getting in our way now, would we? Wait. He took a step toward me, scooping my waist in his large hand and tugging my body toward the warmth of his. And even after a couple of days full of moments like this, I still got a rush at his nearness. Maybe I always would. Always. That was a nice thought, one that sent a thrill through me despite the danger we were about to face. His lips moved softly against mine. It wasn't a goodbye, but more of a promise that we would get through this. Terrible ideas or not, we were in it together. I was breathless when he pulled away, my head spinning slightly. Ryland was my version of fireberries, and I didn't think I'd ever get enough of the way he made me feel. I considered scrapping my whole plan just to spend another night wrapped up in his arms. But there was no time for that. We had to keep moving before my mother's current dose of elixir wore off. The thought of my mother brought me back to reality, reminding me of why we were here in the first place. Be careful, Ryland said, his forehead resting against mine. I'll be close by in case you need me. Thank you. I placed another quick peck on his lips and turned back down the hill. But I will be fine. See you in Caligo, I added with a wink. As I turned back down the hill, I could feel Ryland's eyes on me, watching me go. My false bravado had served its purpose. Ryland trusted me to carry through with this foolish plan. Now I just needed to trust myself. The port city of Arrow Watch sprawled before me, a maze of narrow streets and bustling docks. The salty sea breeze carried the sounds of shouting merchants, creaking ship masts, and the constant crash of waves against the shore. It was a far cry from my quiet life in the forest, and for a moment, I felt overwhelmed by the sheer energy of the place. Filling my lungs with the briny sea air, I squared my shoulders and started down the final stretch towards the city. Each step brought me closer to completing the most courageous, or probably most foolhardy, act of my life. The weight of our quest, of my mother's life, and of Ryland's safety, all rested on my ability to pull this off. But then again, I'd kissed a dark mage of Caligo and followed him blindly into the forest, and that had turned out just fine. I'd faced a dragon and outsmarted a Momia. I'd survived things I never thought possible. Surely these traitors couldn't be any worse, right? As I reached the outskirts of Arrowwatch, I cast one last glance over my shoulder. I couldn't see Ryland anymore, but I knew he was there, watching over me. With that comforting thought, I took a deep breath and stepped into the bustling streets of the port city. Chapter 26. Arrowwatch was much larger than my home village. It was probably closer to the size of Farascott, but not nearly as clean. There was no palace or royalty presiding over the port city. There were only ships and merchants and traders, and those who lived off of what little they could steal or scrounge from the massive piles of trash left behind. As I made my way deeper into the city, the contrast between Arrowwatch and my quiet forest home became even more apparent. The streets were a chaotic maze of activity, with people of all shapes and sizes hurrying about their business. Sailors with weathered faces and tattoo-covered arms brushed shoulders with well-dressed merchants, while street urchins darted between legs, their quick hands always on the lookout for an easy mark. The stench of refuse and dead fish nearly suffocated me as I neared the marketplace by the docks. The odor was so potent that I had to fight the urge to gag, wondering how the locals could stand it day after day. But I had no choice but to visit the marketplace. This was where one could find just about anything, whether legal or not. And this was exactly where I expected to find the traders. The cloth full of fireberries hung heavily in my pocket, and I couldn't shake the feeling that everyone in Arrowwatch knew what I carried. My hand kept drifting to the pocket, checking and rechecking that the precious cargo was still there. I felt hidden eyes on me as I wove through the different stalls of the market. Eyes of merchants or thieves, or possibly even the knights of Caligo, tucked away in the shadows. Whoever it was, it made me uneasy. I tried to blend in, adopting the purposeful stride of someone who belonged here, but I couldn't help feeling like an imposter. Every time someone looked at me for a moment too long, my heart would race, convinced I'd been found out. Worse yet, the merchants were packing up their things and preparing to call it a night, and I'd still yet to find any of the traders I knew from back home. As the crowd began to thin, my anxiety grew. I backed against a building, the rough stone cool against my back, and shoved my hand in my pocket, ensuring that no one could sneak up on me from behind or quickly swipe the berries without my knowledge. Then I watched. I watched as the sun sank lower over the water, painting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and pink. The silhouette of a large bird flying in front of it caught my eye, and I wondered if it was Ryland, keeping his promise to stay close. And I listened. The cacophony of the market was slowly giving way to the evening sounds of the port, the creaking of ships' timbers, the distant shouts of sailors, and the ever-present lapping of waves against the shore. It wasn't long before I heard enough snickers and mixed conversation to locate a pair of traders who I'd never seen before. The men were young, probably not more than a year or two older than myself. One seemed to be in especially good spirits, high off of a lucrative deal he'd struck with one of the sailors. His face was flushed with excitement, and probably a fair amount of alcohol, his loud voice carrying easily across the dwindling crowd. The other looked like exactly the kind of person I didn't want to find myself alone with in a dark alley. His scowl sent a shiver down my spine, his eyes dark and calculating as they scanned the area around them. I hesitated for a moment, weighing my options. These weren't the friendly faces I'd hoped to find, but time was running out. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I made my decision. I followed them anyway. They led me along the water's edge, away from the relative safety of the crowded marketplace. As the buildings of Arrowwatch thinned, I worked to conceal myself behind trees and abandoned crates instead, increasing the distance between us enough to not get caught, while still staying close enough to see if they veered off the path. They didn't. I smelled the smoke of the campfire before I saw it. The sun was low enough now that the smoke blended in with the gray of twilight, but the flames were aglow, and all around the campfire were a number of makeshift shanty houses and tents. Piles of empty cartons and crates littered the ground, creating a maze-like obstacle course. Wagons stacked high and covered with blankets and tarps cast long shadows, parked in a circle around the outside of the campground. It wasn't a place I'd enjoy spending my time, but I had to admire them for what they had here. It was a hub of activity, close enough to the docks at Arrow Watch to get first picks of the goods shipped in from foreign kingdoms, and close enough to sell some of Greenbridge's resources to the captains of the cargo ships who were willing to turn a blind eye to the law. I'd heard enough over the years to know that this entire industry was completely outside of King Brogan's knowledge. Otherwise, the royal family would tax them dry. I crept as close as I dared, hidden behind one of the wagons as I took in the details. The site was alive with bawdy tunes and laughter. They were a mass of unwashed bodies, sweat glistening under the light of the moon. They passed around bottles and recapped the best and worst trades of the day. Some were thrilled, while others, like the scowling man I followed, looked about ready to smash the bottles over the more successful traders' skulls. But they seemed to be a mostly decent bunch. It wouldn't hurt to watch a little while longer, though. There was still no sign of the small group who came through our village several times a year. They would be my first choice of traders to speak with. But if they were on another journey somewhere, then I'd have to settle for whichever group looked the friendliest. My gaze drifted back to the happy young man I'd followed in from the city. He had a bottle to his lips that only halfway hid his sloppy grin. At this rate, I might not even have to use any of the berries to get my way. He was well on his way to intoxication all on his own. I reached for the bag again, just to reassure myself that it was still there. The rough cloth of the pouch was a comforting presence against my fingertips. I was so focused on the fireberries, on my plan, that I didn't hear the footsteps approaching from behind. Suddenly, a grip of steel clenched around my wrist. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. Hot breath hit the back of my neck as a gruff voice said, "Well, what do we have here?" Chapter 27. My knees slammed hard into the dirt before the campfire, sending a jolt of pain through my legs. The impact brought the songs and laughter to an abrupt stop, replacing the jovial atmosphere with a tense silence that seemed to stretch on forever. "Got ourselves a thief, boys." The young man with the scowl spat in the dirt just an inch away from where my fingers gripped the earth. His eyes gleamed with a malicious light that made my blood run cold. There was nowhere to run. Even if my ankle had been fully healed, it would be impossible to get away unscathed. I was surrounded by a sea of unfriendly faces, each one a potential threat. "What did she steal?" An older man called out from somewhere in the crowd. From my spot on the ground, it was difficult to tell if he was looking for a reason to set me free or a reason to join Scowlman in punishing me. His tone was neutral, but in this environment, I couldn't afford to trust anyone. "Nothing," I said, shaking my head vehemently. I held out my hands, palms up, in a gesture of innocence. "I have nothing of yours." "Show us what's in them pockets." My mind raced. I couldn't reveal the fireberries, not yet. They were my only bargaining chip, and once they were known, I'd lose any advantage I might have. "It's a trade," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What kind of trade?" The older man sounded skeptical. "From up north, where I'm from. I promise there's some value, but I'd like to speak to whoever is in charge." The scowl man laughed, a harsh and bitter sound. "We're all in charge." He might have been handsome if not for the rage that seemed permanently etched upon his face. His eyes revealed that he'd seen too much in his young life, and I almost felt sorry for him until he spat again. This time the disgusting glob of saliva hit my little finger. I scowled right back at him. "Wait." A voice called out from deeper in the crowd, and the bodies parted to let another man through. He was probably twice my age, with streaks of gray in his rust-colored hair and caution in his pale eyes. There was something in his demeanor that suggested authority. "No one say another word. This ain't no thief." Relief flooded through me at his words. "Thank you," I said, moving to stand before he finished speaking. But my relief was short-lived. "She's a spy!" someone in the crowd shouted, and just like that, the tension in the air ratcheted up another notch. "I am not a spy." I spoke the words clearly and slowly turned to face each man, but the suspicion was already embedded in their minds. The circle closed in around me, trapping me even further. The fire at my back felt too hot, mirroring the rising panic in my chest. "She must be. Listen to her accent. She's not from around here. You from Farrascott, girl?" The question came from a burly man with a thick beard. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. "No. My village is about a half a day's ride south of the palace." A bird called from the trees, and I knew Ryland was near. He probably felt the tension rolling off of the campsite and up through the smoke. A beacon to the world that something was wrong. But this was nothing compared to what might happen if Ryland got himself caught. I whispered a silent prayer to the fates that he would keep himself hidden. I could handle this. I had to. "Close enough. I know a spy when I see one," the bearded man growled. "What? Did the king think that sending a pretty little girl might make us talk? Ha! You ain't got nothing on us." The accusation hung in the air, and I could feel the mood of the crowd shifting, becoming more dangerous with each passing second. "What do we do with her?" another voice called from the crowd, and my heart sank as I heard the eagerness in the tone. "Way I see it, there's only one thing we can do." The scowling young man pulled a knife from his pocket, flicking his wrist to put the blade on full display. The firelight glinted off the metal, and I imagined how easily it could slice through flesh. My flesh. My objections were drowned out by the jeers of the half-drunk traders surrounding me. They had me on my feet within seconds, rough, calloused hands gripping my arms and yanking me toward the man with the knife. The roar of the crowd hardly compared to the rushing of the blood in my ears. This couldn't be happening. I was going to die here, in this dirty camp, without ever seeing my mother again, without saying goodbye to Ryland. Just as I was about to close my eyes and brace for the worst, a deep voice thundered from somewhere behind me. "What's all this ruckus about?" The men loosened their grip at the sound. It wasn't enough for me to escape, but I took what small relief I could get. I craned my neck, trying to see the source of the voice that had interrupted my imminent demise. "We got one of the king's spies," Scowlface said with a sneer. The men shuffled to allow another man through. His head was bald and his skin was several shades darker than mine. He stood a good foot taller than the rest, his massive frame radiating power and authority. There was an unspoken respect in the air as he moved through the crowd, the other men instinctively stepping back to make way for him. I couldn't hide my relief as he came to a stop before me. His dark eyes scanned me from head to toe, and I held my breath, waiting for his judgment. Then, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. His brow furrowed, and he leaned in closer, studying me intently. Garden Witch? Chapter 28. My shoulders relaxed as all the tension in my body escaped through a single long exhale. "Macus," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I am so glad to see you. Please tell your men I am not a spy." His brows furrowed as he took me in, eyes lingering on the scabbed-over scratches on my cheeks. I'd almost forgotten about them over the last few days. Ryland had treated my wounds with bits of crushed bark and oil from plants I didn't recognize, and the pain was gone. But I must have still looked fairly gruesome, judging by Macus's cautious stare. The silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity as I waited for his verdict. The crowd around us held their breath, the earlier hostility momentarily replaced by curiosity. Finally, Makis's features relaxed, and I felt like I could breathe again. "She's not a spy," he announced, his deep voice carrying across the camp. "A witch, maybe, but not a spy. And if she is here to do the king's bidding, I'd say she's just as guilty as the rest of us." I lifted my brows at this, surprised by his bold statement. But Makis only winked in return. "You know what we do with those apples you sell to us, and yet you've never once objected." Makis turned his gaze to the scowling man who still gripped my arm, and he immediately released me as if I'd suddenly become too hot to touch. I resisted the urge to rub my arm where his fingers had dug in, not wanting to show any weakness. "Come on, garden witch, tell me why you're so far from home." Makis led me closer to the fire and gestured to an upside-down crate. The teenage boy sitting on it hopped up immediately, and I'd never been so grateful for the connections I'd established with the gruff trader over the years. My friends may have made me a pariah in my home village, but they kept me and my mother fed, and they were keeping me alive right now. While I would have preferred a more private audience, I wasn't exactly in a position to make demands. So I sat on the crate and began my story, trying hard not to buckle under the intense watch of the men around me. Their eyes bored into me, some still suspicious, others merely curious. "My mother is ill," I began, my voice catching slightly as I spoke. I saw recognition flicker in Makis's eyes. He knew this part of my story already, but I needed to reinforce it for the others. "She's been getting worse, and the healers in our village can't do much for her." I paused, looking around at the attentive faces surrounding me. "As you know, Makis, money's been tight. I've been doing my best to keep us afloat by selling extra produce from our garden and orchard, but—" "It's not enough," Makis finished for me, his gruff voice softened with understanding. I nodded, grateful for his support. "Exactly. The apples fetch a good price, but they only come once a year. The vegetables help, but it's barely enough to keep food on the table, let alone pay for medicine." I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the next part of my tale. I realized I needed something more profitable, something rare and valuable. So I set out on a quest, one that would take me far from home and into more danger than I'd ever faced before. The men leaned in closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. I had them now, hanging on my every word. "I went in search of fireberries," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. "I didn't even know for sure that dragons were real," I continued, letting a hint of awe creep into my voice. "I'd heard the stories, of course, but it seemed impossible that such a massive and terrifying beast could truly exist. So I ventured to the mountains in search of the berries." The expressions on the traders' faces had shifted. Gone were the tight lips and hardened jaws. They were enthralled by my story now, with wide eyes and parted lips like the villagers who used to gather around and listen to my mother's stories so many years ago. I saw the bushes, full of berries. Most weren't yet ripe, but there were enough. More than enough. Had I taken only a few, I probably could have escaped without so much as a scratch. But I'm afraid I got greedy. I lifted my fingers to gently touch the scratches on my face for emphasis, watching as several of the men winced in sympathy. They didn't need to know about the Momea. Sharing a harrowing tale of facing a dragon should be enough. Let them draw their own conclusions as to how I got my wounds. The less they knew about the true nature of my quest, the better. The dragon stepped out of its cave in the side of the mount, I continued, lowering my voice dramatically. Its teeth were as long as my fingers and its eyes glowed like hot coals. The beast spread its wings and rose into the air, crying out a warning before it unleashed its fiery blast. There was a collective gasp over the crackling sound of the campfire, and I had to fight to keep a smile from my face. These hardened traders were as enthralled as children. I very nearly lost my life. Not many lived to see another day after meeting a dragon. Makis shook his head. "It's a miracle that you survived." His eyes held a new respect as he looked at me. "Don't worry about the berries you lost. There are other ways to earn some coin. If you really want to work, I'm sure we can find something for you to do. You've proved that you have the courage and level thinking necessary to face uncertain conditions. We'll set you on some routes that are certain to help fill your pockets with enough copper to make it another year and then some. I grinned at the man, touched by his offer. It was tempting, the idea of a steady income, of not having to scrape by day to day, but I had a greater purpose now. I appreciate your concern, Macus, but I don't need your help. I have the berries right here. With a flourish, I pulled the cloth from my pocket and held my breath. The men leaned in, their eyes fixed on the small pouch as if it contained all the riches of the world. In a way, I supposed it did. The scowling man, who I'd learned was called Edward, was the first to speak. I don't know. Looks like a standard ollie berry to me. His voice was skeptical, but I could see the curiosity in his eyes. I shrugged. Try it and see for yourself. He looked to Macus, not asking for permission necessarily, but checking again to make sure I wasn't a threat. Ollie berry or fireberry, it makes no difference. Neither are poisonous, so what do you fear, Ed? Edward scowled again. No surprise there, and extended an open palm to me. I dropped a single berry into his hand and waited with the rest of the men to see what he thought. The silence was deafening as he popped the fruit into his mouth, chewed 4 times, then crinkled his nose. It's too sour to be a fireberry. As I mentioned, not all of them were fully ripe. Here, try another. I looked to the eager faces on either side of me, every man recognizing now what I had and wanting to try a bit for himself. And I was generous as I passed the berries out to those directly beside me and Macus as well. Their eyes lit up with excitement as they each received a berry, like children being given a rare treat. I'd planned for this. Ryland still kept the finest of our berries in a separate pouch with the fur of the momea. We wouldn't risk losing what we'd worked so hard to obtain. But there were sacrifices we'd have to make in order for my plan to work. A shadow shifted in the trees beyond the men, as if Ryland knew what I was thinking. I looked to the branches, allowing the traders time to eat the berries as I met the glowing eyes of a raven. I dipped my chin just enough to let him know that it was going well, although I was certain he'd seen every step I'd taken since Arrow Watch anyway. But I wasn't bothered by his overprotective watch. In fact, I took comfort in Ryland's presence. Knowing he was there, ready to swoop in if things went wrong, gave me the courage to continue with my plan. Chapter 29. Boisterous laughter rang out all around. The traders had no more than 2 or 3 berries apiece, but some were hardly able to stand anymore. Edward was the most intoxicated of all, loudly singing lewd songs with a heavy arm slung over my shoulder. Macus's eyes twinkled with good humor, but he was able to maintain better control over himself. That could be a problem later. But it had to be well past midnight now, and my time was running short. Are you sure you don't want to join us? Edward slurred. He turned his face, arms still slung over my shoulder so that we were inches apart. I leaned away from his hot breath. As tempting as that sounds, I am sure. I must return to my mother after I make the trades. But think of all the coin we could make. His hand glided across the stars before us, as though he could show me a glimpse of our future. There's far more wealth to be made in fireberries than in apples. I'll consider it, I said with a laugh. Then, facing Macus, I asked, when does your next shipment leave? I'd like to try and sell what I have left to the sailors from the southern continent. They won't be back for a couple of weeks, I'm afraid, but that will give you time to get more berries and replenish the stock my greedy cohorts took from you tonight. I rolled my lips between my teeth. Weeks? What ships did I see at the docks? Oh, those were the Caligans. I tried not to reveal my excitement. Apparently, Macus didn't consider Caligo a part of the southern continent. How often do those ships come? Every other day or so. They are attempting to broker all trade routes between Greenbridge and the southern kingdoms. They've got most of them, but a few brazen captains from Barrenfall still manage to sneak through the Caligan waters without detection. No telling how long they'll be able to maintain it, though. Why do you say that? Makis's brows furrowed. The Dark King is growing stronger. Not many Barrenfall ships make it this far north anymore, and more time passes between each new delivery. I expect the king will put a final stop to it any day now. Why does the Caligan king want to stop trade? Power. Makis took a long swig from his drink. It's always about power. Caligo is a small kingdom. Their magic killed the land, so they don't have much to offer in the way of trade. But their geography puts them squarely in the middle of the strait between the continents. No one can pass Caligo's detection. They have ships on constant patrol now, forcing all trades to go through them. And of course, they take a hefty cut of all the goods. My heart pounded in my chest, and it took everything I had not to look at the trees where I knew Ryland was listening. But Ryland wasn't like the rest of them. He didn't approve of their king. This information changed nothing for me. If trade with the southern kingdoms could stop at any time now, then maybe I should consider working out a deal with a Caligan captain instead. Makis nodded his agreement. Will you take me to the ship and introduce me before they leave tomorrow? I'll do it. Edward nearly fell over his own 2 feet in his hurry to stand and extend his arm to me. Let's go tonight. It's best to avoid the captain anyway. Stick to the guards. He tucked my arm into the crook of his elbow and tugged me forward. I bit down on a laugh at the angry caw from within the trees nearby. Better not, Makis said as he stood on my opposite side, blocking us from going any further. I'm fine, really. Edward snapped his feet sharply together and gave an awkward salute that sent the rest of the men into a fit of laughter. But Makis wasn't angry. He merely smiled at the young man. You look like you could use some sleep. Nah. I need to talk to the guards anyway. We can all go together. Edward hiccuped. Very well, the ship will be leaving at the break of dawn. We'll avoid the crowds if we go tonight. Makis extended his arm. Lead the way. The trip back to the dock seemed shorter than my initial trek to the traders' camp. They really weren't far from the main market and hub of trade at all. Makis pointed out some of their partners' booths and carts as we walked, making no attempt to stay hidden or keep his voice down, even as we approached the Caligan ship. 2 men stood guard on the deck, and I froze as one of them looked right at us. Hello, Argon, Edward called out loudly. I changed my mind about that. Hiccup. 2nd crate of olives. There's an innkeeper in Farrascott who asked me to bring him some. Mind if I head below deck to retrieve it? The guard, Argon, merely dipped his chin and looked the other way. The sailors were conspirators with the traders, it seemed, and I wondered how many other citizens of Greenbridge took part in illicit operations under the king's nose. But I supposed it wasn't really any of my business. I wasn't looking to profit. I was only trying to save my mother's life. Makis expertly navigated the worn wooden planks of the docks and walked onto the ship like he owned it, though it didn't escape me when he flipped one of the guards a piece of copper as we passed. He was far too confident and sure of himself. I should have convinced him to enjoy another fireberry. We moved single file through a narrow hall that led to the storage area below deck. No other guards were positioned inside the ship, and Edward resumed his drunken babbling as soon as Makis unlocked the door to the cargo area. I had no idea where he'd gotten the key, and I had no intention of asking. The less I knew about the trader's affairs, the better. I don't know what an innkeeper is going to do with all of these olives. Surely the patrons aren't eating this many. Edward located the crate and tried to lift it, promptly falling over again. He landed in a puddle of silver moonlight funneling in through a porthole high in the side of the ship. Let me help you, Makis said with a frustrated sigh. He grasped Edward's forearm and lifted the man to his feet. Together, they lifted the crate again and backed up to the door. Makis apologized to me for the brief tour as we slipped back into the hall. We can return before dawn if you want to meet the crew, after your fireberries have worn off of poor Edward here. I didn't realize he was in such bad shape. Edward loudly denied that he was affected by anything, but Makis only laughed. I smiled too, pretending to be amused, when really I fought the panic rising in my chest with every step we took. I couldn't get off the ship yet. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. Macus was supposed to eat enough berries to feel the same effects as Edward so that I could slip away from the traitors undetected. "It's all right," I said, an idea piecing itself together in the back of my mind. "You all go ahead to the camp. I need to be getting to my room at the inn anyway. I'll just stop and introduce myself to Argon on the way out. That way I can return to make the trade deal when he returns for the next trip." "Are you sure?" Macus asked. "I'm happy to escort you back to your room after we get Edward back to camp. Not everyone on the streets of Arrowwatch is well-intentioned, especially this late at night. It's not far. You go tend to your men, and thank you again for sticking up for me back at the camp." "Anytime, Garden Witch. You just make sure you've got my apples ready this fall when I see you again." "Of course." I smiled and bid the men goodbye. The lies left a sour taste in my mouth, but I was out of options. Of course, there was no room waiting for me at any inn, and I certainly wasn't going to make small talk with Argon or any other guard. Not without a pocket full of copper to bribe them with. But in Macus's haste to get Edward back to the camp, he forgot to lock the cargo bay. I stuck to the shadows until I heard them on the deck of the ship. Then I quickly scampered back down the hall. I ducked quickly into the room and closed the door, locking it behind me in case one of the guards should come snooping around. Then, for good measure, I found a nice stack of crates near the back of the room and buried myself between them, out of sight of the doorway. If this ship sailed to Caligo tomorrow morning, then I was sailing with it. The moonlight trickling in from the porthole flickered and went dark. I looked up to find the silhouette of a raven in the window. Knowing Ryland was near alleviated any remaining tension in my muscles, and I rested my head against the hard wood of the crate beside me. The smile on my face might have stayed all through the night as I dreamt of black feathers and happier days to come. Because with Ryland, anything was possible. Chapter 30. My stomach quaked when I awoke, tossing and turning and threatening to reveal all of its contents. The wood floor swayed beneath me, crates sliding a few inches with every large wave the ship crested. The stale air of the cargo hold, mixed with the scent of various goods, was too much. I was going to be sick. Sunlight. I needed to see outside and breathe some fresh air. Crashing into crates as I went, I finally tripped my way over to the porthole. My limbs felt weak and unsteady, unused to the constant motion of the ship. From the tips of my toes, I could just make out fluffy white clouds over a glittering sea. Tall, cream-colored sails of neighboring ships were visible on the horizon, but there was no sign of land. I sat back down, hand over my belly, telling myself I could hold out. Besides, there was no real plan for what I would do after we reached Caligo anyway. I couldn't very well just stroll right off of the ship. No one knew I was stowed away under here, and it wasn't likely that the dark mages would be very happy to see me. Perhaps they would see the scratches on my face and have mercy on me. If Ryland was good, then surely there had to be at least one or two other kind souls in this kingdom as well. But even as I thought it, doubt crept in. Ryland was an exception, wasn't he? What if the others were as cruel as the stories said? I'd just begun to think through some different scenarios when the ship lurched to a stop, nearly sending me sprawling across the floor. Rushing back to the porthole, I could still see nothing but water and sky, but that was only one side of the ship. We must have reached Caligo. The sound of my heart racing blocked out all other thoughts. What was I going to do? I began to search the crates around me, my movements frantic and clumsy. Those that I was able to see inside were full, and most of the others were too heavy or the lids nailed on too tight for me to believe they would be empty. There was nowhere to hide. Movement above deck signaled that the sailors were beginning to disembark. Then came a handful of voices carrying down the hall. Quick. I had to think of something. I looked around desperately, my mind racing through possibilities. Could I somehow disguise myself as cargo? Pretend to be part of the crew? Each idea seemed more impossible than the last. A key rattled in the door, and just as the knob began to turn, one of the sailors yelled. The sound was so sudden and alarming that I nearly jumped out of my skin. Chaos. It was instant chaos. There was shouting and banging of fists against walls, more footsteps, more shouting. It would be wise to stay put, safe from whatever disturbed the rest of the men on the ship. But somehow I knew who was behind it all. My hand was reaching for the door when it slammed open. At first, all I could see were feathers, large, small, black, white, brown. Then I saw the flock of birds swooping in after the terrified sailor. The air was filled with a variety of squawks and screeches, wing beats and panicked yells. I had so many questions, but they could wait. No way was I letting this opportunity escape me. I dashed through the door and found more cursing sailors waving their arms wildly at the onslaught of birds, all species it seemed but one. There was no raven. I could feel his presence, though. The shadows found me halfway down the hall, and I welcomed their silky embrace as I hurried above deck. Sticking to the walls and alcoves when possible, I let the shadows guide me off of the ship and onto the crowded docks. Sweaty bodies pushed from all directions, and more than one fight had erupted as a result of the sailors fleeing from the ship. It was so crowded. Worse than the fair. Worse than the markets at Aerowatch. I had never seen so many people in one place before, but aside from the shouts and fights, they were very normal-looking. I don't know what I expected. Maybe an army of mages. Swarms of dark knights, perhaps, but certainly not a bustling city full of completely average-looking men and women. It was almost anticlimactic, but I knew better than to let my guard down. I pushed my way through, grateful for the extra protection of the bodies around me. With any luck, I'd blend in. Just another face in the crowd. But as soon as the crowds cleared, I ran. Pines towered over the rooftops of shops and shanties that lined the streets. The edge of the wilderness was only a few yards away, and just as I suspected, a large black bird awaited me high in a branch at the edge of town. He dove into the forest when he saw me coming, and I followed. My heart pounded as I plunged into the unknown forest. The trees here were different from those back home. Darker, more ominous somehow. Shadows seemed to cling to their trunks, and I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me from every direction. Deeper and deeper we went, until I questioned whether I'd followed the wrong raven. What if this was a trap? What if I'd been lured away from the relative safety of the town into some dark mage's clutches? Panic began to rise in my throat, but I pushed it down. I had to trust Ryland. He wouldn't lead me astray. I was sweaty and breathless and dying for a drink of water when the bird stopped at last. He flew down to the earth before a tree with a trunk as wide as a carriage. Its twisted, gnarled branches extended wide, reaching out into the forest of pines that surrounded it. And there, at the base of its massive trunk, was a hollowed-out entrance. The bird disappeared inside and re-emerged moments later with a cloth sack in its beak. Its warm, sentient eyes met mine, and it jerked its head to the side. A grin pulled at my mouth as I obediently turned around to grant Ryland a bit of privacy. After a bit of shuffling, I finally heard the deep voice I'd been missing. "Melynn!" His hands were on my shoulders the next instant as he whirled me around to face him. "I can't believe you pulled that off." When his mouth crashed into mine a second later, I was ready for it. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him close, pressing my body to his, like I needed him to breathe. Somehow, we did it. We made it to Caligo. As we broke apart, both breathless, I let out a small laugh. The tension of the past few days, the fear and uncertainty, it all seemed to melt away in that moment. But reality quickly set in as I remembered where we were. "Ryland." My voice was hushed despite our apparent solitude. "What now? We're in Caligo, but we're not exactly safe, are we?" His expression turned serious. "No, we're not," he admitted. "But I can promise that keeping you safe is the only thing that matters to me right now." He placed a gentle kiss on my forehead and held me close until my muscles finally relaxed again. I believed that he wanted to keep me safe, and I knew he'd do anything in his power to protect me. But I also knew we were up against incredibly powerful foes, and that their one goal was to capture Ryland. Fates, I thought to myself. If you're listening, I need you to get us through this. Please, I'll do whatever it takes. Chapter 31. So what do you think of Caligo so far? Ryland asked, twining our fingers together. It's nice enough, I guess. But they seem to have a bird problem. His laughter was a balm for my soul. I thought you liked birds. I only like one bird. His lips met mine again, and I took that to mean he was satisfied by my answer. If only we could remain like this forever, alone in the woods with nothing but our laughter and the warmth of each other's embrace. But of course, nothing good was ever so simple. Most of the Caligan people are kind. His humor vanished as he stared ahead into the woods, as though he could see straight through the trees back to the port city we'd left behind. But even so, we'll want to avoid them as much as possible. There will be knights everywhere awaiting my arrival. Some of the more powerful men may even sense my presence here now. Then we'll keep moving. I took his hand and pulled him deeper into the woods, though I didn't know where I was going. Yes, but our supplies are gone, he said. The estate is another day's walk, and you haven't eaten since yesterday. I'll be fine. We'll need to stop in a small village to restock, he said, ignoring my timid objection. The truth was that I was so hungry it ached. Even when we had supplies, it wasn't enough to replenish us with as much energy as we exerted each day on our journey. But what about the knights? His brow pinched. I'll fly ahead and scout. The weaker knights won't know any different, and if a stronger mage happens to spot me in the sky, I can lure him away from the village. You should be fine, but I'll get you a scarf to wear over your hair just in case. That way you will resemble a Caligan woman and draw less attention with your beauty. You mean draw less attention with these scratches on my face? His lips brushed feather-light against my cheek. I said what I meant. My face heated at his words. Compliments were new to me. I didn't know quite how to handle them, so I changed the subject instead. I hate the idea of you hanging yourself out there like a piece of bait for the knights to attack. Just promise me you'll be careful. For you, I will. I held his gaze for several seconds, and then he was gone. Where Ryland was standing, a heap of warm clothing now sat on the forest floor, and a beautiful raven soared up through the branches, releasing a wild call into the sky once he emerged through the tops of the trees. And with a flap of his wings, he disappeared into the clouds. I stared at that spot for some time, until long after the leaves stopped rustling from his flight. Then I found the darkest part of the forest and wrapped my arms around my knees, content to stay cocooned in the shadows until Ryland returned to me. The minutes passed slowly, moments stretching into hours. My stomach rumbled to remind me I needed to eat, but the ache I felt was no longer a result of my hunger. Fear began to gnaw at me around the edges as I listened to the quiet calls of animals I couldn't identify in the unfamiliar forest around me. What would happen if I were trapped here in this kingdom of darkness? Could I find my way back home again? Would I survive the journey on my own? And Ryland. I couldn't bear the thought of him being caught by one of the dark knights. Or worse. One what-if morphed into another until my mind circled around and around the very worst things that could happen. Moving to wipe the single warm tear rolling down my face only triggered more to fall. And with my head in my hands, I allowed them to flow. Tears of fear for my mother and for Ryland. Tears of relief that I somehow still lived after facing both a dragon and a Momea. Tears of gratitude for the traitors who unknowingly saved me again and again. I'd held them in for so long, and I didn't know what exactly had caused them to come loose now, but as they fell, I felt my spirit cleansed. I was renewed. Warm arms wrapped around my shoulder as a large body sidled in next to me. And Ryland, back from his scouting mission, didn't say a single word as he pulled me close and allowed me to curl against his chest while the tears continued to fall like rain from my eyes. And when I finished, I was ready. With a deep breath, I looked Ryland in the eyes, never feeling more sure of myself. Let's go. The scarf Ryland brought back from his scouting mission was one of the loveliest things I'd ever seen. It was made of the finest silk, with vibrant shades of turquoise and emerald green, punctuated by bright pops of vermilion and lemon yellow. What do you think? Ryland admired me, admiring the fabric. When you said disguise, I was thinking of something a bit more covert. My smirk turned into a genuine smile when I met his eyes. But I love it. He winked. Luckily for you, these are very common for women to wear through the summers here, so you can be both flashy and covert at the same time. The village wasn't far, but I still managed to confirm with him probably 12 times that it was clear of any of the king's mages. It's not entirely clear, he explained again. But there are only lesser knights present in the village. The more powerful mages are likely stationed back near the docks or closer to the estate. They won't sense me, and they won't recognize you as being anyone out of the ordinary. If they do, I'll just strangle them with my shadows. My brows flicked up, making Ryland chuckle, but I had a feeling he wasn't joking about the shadow strangling. There's a merchant by the name of Alberta. She's a small, older woman who always sets up her wares on the far side of the market square. She has a pack of goods designed for travelers who pass through the village. You'll find everything you need there. He pressed 4 copper coins into my palm. I'll meet you back here when you finish. Readjusting the beautiful scarf over my hair, I stepped out of the tree cover and confidently made my way into the village. It was small, no bigger than the village where I grew up, but it was clear that half the people on the streets were nomads. Wanderers. And part of me wondered if that's what most of the kingdom of Caligo was. Just a bunch of sojourning souls looking for a safe place to call home. The people were pleasant enough. Men and women went about their days like any other villagers back home in Greenbridge. But there was a definite tension in the air, and I wasn't the only one who felt it. Between deals, the merchants would flick their gaze up and down the streets, looking for something. It felt as though everything could come crashing to a halt at any moment. But they carried on, nevertheless. I found Alberta fairly quickly. She was nothing but kind and asked no questions as I exchanged the copper for the small parcel of goods Ryland had described. But as she placed the parcel in my hands, all the color drained from her wrinkled face. Following her gaze over my shoulder, I found the source of her fear. 6 knights marched through the market square, black robes hanging from the hoods over their heads all the way to the ground, giving them the appearance of phantoms floating over the packed dirt road. Visible shadows extended from their hands, prodding a group of 10 or 12 commoners. The men marched solemnly in front of the knights, while a couple of women held in stifled cries as they urged the children clinging to their legs forward. Entire families. The Knights of the Dark Mages were marching entire families through the streets of their own village, and judging by the reaction of the crowd, they weren't marching toward a feast or celebration. I'd heard the rumors, of course. The Caligan mages were widely regarded as evil, conducting experiments on their own people that were dark enough to give grown men nightmares. But to see it firsthand... I stilled, pretending to be nothing more than a statue in the shadows. And I didn't release my pent-up breath until they'd passed. Part of me wanted to run and never return to this fates-forsaken kingdom, while another part of me wanted to stay and fight back. There was little I could do to stop them, but Ryland's power was vast, probably much greater than I even knew. He could stand up to them. He could fight back against these knights and their experiments. He could probably even stand up to the King of Caligo himself. I turned, ready to let him know exactly what I thought, only growing more determined with every step. And there he was. Not in the shadows or the forest. He was right here in the middle of the village, with a knight. Icy cold fear raced through my veins, but a closer look revealed the knight at attention, listening carefully to something Ryland said softly enough that only the knight could hear it. The other man nodded, and Ryland flashed him a grim smile from under his dark hood before patting him on the back to dismiss him. The knight turned and marched out of the village, heading in the opposite direction from where we'd come. What was that all about? I waited a moment before making my way over to Ryland, trying to convince myself I'd been seeing things or misunderstood the interaction. Because it looked a lot like Ryland was commanding the night, which would mean Ryland had been lying to me this entire time. Chapter 32. Ryland didn't even bristle as I approached him from the side. He'd known I was coming without a single look in my direction. His awareness of his surroundings was uncanny. If I wasn't so upset with him, I might have asked just how much he could sense. Too bad for him, I was upset. What was that all about? What was what all about? His response was casual, almost too casual. Your little chat with the night. He had the audacity to shrug, as if we were discussing something as mundane as the weather. I was calling in a favor. A favor from the very men who hunt you down? The absurdity of it all made my head spin. How could he be so nonchalant about this? A villager nearby gripped the hand of a very small boy, pulling him quickly away from us as though we would cause them to be hunted down as well. Ryland paused, a harsh gleam in his eye. Keep your voice down. We'll talk more under the cover of the trees. The edge of the forest lay just ahead, a dark looming presence that seemed to watch us with unseen eyes. It took every ounce of willpower in my tightly wound nerves to keep my mouth shut as we made our way toward it. We were barely out of sight of the village before I whirled on him again. Explain! It wasn't a request. My voice was hard, demanding answers to questions I wasn't sure I wanted to hear. The man's name is Dedrick, and we were raised together from the time we could walk. I saw him with the knights during my scouting trip earlier, so I knew he would be here in the village. I left a symbol, a thistle, to let him know I was near. A thistle? He gave a single nod. It's something I knew he would recognize and the others would not. It was enough to let him know to watch for me, and when the knights marched through, I made my move. But why? Raised together or not, he is your enemy now. I saw what they were doing. They weren't even looking for you. They were marching their own people like slaves in the streets of the village, taking them from their families and friends and livelihoods, and to do what? My chest heaved with heavy breaths as the words tumbled out. The memory of those poor people being led away was seared into my mind. You know what? I don't even want to know what they plan to do. It was clear that it's something evil. Black magic. And your friend Dedrick is one of them. I don't know how you can stomach talking to him. How can you sit back and allow this kind of activity to continue at all? You're powerful, Ryland. I've seen it and felt it. Why don't you put a stop to this? Ryland's face hardened, his jaw clenching. I am but one man. That may be true, but a single flame is all it takes to break the darkness. I locked my eyes onto his, silently pleading for him to consider my words. But when I reached for his hand, he pulled it away. That's just it. I am not a flame. I am darkness myself. He stalked away, yanking off his hood and running a hand through his already disheveled hair. The raw emotion in his voice caught me off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. I've told you before that not all the black mages are evil. The power itself is not inherently evil. It's all about how you wield it. Then wield it for the betterment of Caligo. If there are enough mages and knights like you and your friend Dedrick, then who is the king to stop you? Ryland marched forward, seething but not fighting back. This wasn't a conversation he wanted to have, but I couldn't understand why. The silence stretched between us. Is there something you're not telling me, Ryland? I finally asked, my voice softer now. Is there something I need to know? He turned to face me. Just understand that I know what I'm doing, and the people of Caligo are not your concern. We are here to get the ingredients for your mother's elixir and nothing more. If my magic disgusts you so, then you are free to leave at any time. But otherwise, I will continue until we obtain the last ingredient, just as I promised. The words seared me. He didn't look back, not even once. But I could imagine the hurt etched on his face. He was only trying to help me and my mother, and I certainly wasn't making it any easier by hurling accusations his way. Besides, he was right about one thing. The Caligans were not my people. I couldn't fathom the atrocities that had taken place in this kingdom for so many years, but it wasn't up to me to stop them. I only wished he could do something about it for himself, because at the end of this journey, I would return to my home village, and Ryland would stay here. I only wanted this to become a place worthy of him, a place from which he didn't have to run. Ryland deserved better. We walked in silence for a while, the weight of our argument hanging heavily between us. The forest seemed to close in around us, the shadows deeper and more menacing than before. Or perhaps that was just my imagination, colored by the darkness of our conversation. I decided to drop the subject for now, but I still needed to be clear about one thing. "You're certain your knight friend won't divulge our whereabouts?" He pinned me with those warm eyes, but I couldn't make out what was going through his mind. There was a guardedness there that hadn't been present before. "He will not allow us to get caught. If anything, he will help conceal us. But we've got to keep moving. Another wave of knights will be marching through the village before sundown. We want to be as far away as possible before then." "And where are we going exactly?" I asked, trying to focus on the task at hand. "To the source of Caligo's power. We've got to get water from the spring at the heart of the king's estate." The weight of his words settled over us like a heavy cloak. We were about to walk into the lion's den, and there was no telling what awaited us there. Chapter 33. I spent the next several hours trying to find another way, any other way to obtain the last ingredient without entering the king's estate. The forest seemed to grow denser as we walked, the trees closing in around us like silent sentinels. Each step brought us closer to danger, and the weight of our mission pressed heavily on my shoulders. "It's a death wish. You know they're hunting you. It's not even like walking into a trap at this point. It's just strolling right into their cage. You know they will never let you leave if you're caught." "Then I won't be caught." Ryland grinned, but the good humor didn't reach his eyes. He was more nervous than he wanted me to know. The tension in his shoulders and the way his eyes constantly scanned our surroundings betrayed his outward confidence. Believe me, if there was another way, I would find it. But all power comes from the source. The elixir will do nothing without some of the enchanted spring water. Where does the water come from? Surely there's another source. If there's one magical spring, then there has to be another, right? I clung to this hope, desperate for an alternative that didn't involve walking into the heart of enemy territory. "I'm afraid not," he said. "That spring is a gift from the universe." "A gift for the king of Caligo?" Ryland snorted. "No, he deserves no kindness. It's a gift to the mortal realm. On that ground, many years ago, a mortal man was murdered by one of the fates. They are not supposed to use their power against men. The fight isn't fair. And so the universe had to restore balance." His words sent a chill down my spine. The idea that such cosmic forces were at play, shaping the world around us, was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "So the fates? Are you saying they're real?" "Of course they are, but they only intervene here when absolutely necessary." "Have you ever seen them?" My stomach flipped at the memory of the 3 old women spinning yarn in front of the sheep farmer's tent at the fair, and the fortune teller's cautionary warning. "No, and I'm glad of it." I bit my lip, saying nothing more. The implications of Ryland's words were too overwhelming to fully process. We continued our journey in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The sun was halfway tucked into the horizon by the time we finally stopped. My ankle ached, but it had held up surprisingly well on the journey through the Caligan forest. The ground was flat here, making the walk much more bearable than the eastern mountains. I was ready to plop down beside a tree and dig into our new provisions when I noted Ryland's stillness. "What is it?" I whispered, suddenly alert. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. He held a finger up to his mouth, then waved me closer to him. With my hand wrapped in the warmth of his, he pulled me forward, squatting low to the ground until we stopped behind a closely growing copse of trees. Parting the leaves, he pointed to a small clearing ahead. A fire burned at the center, its orange flames at war with the darkening blues and purples of the twilight sky. We weren't alone. Squinting, I finally saw who else was in the forest with us. A group of 3 knights were doubled over, scouring the earthy ground on the opposite side of the clearing. But there was no way to see whatever it was that they searched for. Their black robes blended with the growing shadows, making them look like wraiths haunting the forest floor. "What are they doing?" "Keeping watch over the estate and the royal family," Ryland said. "We're close now, so the woods will be thick with mages." "Don't they know they should be looking up rather than down?" Ryland chuckled. "Perhaps they are searching for something other than me." "Well, no matter where they look, they will certainly notice if you attempt to pass them by. How do you plan to subvert these mages?" I quirked a brow, trying not to reveal the fear bubbling up inside of me. "With a little help. Just watch." It was easier said than done. As the sun continued to drop, it pulled the light away with it. Ryland and I were blanketed in darkness, some of it natural, no doubt, but most of it probably condensed with his power. We were well hidden, and he seemed content to sit back and spy on these knights all evening. I readjusted myself, my ankle aching more as I kept it still in my awkward crouch behind the trees. The forest floor was damp and cold, seeping through my clothes and chilling me to the bone. Just as I opened my mouth to suggest we move on, a woman appeared. She seemed to materialize out of the shadows, her sudden presence making my heart skip a beat. She spoke quietly to the men, her voice too low for me to make out the words. Then, to my horror, she lifted her eyes right to where we hid. Her face was beautiful in the flickering firelight, if not a little harsh. High cheekbones, full lips, and eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. But it was the sorrow in those eyes that really caught my attention. A deep, aching sadness that seemed at odds with her imposing presence. She whispered to one of the knights, and he too looked our way. I recognized him immediately as Dedrick, the knight Ryland spoke with back at the village. My pulse quickened. Had we been discovered? Were we about to be captured? "Is that—" "Yes." Ryland stood to his full height and stepped to the side of the trees, leaving the safety of our hiding spot. His sudden movement startled me, and I had to bite back a cry of surprise. "And the woman with him is Stacia. Melynn, I would like to introduce you to my sister." The woman, Stacia, took Ryland in, her gaze traveling over him as if checking for injuries or changes since they'd last met. Then, her attention flicked to where I still knelt behind the leaves. Even through the shadows, she knew I was there. There was no hiding from those piercing eyes. And there was no disguising the disapproval in her cold gaze. It was as if she could see right through me, judging every decision that had led me to this point. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and suddenly very aware of how out of place I was here. Chapter 34. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I stood and met Stacia's eyes. She had an air of nobility about her, and the way the knights regarded her confirmed it. She was someone with power, and not just in the magical sense. The way she carried herself, the subtle tilt of her chin, the confident set of her shoulders, it all spoke of someone accustomed to authority. I glanced warily between her and Ryland, wondering just what he had planned with this secret meeting in the dark woods. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Every instinct told me to retreat back in the shadows, but I stood my ground. Stacia didn't return Ryland's grin as he met her in front of the trees and placed a quick kiss on her cheek. She may not have seen his smile at all, because she was focused on nothing but my face. I hardly dared to breathe under her scrutiny. "Hello, sister." Ryland stepped between us, breaking her stare. She slowly turned to face him, her movements deliberate and controlled. "What are you doing here?" Now that's no way to greet your favorite brother. Stacia scowled in answer. Come with me, we need to talk. They walked far enough to avoid anyone overhearing, looking back at me only once. Stacia's hair hung in a curtain of black silk, shimmering in the firelight. She shifted so that Ryland's back was to me and she could keep an eye on me. It was a smart move, but she had nothing to fear with me. I wasn't a threat to anyone. They talked in hushed tones for a long while, and even though she was his sister and he had every right to speak to her privately, I couldn't help but feel more uncomfortable with the situation the longer they were away. What was Ryland hiding? He could have simply asked Dedrick to leave us while he explained our mission, but he'd taken Stacia to the side, which meant he didn't want me to overhear their conversation either. I glanced at Dedrick to find the knight staring sheepishly at his feet, which only fed my discomfort more. Suddenly, I felt like I might be the one on the outside, the only one Ryland didn't feel he could trust. But after everything we'd gone through? No, I shook off my suspicion. He wouldn't repeatedly put his life on the line for me if he truly had bad intentions. I was overthinking things. We had been through too much together over the last week for me to feel anything but secure as far as Ryland was concerned. Still, as I watched them talk, their heads bent close together, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more going on here than I understood. The way Stacia's hands moved as she spoke, the tension in Ryland's shoulders. It all hinted at a complex history I wasn't privy to. Finally, they strode back to Dedrick and me. Ryland looked 100 times calmer, but Stacia was just as tense as before. My sister has agreed to help. Stacia's lips pinched together, but she didn't object. I knew I wasn't winning any favors from the girl on my own, so she must have truly loved Ryland to put herself at risk for this. I hoped she could see the gratitude in my eyes as I whispered a thank you. She'll return to the forest tomorrow after lunch for her training, and she will bring the water then. But it's late now. She must get back before any suspicions are raised within the estate. Of course. I nodded and reached out to take her hand, to offer thanks again, but she took a step back, averting her gaze. The rejection stung more than I expected. Dedrick, come. Let's get the others, Stacia said sharply. We must return before Father begins to wonder where I am. Of course, you're... Dedrick glanced at Ryland. Stacia. Ryland's muscles tensed as his sister gathered her knights and retreated through the trees. I didn't dare speak again until they were long gone and his shoulders finally relaxed. She didn't really want to help us, did she? He stared at the spot where Stacia had disappeared through the trees, his expression unreadable. She means well. And you're sure you can trust her? He met my gaze, his eyes softening as they found mine. I would trust her with my life. He pulled me against his body and kissed me softly, too quickly. It will be okay, Melynn. We're almost there. It's almost finished. We remained there in each other's arms for several minutes, the forest quiet around us, save for the occasional rustle of leaves or distant call of a night bird. I could feel his brain working, and I didn't want to interrupt his thoughts. Whatever invisible burdens he carried were heavier this close to the king's estate, which made me wonder again about his connections to the royal family. Your sister seems important, I said, breaking the silence. He grunted, non-committal. You are too, aren't you? Importance is subjective. And with that, he dropped his arms and began walking again. The abruptness of his movement, the way he shut down the conversation, only fueled my concern. Let's put some distance between ourselves and the estate grounds. We'll need to find shelter for the night. As we moved through the darkening forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking a dangerous line. Between the knights patrolling the woods, Stacia's reluctant help, and the secrets Ryland still kept, it felt like we were balancing on the edge of a knife. One wrong move, and everything could come crashing down around us. Chapter 35. As we made our way through the dense forest, I couldn't help but notice how confidently Ryland navigated the terrain. He moved with an ease that spoke of intimate familiarity, ducking under low-hanging branches and skirting around hidden roots without a second thought. Ryland was very familiar with the woods around the king's estate. Too familiar. A theory had been scratching at the back of my mind for some time now, and the closer we got to the heart of Caligo, the more I wondered about who he truly was. "How do you know these woods so well?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual. Ryland glanced back at me, a hint of wariness in his eyes. "I grew up around here. You tend to learn every nook and cranny when you spend your childhood hiding from tutors and sneaking out to explore." His answer made sense, but it didn't quell the nagging suspicion in my mind. Because the way Dedrick had responded to him in the village, and the way Stacia commanded the knights like she had been doing it her whole life, it was all adding up to an answer I couldn't bring myself to believe. "And your sister?" She seemed quite comfortable giving orders to those knights. Ryland's steps faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. "Stacia has always been ambitious. She's worked hard to earn her position." I nodded, not pushing further, but objectively speaking, it sure looked like Ryland might be more than a nobleman. And though I would never voice my theory out loud, I couldn't help but wonder just how high up in the ranks he was. At a minimum, he was important enough for the knights to chase him across kingdoms when he fled. As we walked, I reminded myself that none of that was my concern. Not after tomorrow. Stacia would bring us the enchanted spring water, the final ingredient for my mother's elixir, and I would go back home. Ryland could stay or go. It was his choice. But we both knew he wouldn't be able to avoid Caligo forever. And my tiny village was no place for a man as powerful as Ryland. We just had to get through one more day. And against my better judgment, I decided to make the most of it. Rather than putting some distance between us to make the inevitable goodbye easier, I leaned into him. "Ryland," I said softly, "where are we going to spend the night?" He smiled, a warmth in his eyes that made my heart skip. "I know just the place. Trust me?" I nodded, and he took my hand, leading me through a particularly dense patch of undergrowth. We emerged into a hidden clearing, nestled in the thicket surrounding a small pond about half a mile west of the estate. "It's beautiful," I breathed, taking in the moonlight reflecting off the still water. "And safe," Ryland added. "We can rest here without worry." It was easy to trust him when he said we'd be safe there. It was easy to curl up in his arms and rest my head on the soft spot between his chest and his shoulder. As we settled into a comfortable silence, Ryland's voice broke through, quiet and reminiscent. "You know, I used to come here as a child," he said, his fingers absently tracing patterns on my arm. "Whenever things got too intense at home, I'd sneak out and spend hours by this pond." I lifted my head slightly, looking up at him. "What do you mean by intense?" Ryland's eyes grew distant, focused on some long-ago memory. "My father. He had very high expectations, for all of us, but especially for me. There was one time, I must have been about 8 or 9. I'd failed to master a particularly difficult shadow manipulation technique. The truth is, I didn't want to master it. I knew even then that it was cruel. But Father was furious. Ryland's voice trailed off, his body tensing beneath me. "You don't have to tell me," I whispered. My heart ached for the child he had been. He shook his head, continuing. "He locked me in the dark for 3 days, said I needed to become one with the shadows if I ever hoped to control them. I was terrified, but more than that, I was angry. When he finally let me out, I ran until I found this place." I found myself blinking back tears. This place, this peaceful clearing, had been his sanctuary, a refuge from the cruelty and pressure of his life in Caligo. And yet, despite everything, this was still his home. These woods, this kingdom, it was a part of him, for better or worse. "I'm so sorry, I can't imagine how hard that must have been for you." He smiled down at me, but it did little to hide his sadness. It's okay. It made me stronger in the end, and I always had this place to come back to. In that moment, I understood with painful clarity that Caligo was where Ryland belonged, not because he deserved the pain or the pressure, but because this was his home, his legacy. He had the power to change things, to make them better. And as much as it hurt to admit, I knew I couldn't be a part of that journey. We fell into a comfortable silence, and I found myself thinking about my own journey and where I belonged. I thought about life back home in my quiet village, with my mother restored to full health. I could almost see it. My mother, vibrant and clear-eyed, tending to her garden and telling stories like only she could do. But even at her worst, when she couldn't remember who I was, it had to be better than to grow up with a parent like Ryland had. He was risking so much to help me. In case I haven't said it already, I started, my voice thick with emotion. Thank you for helping me do this. I knew it was risky, but I had no idea just how difficult it would be for you to return to this place. He tightened his arms around me. Of course, I'm just glad I could help. Neither of us commented on what would happen to us in the future, though. We both knew. And it wasn't something that left us feeling warm and fuzzy inside. The unspoken goodbye hung between us, heavy and bittersweet. Perhaps it was the weight of that unspoken farewell that made Ryland's next move so tender. His lips met mine with a gentleness that made my heart ache. One hand cupped my face, his thumb caressing my cheek as if memorizing every detail. The kiss was soft at first, a gentle exploration. But it quickly deepened, becoming something more urgent, more desperate. It was as if we were trying to pour everything we couldn't say into this one moment. I leaned into his touch, my own hands finding their way to his hair, his shoulders, anywhere I could reach. Each caress felt like a promise, each kiss a declaration of everything we couldn't say aloud. My skin tingled wherever he touched, sending shivers down my spine despite the warmth of the night. As our kisses deepened, a swell of emotions threatened to overwhelm me. Joy at being here, in this moment with him. Gratitude for everything he'd done for me and my mother. And a deep, aching sadness at the knowledge that this couldn't last. I poured it all out, trying to convey everything I felt without words. Ryland seemed to understand, holding me tighter, his kisses becoming more urgent, more passionate. It was as if we were both trying to freeze this moment in time, to make it last forever. But even the most perfect moments must end. As our kisses slowly gentled, a profound sense of peace settled over me. Whatever lay ahead, we would always have this perfect night under the stars. Ryland's arms remained around me as I settled back against his chest. The steady rhythm of his heartbeat and the gentle rise and fall of his breathing lulled me towards sleep. As my eyes grew heavy, I focused on committing every detail to memory until at last, I drifted off into a happy slumber. Happy, but short-lived. Chapter 36. Two icy cold hands grabbed me under the arms and yanked me off the ground. The sudden movement left me disoriented, with wisps of my dreams still hovering at the edges of my mind. For a moment, I hung limply in the intruder's arms, my mind struggling to catch up with what was happening. Then, like a bolt of lightning, realization struck. Ryland. Where is he? I twisted and writhed, fighting to get free. My heart pounded in my chest, fear and adrenaline coursing through my veins. But somehow, the grip only tightened, unyielding and inhuman. Long strands of blackness curled around me like the muscular body of a snake, squeezing tighter and tighter until I could hardly breathe. And Ryland was still nowhere to be found. Ryland! I called out, my voice hoarse with panic. Ryland, where are you? I saw the others now, emerging from the shadows like wraiths. A handful of knights circled around, their black robes blending with the darkness. Among them stood a large hooded figure, taller and more imposing than the rest. It was this man, a mage who wielded the shadows like shackles around my body. What have you done with him? I demanded, glaring at the hooded mage. "If you've heard him, I swear—" "Silence," the mage commanded, his voice deep and resonant. The shadows tightened around me, a clear warning. I slammed an elbow backward, narrowly missing the mage who held me with nothing but shadows. "Ryland," I called again, but it was no use. He was gone. Vanished like any hope I had of escaping this situation unscathed. One of the knights stepped forward, his voice muffled by his hood. "Should we put her out?" I fought against the shadows again, praying to the fates to hear my desperate cries. I had to get out of here. Even death would be preferred over the torture Caligo was so widely known for. I couldn't give up. The mage holding me laughed, a sound devoid of humor. "No need. Let her wear herself out." His words sent a fresh wave of fear through me, but they also sparked a realization. Fighting was useless. I was only wasting my energy. My weak human muscles couldn't compete with the dark magic of the knights, much less the powerful mage who traveled with them. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to calm down. I needed to think, to observe. I would work with my natural strengths instead, watching and listening and scouting out any small details that might hint at where Ryland was or what they planned to do with me. My first thought was that Stacia must have reported us to the king. She wasn't happy about helping with our task, and she was even less thrilled about me following her brother around. But was her disdain for me enough to report her own brother to the king? The idea seemed unthinkable, given how protective Ryland had been of her. As I pondered this, I realized that none of the knights looked familiar. If Stacia had reported me, wouldn't they have sent the same group of knights that traveled with her before? This new detail added another layer of confusion to an already baffling situation. I craned my neck, trying to see the faces of the hooded men at my back. Perhaps if I could identify even one of them, it might give me a clue as to what was happening. But before I could make out any features, something strange began to happen. The moonlight, which had been casting an ethereal glow over the clearing, suddenly vanished. It was as sudden and complete as if someone had thrown a black blanket over my eyes. The darkness was absolute, more profound than anything I had ever experienced. Panic rose in my throat and I opened my mouth to cry out, but as I did, the darkness seeped in there too. It coated my tongue, filled my lungs, seemed to seep into my very bones until there was nothing left of me at all. The sensation was terrifying, unlike anything I had ever felt before. It was as if the shadows themselves were consuming me, erasing my very existence. In that moment, I understood the true power of the dark mages, the magic that Ryland had tried to explain, but that I had never fully grasped until now. As consciousness began to slip away, my last coherent thought was of Ryland. Where was he? Was he safe? And would I ever see him again? Then, mercifully, everything faded to black. The first thing I noticed was the ache in my neck. I turned over, straightening it from the awkward angle I was in from leaning against the wall. By then, my grogginess had cleared enough for me to remember what happened. Cracking one eye open first, I took in as much of my surroundings as I could see without any noticeable movements from the outside. It was dark, and a cool, musty chill hung in the air. A small drip echoed from somewhere out of my range of sight, but I saw no one else in the cell with me. Confident that I was alone, I opened my other eye and sat up to get a better look. Yes, this was definitely a cell, and not a very large one. The stone floors were damp, and with the constant drip and the wetness in the air, I wouldn't be surprised if they never dried. A dungeon, then. Someone had kidnapped me in the night and thrown me into a dank dungeon below the Earth's surface. No, not just someone. The Black Knights of Caligo. And if I had to guess, I'd say I was probably somewhere below the king's estate. But I was alive. That was one unexpected surprise, at least. I turned my attention back to the dripping. Could it be a part of the spring Ryland had mentioned? How cruel the fates must be to keep me alive across the kingdoms and victorious against dragons, only to leave me just out of reach of the final ingredient for the elixir. With my face to the cold metal bars, I tried to get a better view of the rest of the dungeon, but they were too close for me to see anything but the empty cell across from me. Turning, I assessed my own cell instead. A rusted bucket sat in one of the back corners. Peering in, I saw that it was empty. Not water then, but a place for me to attend to my needs. The other back corner was empty, and the only other object in the room was a roll of bread near the front. It was cold and a little slimy from the moisture in the air, yet somehow it was still as hard as the stone walls that held me here. I slammed it against the floor twice, making it clack like a hammer on granite. Definitely not edible. Slinking back to the barren corner, I slid to the ground and bowed my head, willing myself not to cry. I was alive. Hope was not lost. I could still escape. Still find Ryland and get back to my mother. The elixir wasn't important anymore. At this point, I would be happy with simply walking away unharmed. I sniffled, despite my efforts to keep my emotions at bay, and offered up another whispered prayer to the fates. Please, I begged them. Please allow me to escape. Get me back to my mother, and I will repay you with anything you ask. Anything at all. Minutes or maybe hours later, near silent footsteps approached my cell. I half wondered if I had drifted back to sleep and was dreaming again as I stared up into the shadowy face of a black hooded figure before me. But I could feel his power like a living, breathing thing. This commander of shadows, wielder of magic. Magic that had embraced me on our journey, but somehow faltered when I needed it the most. I opened my mouth to whisper his name, but when the hood dropped, it was not Ryland's handsome face staring back at me. It was Stacia's. What are you? Darkness flooded my mouth, stealing my breath and stopping me short. Icy electric fear filled my body. There wasn't a thing I could do against this powerful woman, and her expression led me to believe that her feelings toward me hadn't changed a bit since our last meeting. She hated me with every ounce of blood that flowed through her cruel body. I fought against the dark magic flooding my veins. I wanted desperately to reach through these bars and yank her beautiful face into the hard metal, demanding why she betrayed us. Why she betrayed her kind, loving brother of all people. But alas, I couldn't move. We need to talk. Stacia gritted through her teeth. Chapter 37. You have no magic, Stacia said, slowly pacing across the stone floor outside of my cell. Her footsteps echoed in the damp dungeon, each click of her heels emphasizing the power imbalance between us. I didn't know whether it was a question or a statement. Still unable to speak, I shook my head. You're not royal, and according to my scouts, you are penniless. Your father is dead, and your mother has lost her mind. You have nothing to offer. There would be no advantage to an alliance with you. My blood boiled so hot I almost broke through the icy shadows still holding me captive. She didn't speak any falsehoods, but the bluntness and truth behind her words hit me like a punch to the gut. Each statement was a reminder of my insignificance in this world. But he cares about you. She stopped and approached my bars, staring at me like I was a puzzle she couldn't solve. Her eyes, so similar to Ryland's, bore into me with an intensity that made me want to shrink away. Enough to put his life on the line. Why? What is it about you that he finds so special? Who are you? The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. I swallowed hard, trying to find an answer that would satisfy her, or at least keep me alive. I'm no one of importance. The words Ryland had once spoken tumbled out of my mouth, surprising me. She'd relinquished her hold on me enough for me to speak, though I was still unable to move freely. The irony of using his words to describe myself wasn't lost on me. Importance is subjective. Stacia scoffed and began to pace again, but her words ignited something in my memory. Ryland had said the same thing, almost like it was a catchphrase between the two of them. But no one would repeat words like that unless she was trying to convince herself of it. Unless she was someone who was truly important, but perhaps didn't feel like it. I took a closer look at Stacia, who moved through the shadows of the dungeon like the embodiment of darkness itself. Her grace and poise spoke of years of training, of a life lived in the spotlight. And there, buried between the raven-colored tresses of her silken hair, were tiny peaks of an onyx crown. A crown. "Are you a princess?" I blurted my thought before I had a chance to consider what it might mean. Stacia stopped cold in her tracks, her eyes widening in surprise. For a moment, her mask of indifference slipped. "He didn't tell you?" Fate's alive. I took an unsteady step back, my mind reeling from the implications. Of course I had suspected it, but saying the words out loud made them feel so much more real. How could it be possible? The crown prince of Caligo fell for me. I kissed our enemy. I'd placed my trust in a man who could be the very demise of our entire kingdom. My stomach churned, but Stacia only continued to watch me. "Interesting," she said at last. "Very interesting indeed." There was nothing I could say to that. I had many questions, but I couldn't quite come to grips with my warring sensations of awe and betrayal. Had he lied to me, or simply hidden the truth? I couldn't say. And it didn't really matter anyway. My trust was gone, either way. Stacia paced back and forth 3 more times before coming to a stop again. Each step was measured, purposeful, as if she were weighing her options carefully. "I know what we have to do to get him out of here." "You know where he is?" "I do." Stacia frowned. "He's in the Great Hall with my father, the same place he spent the majority of his life." The image of Ryland, trapped in a gilded cage of royal duties and expectations, flashed through my mind. It explained so much about his desire for freedom, his eagerness to help me on my quest. "And you? You aren't the one who put him there?" "Of course not." She looked affronted. "I have done many awful things in my life, but I would never condemn Ryland to carry the burden of the crown. Not when he so desperately wants the opposite." Her deep brown eyes skimmed me from head to toe. Okay then. So we still weren't friends, but at least we seemed to be on the same side. Or were we? I still couldn't decide exactly what I thought about Ryland. If Stacia didn't have me thrown into the dungeon, then... Who captured us? My father's knights. And you didn't tell them where we were hiding? I already told you. She bared her teeth. It wasn't me. Then who was it? Her eyes glazed over, as if recalling some nightmare. The sudden vulnerability in her expression sent a chill down my spine. He has his ways of knowing things. The ominous statement hung in the air, filling the dungeon with an even heavier sense of dread. Before I could press for more information, Stacia tensed, leaning to one side and placing a finger against her lips. Then, just as quickly as she had appeared, she pulled the hood back over her dark hair and vanished back into the shadows. "Wait," I tried to call out, but the darkness had my tongue again. Questions burned in my mind, but I was once again rendered mute and immobile by Stacia's magic. Footsteps echoed down the hall not a moment later. It was a guard, not one of the Black Knights, but a seemingly non-magical man bearing the king's crest on his charcoal gray tunic. His face was etched into a scowl, and he said nothing as he threw another rock-solid bread roll through my bars. It wasn't until he disappeared again that my tongue was finally loosed. But by then the dungeon was totally empty, save for myself. Chapter 38. Another day passed with no contact from the outside world, except a metal bowl of unrecognizable mush that tasted as terrible as it looked. But it was edible, at least, unlike the stone rolls from my first day. With it came a second bowl full of murky water. It almost certainly didn't come from the enchanted spring at the heart of the estate, but I hoped the Caligan magic would at least soothe my stomach enough to keep it down. Most of the day was spent with my back slumped against the wall, thinking of my mother. Then Ryland. Then Stacia's brief visit and what she'd said about setting Ryland free. My mind was a clanging mess of thoughts, and none of them helped me rise out of the darkness that seized my heart. I had to get out of here. But what then? I had no plan, next to no chance of surviving on my own. And I wasn't entirely sure if I wanted the help of the Caligan prince. After Stacia's visit, the guards took turns watching over me at the end of the hall. Someone must have decided they didn't want me to have any visitors. The real question was whether they were hiding their people from me or hiding me from their people. There weren't any mages, though. For that I was grateful. Without windows or regularly scheduled meals, it was easy for me to lose track of time. The constant drip of water and the unchanging darkness made it impossible to tell if hours or days had passed since Stacia's visit. I drifted in and out of fitful sleep, my dreams haunted by shadows and crowns. A clatter of armor and hushed voices stirred me from my latest bout of restless slumber. 2 guards were passing by my cell, their conversation drifting through the bars. "Increased security on all levels," one was saying, his voice low and urgent. "Is it because of the prisoner?" the other asked. "No, it's more than that. Something's happening in the upper levels. I heard Lady Stacia's name mentioned." My ears perked up at this, and I strained to hear more, but the other man's response was muffled. Their voices faded even more as they moved further down the corridor, leaving me with more questions than answers. Stacia's motivations remained as murky as ever. Was she truly trying to help Ryland and me? Or was this all part of some larger, inscrutable plan? I mulled over their words, trying to piece together what little information I had. The mention of increased security worried me. If the castle was on high alert, any chance of escape, however slim it might have been, was now even more remote. I sat there, still lost in thought, when a flicker of movement caught my eye. A shadow, darker than the gloom surrounding me, seemed to detach itself from the wall. It moved with a fluid grace that reminded me of a cat stalking its prey. "Ryland?" I whispered, my voice hoarse from disuse. The shadow paused, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw the outline of a face turned towards me. But in the blink of an eye, it was gone, melting back into the darkness as if it had never been there at all. My heart beat so fast my chest ached. Was my mind playing tricks on me, conjuring visions of potential allies in this lonely place? Surely if Ryland had been able to leave his father, he wouldn't have just left me here. It couldn't have been him. I would have known. Perhaps it was another mage, or even Stacia, though if she were really there, I couldn't imagine what she hoped to gain by watching me. Or likely, it was all just my imagination. I'd heard that solitude could turn a man's mind against him. I pressed myself against the bars, trying to peer further down the corridor, but there was nothing to see. Just the same impenetrable darkness that had surrounded me since I arrived. As I retreated back to my corner, a chill ran down my spine. If that was Stacia, why didn't she speak to me? What game was she playing? And if it wasn't her, what other shadows lurked in this place, unseen and unknown? The questions swirled in my mind, mixing with worries about Ryland, about the spring, about my mother waiting for me back home. Each unanswered question, each uncertainty, wound the tension in my body tighter. I curled up on the damp stone floor, trying to find a position that didn't aggravate my aches and pains. As I drifted off into another uneasy sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In this place of darkness and secrets, I was beginning to understand that nothing was as it seemed, and no one could be fully trusted. During what I assumed was the evening of my second day, another set of footsteps entered the stone hall. It wasn't uncommon for this to happen during shift changes with the guards, but there was usually little fanfare in a shift change. This time it was different. A low snarl echoed through the hall, bringing a pulse of power through the shadows. Curious, I pushed my face between the bars as best as I could to get a sliver of a glimpse. I could just barely make out the robes of a black knight standing beside the guard, whose hands were raised in front of him. The knight didn't speak, at least not in human words. Another low rumble escaped the knight's throat, and that was all it took to send the guard dashing quickly through the doors. My stomach clenched as the heavy wood door slammed shut behind him, leaving me here alone with the night. Ryland had mentioned during our travels that some knights were more powerful than others. The strongest could still wield dark magic many miles away from the source of their power. Some, like himself, didn't seem to weaken at all, no matter their proximity to the enchanted spring. But even the lowliest of mages and knights would be at their strongest near the source. The drip of water down the tunnel seemed to mock my now racing heart as the night approached, wearing the shadows like a cloak of darkness. And I'd nearly frozen to my empty little corner at the back of my cell when at last the powerful night came to a stop and dropped its hood, revealing the beautiful face that had haunted my dreams over the last 24 hours. "Are you ready?" Stacia smirked, knowing she'd frightened me. She was practically glowing because of it. It was just like a Caligan to enjoy that kind of power over another human. "Ready for what? To get out of this cell or to find Ryland?" "Both." Her smirk turned into a genuine grin. "I have no qualms against you. They're only keeping you here to control his actions. But if you're with me, then you have the control." I was beginning to put the pieces together, but I wasn't sure I liked where this was going. Stacia snorted. "Don't look so nervous. I'm not going to hurt you. If you're that important to my brother, then I know he would kill me if I brought you into harm's way. But you better believe that it goes both ways. If you hurt my brother, I will raise the entire Greenbridge Kingdom to ensure that you never breathe another breath." I swallowed. Understood. Chapter 39. Stacia didn't even need a key to unlock my cell door. The shadows bent to her will like an extension of her very soul, flowing and twisting until the lock clicked open. I watched in awe as the metal bars swung silently outward, granting me freedom for the first time in days. She caught my dumbfounded stare and smirked. "You know, Ryland is easily twice as powerful as I am. I bet he didn't tell you that either, did he?" My gaping mouth must have been answer enough, but she didn't laugh in my face. Instead, there was a flicker of a different kind of emotion, one I didn't fully understand. "Follow me," she said, waving me down the hall. Immediately, the shadows wrapped around me, a comforting darkness that felt both familiar and alien. It was just like it had felt while I traveled with Ryland, and I couldn't help but note the different ways the shadows behaved depending on who wielded them, and for what purpose. The magic had both the ability to freeze and lock someone up as well as the power to embrace and guide. It was an amazing thing. As we moved through the dungeon, I marveled at how easily Stacia navigated the twisting corridors. Her steps were sure and silent, much unlike my own clumsy movements. Every few steps, I'd stumble or bump into a wall, and I don't think my still-healing ankle was fully to blame. The days of confinement had taken their toll on my coordination. "Try to be quieter," Stacia hissed, her patience clearly wearing thin. "We can't afford to be caught now." I nodded, focusing all my energy on placing one foot in front of the other as silently as possible. The shadows helped, muffling my footsteps and concealing our movements, but I could tell that maintaining this level of control was taxing for Stacia. We came to a narrow staircase filled with cobwebs, hidden behind a false wall that Stacia easily manipulated with her magic. This was definitely not the main entrance to the dungeon. Judging by the thick layer of dust on the stairs, I had to wonder how few people knew this path existed at all. It did explain how Stacia was able to repeatedly sneak down to my cell without being caught, however. As we ascended, the air grew less stale, and I could hear the faint sounds of life above us. Distant voices, the clatter of dishes, the occasional laugh. It was strange to think that while I had been languishing in the dungeon, life in the estate had continued on as normal. We stopped after one flight, and Stacia nudged open a door just enough to peer through the crack into a well-lit hallway beyond. She put a finger over her lips and grabbed my hand, pulling me into the hall behind her. Even the shadows couldn't protect us here. There was nowhere to hide. It was a long corridor of stone, broken up only by a few frayed tapestries and a handful of wooden doors along the walls. Lanterns hung every few yards, illuminating every inch of the long hall. My heart raced as we stood exposed in the bright light. Any moment now, I expected guards to come rushing around the corner, or for an alarm to be raised. But the corridor remained eerily silent. "Hurry," Stacia whispered. I obediently followed, staying as quiet as I could, despite the cramp squeezing my foot as a result of days without use. Each step sent a jolt of pain up my leg, but I gritted my teeth and pressed on. Thankfully, we didn't have far to go before she pulled me toward one of the doors. Stacia pressed her ear to the wood, listening intently for a moment before nodding to herself and easing the door open. The room beyond contained a flurry of activity. 2 long tables were pushed up against either wall of a narrow antechamber, and around the corner beyond the small space was a much larger room. The clanging of pots and pans and orders barked by cooks flooded my ears. And there before us stood a wide-eyed young serving girl, a large tray wobbling in her shaking hands. "Take off your robe," Stacia ordered. The girl had enough wherewithal to obey, despite the terror etched across her face. Perhaps she could sense Stacia's power, too. It was difficult to ignore it here at the estate. Meanwhile, the rest of the kitchen staff continued their work, as though nothing strange were going on in the antechamber at all. We must have been concealed. These shadows were quite handy. The girl held out her serving robe, the only thing that marked her as a part of the estate's staff, rather than a peasant girl in a tattered dress. Swallowing my guilt at stripping the girl of her identity, I accepted the robe from Stacia and shrugged it on at her request. The fabric was rough against my skin, still warm from its previous owner, and it smelled faintly of kitchen spices. "Speak of this to no one. Keep quiet and you will be handsomely rewarded this evening." Stacia held out a small velvet bag full of coins and jingled it before the girl. The clink of metal was barely audible over the kitchen noise, but the girl's expression brightened at the sight. The girl nodded, eyes as wide as saucers, then scurried out into the hallway. I watched her go, wondering what would become of her. Would she keep our secret? Or would fear of the king's wrath outweigh the promise of coin? "Do you think she'll stay quiet?" I asked as the door closed behind her. "She knows what will happen to her if she doesn't." There was no humor in Stacia's eyes, only a cold certainty that sent a shiver down my spine. She pressed her lips into a line and studied me, shaking her head softly. "It will have to do. I need you to go into the great hall with this carafe." She grabbed a silver pitcher from a nearby table and thrust it into my hands. "But wait for 5 minutes after I leave before following me." The weight of the carafe surprised me, and I nearly dropped it. As I adjusted my grip, the reality of what we were about to do began to sink in. What? Where's the great hall? And won't they recognize me? My father doesn't prefer to see the faces of his servants. She tugged the hood over my head, her fingers lingering for a moment as she adjusted it. "Keep your eyes down, and you'll be just fine. Though I suspect Ryland will know the second you enter the room." My heart skipped a beat at the mention of Ryland. After days of worrying about him, of wondering if he was safe, I was finally going to see him again. But the circumstances were far from ideal. And what am I to do once I get there? Desperation clawed at my throat. This was too fast. We had no real plan in place. There was so much that could go wrong. There was no way we would be able to pull off something like this with such a small amount of forethought. "Just follow my lead," Stacia said, her tone brooking no argument. But I could see a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. She was taking a huge risk, and I realized that she was just as nervous as I was. Before I could press for more details, heavy breathing rounded the corner from the kitchen. I turned to see a red-faced young man struggling with a steaming iron pot. When I looked back at Stacia, she was gone, vanished as if she had never been there at all. I was alone now, dressed as a servant, holding a carafe of who knows what, and about to walk into the lion's den. The great hall, where the king of Caligo and his son, the man I had come to care for deeply, were waiting. My hands shook as I gripped the carafe tighter, willing myself to stay calm. Chapter 40. What are you doing, Cassandra? Help me with this, will ya? I froze, realizing the young man was addressing me. He obviously thought I was the serving girl whose robes Stacia had stolen. Right. Yes, of course. I moved quickly to set down my carafe and help him with the pot, but he yelled before I could touch it. Not with your hands. You'll burn yourself. Grab that towel and help me ease it onto the table. I did as he asked, my hands shaking slightly as I helped maneuver the heavy pot onto the wooden surface. The rich aroma of savory stew wafted up, making my stomach growl. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten a proper meal. "You all right, Cass?" the young man asked, eyeing me suspiciously. "You seem a bit off today." I kept my eyes trained to the floor and nodded quickly as I'd seen the girl do earlier. I didn't dare speak and reveal my true identity, and thankfully, I didn't have to. As if on cue, another group of servants flooded the small antechamber with dishes and trays full of food, and carafes and pitchers full of drinks. They were preparing for a large meal, it seemed. Hopefully, it was in the Great Hall. Otherwise, Stacia might be waiting a long time for me to find my way around this giant estate. I tried to blend in, helping where I could without drawing too much attention to myself. The kitchen staff moved with practiced efficiency, each person knowing their role in this intricate dance of preparation. "Oi, new girl!" a gruff voice called out. I turned to see an older woman with graying hair tied back in a severe bun. "Take this tray to the dining room, and mind you don't spill anything, or it'll be your hide." I nodded, carefully taking the laden tray. As I followed the stream of servants out into the hallway, I couldn't help but marvel at the opulence of the estate. The stone walls were adorned with intricate tapestries depicting dark scenes of battle and conquest. Black suits of armor stood at attention in alcoves, their polished surfaces reflecting the warm glow of torchlight. We wound through the halls, and the servants filed into a dining room, where they began placing the dishes in front of a large group of courtiers sitting around a grand table. The room was alive with the buzz of conversation and the clink of silverware against fine china. I paused outside the door, certain this was not where I was supposed to be. There was no sign of Ryland or Stacia anywhere. The courtiers inside were dressed in silks and velvets, their fingers adorned with jewels that caught the light. They seemed a world away from the common folk I'd seen in the village, let alone the poor souls I'd glimpsed in the dungeon. As I hesitated, trying to decide what to do, a sharp voice cut through the air. "You there! Girl, don't just stand there gawking. Bring that wine in here at once." My heart leapt into my throat as I realized the command was directed at me. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to take a deep breath and step into the room. I kept my eyes lowered, praying that the hood of my robe would conceal my face. I moved carefully among the tables, filling goblets as I went. The rich aroma of the wine mixed with the scent of exotic perfumes worn by the courtiers, making my head spin slightly. Conversation flowed around me, snippets of gossip and political intrigue that I dared not pay too much attention to. As I reached to fill a particularly ornate goblet, its owner, a woman with elaborately coiffed silver hair, peered at me closely. "You're new, aren't you?" she asked, her voice sharp with suspicion. "I don't recall seeing you before." I froze, my mind racing for an excuse. Yes, my lady," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. I usually work in the kitchens. They needed extra hands tonight." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Is that so? Look at me, girl." My heart pounded so loudly I was sure everyone in the room must be able to hear it. Slowly, I raised my eyes to meet hers, silently praying to the fates that she wouldn't recognize me as an outsider from another land. For a long, terrifying moment, she studied my face, lingering on the healing cuts across my cheeks. I could feel sweat beading on my forehead, and I silently cursed the Momea once again. It took every ounce of willpower not to turn and run before the woman could ask any questions. Just as I thought all was lost, a commotion at the other end of the room drew the woman's attention. Someone had knocked over a platter, sending food scattering across the floor, In the ensuing chaos, I seized my chance to slip away. "I was asked to take this to the Great Hall," I whispered to one of the other girls before she entered the dining room. "I'm sorry. I think I must have gotten lost in the rush." She made no attempt to hide her annoyance as she gestured to the right. "It's that way, and be quick about it, or the master'll have your head." I dipped my chin in thanks and crept off in the direction she'd pointed me, my heart still racing from the close call. As I walked, I tried to shake the unease building inside me. There was no telling what I was walking into. My stomach twisted at the thought of what I might find when I saw Ryland again. A cold rush of dark power seeped out from under the doors of the Great Hall, before I heard the voices echoing inside, and the shiver that skated over my skin wasn't just from the cold. I willed my hands to stay steady and tugged on the handle of one of the massive double doors before me. It was a side entrance, one of 6 that led into the Great Hall. And great was an understatement. This one room was the size of my small village's entire market square, and there were about as many people in the room, too. The ceiling soared high above, supported by massive stone columns that seemed to stretch endlessly upward. Enormous chandeliers hung from iron chains, their countless candles casting a warm, flickering light over the assembled crowd. Tapestries adorned the walls, each one depicting gruesome scenes from Caligo's history. I spotted Ryland immediately. Even if I hadn't been automatically drawn in by his presence, his power overwhelmed the room. He sat in a small throne on a raised dais, his posture rigid and his face a mask of indifference. Beside him was a much larger throne made of onyx that seemed to absorb all the light surrounding it. A squat, overweight man scowled from the throne, his oversized crown looking borderline ridiculous on his small head. The King of Caligo. 4 lines of villagers stood facing the thrones. Their faces were weary, with streaks cutting through the dirt on their cheeks from where their tears had fallen. But there were no more tears as they stared stone-faced at the men before them. As they stared at Ryland. His face was also empty. I'd say he looked soulless if I didn't know him any better. His father said something too quietly for me to hear, and Ryland lifted a hand, his jaw tightening as he did so. A wave of shadow was cast out into the room, and as one, the unit of villagers took one large step forward. The king scowled and barked something else at Ryland before he lifted his hand again, sharper this time. And again the villagers moved forward. But this time it was more like a march. I gasped as the realization of what I witnessed finally struck me. These villagers were no longer in charge of their own lives. They were now property of the King of Caligo, and through the powers of his son, they marched forward like an army. A shadow army, and only the fates could guess what kind of horrors they would be used to carry out for the wicked king. The carafe trembled in my hand, and a strong grip wrapped itself around my wrist. "I'll take a refill, please." Stacia held out her goblet. Chapter 41. My hand only shook a little as I poured the blood-red liquid into Stacia's waiting goblet. I wanted to ask her what was going on, or what I needed to do next, but there were listening ears all around us. The walls of the great hall were lined with black knights and mages alike. There was so much power condensed in this single room that it was a wonder I was able to stand at all. The air felt thick with magic, making it hard to breathe. "Walk with me," Stacia murmured, her voice low enough that only I could hear. She guided me along the perimeter of the room, ostensibly showing me where to serve, but her grip on my arm told a different story. Her fingers dug into my skin, a silent warning to stay close and follow her lead. As we moved, I took in more details of the great hall. Courtiers in lavish attire mingled near the walls, their laughter and chatter a stark contrast to the grim scene unfolding before the thrones. Guards stood at attention at each entrance, their black armor seeming to absorb the light around them. "What's happening?" I whispered to Stacia, unable to keep the horror from my voice. "Those people—" "Quiet," she hissed. "Just watch and listen. You'll understand soon enough." The king's voice boomed across the hall, silencing the chatter of the courtiers. Behold, my loyal subjects, the future of Caligo stands before you. He gestured grandly to the villagers, who stood unnaturally still, their eyes vacant. A murmur of appreciation rippled through the crowd, and I felt sick to my stomach. How could they applaud this? These were people, not puppets to be controlled. With the power of the shadows, we will build an army unlike any the world has ever seen, the king continued. An army that feels no pain, knows no fear, and obeys without question. I glanced at Ryland, hoping to see some sign of resistance, some hint of the man I thought I knew. But his face remained impassive, his hand still raised, controlling the villagers like puppets on strings. Stacia nudged me, nodding towards a group of nobles nearby. I approached them with the carafe, refilling their glasses as I strained to hear their conversation. Remarkable progress, one man was saying. I tried to tell everyone gossiping about how the prince was missing. The king would never allow it. The prince wasn't missing. He was here all along, working behind the scenes to ensure Caligo will bow to no one. Indeed, a woman replied, her voice heavy with implications. And why would he want to leave? It seems the king's methods have proven effective. I nearly dropped the carafe, my hands trembling at the casual cruelty in their words. What methods? What had they done to Ryland to increase his power so dramatically? The sick feeling in my stomach intensified, and I had to swallow hard to keep from retching. As I moved through the crowd, I caught more snippets of conversation, each one adding to the horrifying picture forming in my mind. Heard they're taking people from the outlying villages, one said. Wonder how far the prince's control extends. A woman giggled. Imagine an army that size, completely under our command. A third man said. The nobles spoke of conquest and power as if discussing the weather, seemingly oblivious to the human cost of their ambitions. I made my way back to Stacia, my mind whirling with the implications of what I'd overheard. She took my arm again, guiding me towards a quieter corner of the hall. Now do you see? She whispered, her eyes darting around to ensure we weren't overheard. I nodded, unable to speak. The Ryland I knew would never willingly participate in something like this. Whatever the king had done to him, whatever methods he'd used, had clearly broken something in Ryland. With a twist of his hand, Ryland had the villagers turn, then parry against one another with invisible weapons. The king sneered, satisfied by what he saw. But Ryland's face was drained of all color, not because the magic took too much out of him, but because he was so emotionally taxed. A large man cleared his throat loudly over my shoulder and tapped the side of his goblet. Ducking my face, I quickly moved to refill his wine, playing my role even while I felt like my whole world was crashing down around me. A commotion near the thrones drew our attention. The king was on his feet, his face red with anger. More, he bellowed. Show them more of what you can do, boy. Ryland stood, his movements stiff and unnatural. He raised both hands this time, and the shadows in the room seemed to deepen. The villagers began to move in complex formations, their movements perfectly synchronized. It was like watching a macabre dance, beautiful in its precision, but horrifying in its implications. But as I watched, I noticed something. A slight tremor in Ryland's hands, a tightness around his eyes. He was fighting it, I realized. Whatever control the king had over him, some part of Ryland was still in there, still resisting. We may have only known each other a short time, but I knew him well enough to believe that this went against everything he believed. Ryland didn't crave power. Not like this. So why would he allow his father to command him this way at all? He'd escaped once. Surely he could do it again. Or at least he could have, if not for me. Guilt twisted my stomach until I felt like I could be sick. These villagers, every one of them, was now under the complete control of the King of Caligo, and it was all my fault. If I hadn't allowed Ryland to get tangled up in my life, he wouldn't be back in this place at all. The weight of my role in this tragedy threatened to crush me. As though she could sense my despair, Stacia placed a comforting hand on my arm. "We need to act now," she murmured. Then she threw back her goblet, taking a deep pull of the wine before handing the empty vessel back to me. She stepped forward, only the sound of her boots tapping on the floor echoing through the near-silent hall as every person in the room held their breath, including the king. The air seemed to crackle with tension as all eyes turned to the princess, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 42. Father, I grow tired of these games. You know Ryland doesn't have the spine to carry out this task, so why do you insist on making us all watch this pathetic display of strength day in and day out? Please, won't you allow a true master of the shadows to give it a try? The king's face grew redder than a tomato. Stacia, darling, he gritted out the words. Let's discuss this later. Later. You always want to put this off. But why not demonstrate the difference for our guests while they're here? There's no need to make them wait, after all. They can see everything they need to realize that one heir is greater than the other right now. Today, not later. The red darkened to an eggplant purple, and I swore the king's face was about to burst with rage. How dare! He stood, chest rising and falling in fast, heavy breaths. Squeezing his eyes shut, he seemed to regain enough control to not berate his daughter in front of so many witnesses. He pointed to a tall, thin mage on the floor to his right. Take the prisoners back to the barracks. We are finished for today. It's time for my daughter and me to have a little talk. The mage did as he was asked, and I slunk back into the wall as they passed. Only then did I realize that I was completely encompassed in darkness, protected entirely by shadows. Not a single villager or knight looked my way. Nor did Stacia or Ryland, for that matter. Which one was protecting me? Do you dare defy me in my own court? The king asked her more loudly than he'd intended. Stacia sauntered up to the dais, with the arrogant swagger of a woman who destroyed kings like him on a daily basis. She certainly wasn't anyone I would want to cross. Only a few knights remained, probably the king's personal guard, while everyone else dispersed from the great hall. Everyone else but me. And though the knights were silent in an unearthly way, every ragged breath from the king could be heard throughout the large space, amplified by the enormous rounded ceiling overhead. I only stated the obvious. Stacia stopped to examine her nails, crinkling her nose with distaste before finally deigning to continue her talk with her father. Everyone in the kingdom knows it to be true. I looked to Ryland to find him staring straight-faced ahead, eyes glued to the doors at the opposite end of the room. Did she always speak about him like this? I didn't want Ryland to lead these armies any more than she did, but she didn't have to speak about him in such an awful manner. Besides, it was Stacia who had told me he had twice the power she did. Your brother is the heir, darling. The king's face was still red, but he worked quickly to control his anger. There are laws that have been in place for centuries, as you know. I can't overturn them simply because I want to. It wouldn't be because you want to, Father. It would be because I deserve this. No one would object. They wouldn't dare, lest I spear them through the heart with darkness. The king grinned, his pride in his daughter all the more obvious with her twisted logic. And I could see his defenses weaken before my very eyes. But if the king was truly considering putting Stacia on the throne, then what would he do with Ryland? Believe me, Stacia, darling, I would choose you as my heir in an instant. But it isn't so simple. My heart cracked in two as I listened to Stacia and her father discuss Ryland as a second option, worth no more than the mud on the bottom of their boots, right in front of him. But he didn't look the least bit surprised. This was likely not the first time he'd overheard conversations such as this. Yet there wasn't an ounce of defeat or despair on his handsome features. No, if anything, hope still shone from Ryland's warm eyes. Ah, I disagree, Father. I think it would be more simple. Just think of the things we could accomplish together without the need for whips and shadow chains. She spread a hand through the air in front of her, as though she were playing out a scene for him. The king smiled in response. Ah, but what's the fun in that? Why don't we take over the northern continent and still have our entertainment? Then, with the speed of a lightning bolt, he whipped a shadow from his hands, striking Ryland across the back. And though it looked like nothing more than a streak of darkness, the grimace on Ryland's face revealed a very real sensation of pain with the strike. I remembered the scars that crossed back and forth along the ropey muscles along his spine, and it took all my strength not to cry out for the king to stop. Biting down on my tongue, I willed myself to stay quiet, just for a minute more. Stacia still had me in the shadows. She hadn't revealed me to the king yet. I hated everything she said, but perhaps this was all part of her plan. There was still a chance that Ryland and I could walk away from this. And after seeing the horrors his father had intended for him, there was no doubt in my mind now that I would do everything in my power to get him to safety. Though her methods were cruel, Stacia would effectively be setting him free if she could convince her father to make her the heir instead of Ryland. The king whipped his son twice more before Stacia finally spoke up. "Enough, father. It's not nearly as fun to put the coward in his place when there is no one else around to witness his humiliation. Now, promise me that you will at least reconsider the laws. You are the king, after all. Nothing would show your people the power you wield like changing the laws right from underneath them. No one would dare stop you. Least of all me. But I will caution you that this is the last time I make this offer. I'm old enough now to explore other kingdoms. And if I have nothing tethering me to this island, I intend to make a life for myself somewhere else. There are princes to charm and empty thrones just waiting for a powerful queen like me." He narrowed his eyes, but the king didn't object. He groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Don't make any hasty decisions. Let me consult the shaman. Let's see if the springs reveal anything before you run off." Stacia dipped her chin in agreement. "Now leave. Both of you, I have some work to attend to." Ryland made for the exit without another word. And as he crossed the halfway mark, I saw the deep red staining the back of his shirt where his father had whipped him. Stacia followed closely behind, cutting her eyes over to me as she walked and giving the smallest jerk of her chin to follow. I tensed, noting the 5 knights who still remained in the great hall with the king. Was I truly invisible to them? I knew the shadows were powerful, but was it enough to fully conceal me? Glancing back at the king, I realized I didn't have a choice. I wasn't going to remain behind with that man. I hurried after them, keeping close to the wall and practically running from shadow to shadow between the lanterns. It wasn't until we passed through the double doors at the other side that I finally breathed easily again. They continued forward, neither stopping to utter a single word to me, and for all I knew, Ryland was still clueless about my presence. I followed quietly behind, ever the obedient little pet to these powerful royal mages. But with Ryland close by, I no longer felt afraid. Now I was livid. The monsters in this kingdom had gone too far. Chapter 43. We wove through the halls of the massive estate, turning new-to-me corners until I was thoroughly lost. And just when I started to wonder if Stacia had forgotten about me, Ryland pushed open a glass door at the end of an empty corridor. His sister followed, pushing hard on the door as she passed through so it would stay open long enough for me to slip in unnoticed, though there was no one else around to notice but Ryland. I assumed that meant he was unaware of me, but we'd barely gotten inside the door when Stacia dipped into a full bow before her brother. "I'll leave you with some privacy." She strode deeper into the room, and I watched, slack-jawed, as she skimmed her fingertips along the enormous green leaves extending from rows and rows of planters. Then with a whirl of her robe, she was out of sight. But the room itself was a wonder to behold. There were ferns and flowers and fruiting vines and trees that towered 100 feet into the glass-covered sky. Light filled the large space, lifting my spirits and then weighing me back down with the thick humidity in the air. It hung on me like a second skin, and yet I was still overjoyed to be in such a space. It put my little garden back in Greenbridge to shame. If there weren't such heavy problems pressing in, I might have taken hours to wander and explore the greenhouse hidden in the heart of the king's estate. It must have been blessed by magical springs, or the fates themselves. There was no other way something so glorious could exist in the world. This might be the only safe place in this entire fates-forsaken kingdom. I spun to find Ryland pinning me with a cautious stare. "You knew I was here?" "The whole time." His lip twitched like he wanted to smile, but there were still too many unanswered questions between us. It was but a fleeting moment, anyway, before the grief of everything he carried settled back into his features. He was strong and probably the most powerful man on either continent, but in this moment, he looked broken. "I let you down," Ryland continued. "I promised I wouldn't let them get to you, but they found a way." He began to pace. "They always find a way. I can't escape it." "But you can. If Stacia takes the throne." "She won't." "She wants to. I heard everything in the Great Hall, and I think your father might just let her have it." He stopped cold. "She doesn't want to, not really. She just knows how to play the game, and her need to be a savior clouds her better judgment." I began to object, but he wasn't finished. "For as long as I live, Stacia can never take the throne. There is no way I would put her in that situation. No one should have to shoulder that kind of burden. The expectations and actions that are required would destroy her. They're destroying you." "I can handle it. Look, Melynn, I need to apologize." "For what?" "For bringing you here." He began to move back toward the door. "For jeopardizing your safety like this. Caligo is no place for a girl like you." "A girl like me? What is that supposed to mean?" My volume had risen to an uncomfortable level, and the tension in the room was thicker than the humidity. He simply shook his head. "I'll find a safe way for you to get back home, but we need to act quickly, before my father realizes you're missing." "And how many lashes will you take for setting his prisoner free?" "As many as it takes." The honesty in his gaze crushed me. He meant it. He would take whatever punishment he was dealt for me, and for Stacia, and for all of his people. "Why do you do it?" My voice was but a whisper. "Because if I don't, someone else will. Someone who doesn't understand the concept of mercy. I try to keep them free from pain, but there's only so much I can do. Once he decides to move them onto a battlefield..." His face pinched in agony. "We've got to get you out of here, now." "And what if I stay?" The words fell from my lips, unbidden. "What? After we heal my mother, what if I return?" "Why would you do a thing like that?" He turned away, but I reached for his arm, urging him to meet my eyes again. "I can help you. We'll find a way for you to escape your father's control. We can use your power for good. Make Caligo a better place for everyone." "No. You'll die here. There is no way." His gaze went cold. Taking 2 steps back, Ryland pulled a small glass vial from his tunic. I knew what it contained. "Take the elixir. It's already been mixed. I can't promise it will last the remainder of your mother's life, but it's strong enough to give her many long years at least." Our fingers brushed with a feather-light touch as he passed the vial to me. A buzz shot through my hand and up my arm, straight to my heart. I didn't know if it was caused by the magic in the elixir, or by the magic between Ryland and me. Magic that would be no more after today. "You're pushing me away." "I'm saving your life," he said harshly. "Take your medicine and go." "You got what you wanted. I told you I was dangerous. There's nothing for you here. There never was." He yanked open the door and disappeared through it before I could utter another word. Stacia graciously gave me a few minutes to myself before she returned. But I could do nothing more than stare at the door and will him to come back. Despite his promise to always return, this time he didn't. Mercifully, Stacia said nothing of the tears still streaming down my face as she gingerly took my hand. "Come on," she said, wiping some of the moisture from my cheek. "Let's get you back home." Chapter 44. Stacia's touch was surprisingly gentle as she guided me away from the greenhouse. The warmth of the magical garden faded, replaced by the cool, oppressive atmosphere of the estate's corridors. My mind was reeling, torn between the hope of returning home with the elixir and the crushing weight of Ryland's rejection. "We need to move quickly," Stacia whispered, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow. "The guards will soon realize you're missing." As we hurried through the winding passages, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The walls seemed to press in around us, the shadows deepening with each step. Was it my imagination, or were the dark corners actually moving? "Stacia," I murmured, my voice barely audible. "The shadows." She nodded grimly. "Father's magic. It's everywhere in the castle. We must be careful." Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the halls. "Find her!" Stacia cursed under her breath. "He knows. We need to run." We broke into a sprint, our footsteps echoing loudly in the empty corridors. The shadows behind us seemed to come alive, reaching out with inky tendrils. My heart pounded in my chest as we rounded corner after corner, the labyrinthine castle a maze of potential dead ends and hidden dangers. "This way," Stacia hissed, pulling me into a narrow passageway hidden behind a tapestry. The space was tight and dark, forcing us to move single file. I could hear the sound of heavy footsteps and shouted orders growing closer. Just as we reached the end of the secret passage, a group of guards burst into the corridor ahead of us. Stacia reacted instantly, pushing me behind her and raising her hands. Shadows swirled around her fingers, ready to strike. "Stand down," she commanded, her voice ringing with authority. The guards hesitated, looking at each other uncertainly. For a moment, I dared to hope that Stacia's rank would be enough to save us. But then a familiar, cruel voice cut through the air. "Belay that order," the king growled, stepping into view. His eyes burned with fury as they locked onto me. "Seize them both." Stacia's shadows lashed out, knocking back the first wave of guards. But more poured in from both sides. We were outnumbered. "Run!" Stacia shouted, shoving me towards a side passage. "I'll hold them off." I hesitated, not wanting to abandon her. But she fixed me with a fierce glare. "Go! For Ryland!" Her words spurred me into action. I turned and ran, the sounds of battle fading behind me. The passage twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the bowels of the castle. My lungs burned, and my legs ached, but I pushed on, driven by desperation and the need to escape. Finally, I burst through a door and found myself in a large, circular room. Ancient runes covered the walls, glowing faintly in the dim light. In the center stood a raised dais, upon which rested a pool of shimmering water. The enchanted spring. The source of Caligo's power. I had no time to marvel at the sight. Heavy footsteps approached from behind, and I knew I had nowhere left to run. Clutching the vial of elixir tightly, I stepped onto the dais, my mind racing for a solution. If I could destroy the spring, perhaps I could bring down the entire kingdom of Caligo. But would there be any survivors? The people didn't all deserve to die, just the king. "There's nowhere left to go," the king's voice echoed through the chamber as he entered, flanked by his guards. His eyes gleamed with malice as he approached. "Did you really think you could escape?" I backed away, my feet splashing in the shallow pool. The water felt alive, tingling against my skin with raw magical energy. It struck me just how foolish my thoughts had been. One can't simply destroy a spring, and especially not one with as much power as I could feel from the water surrounding me. I needed a different tactic. It appeared that the king loved Stacia. There was at least a part of him that had to understand loyalty to one's family. "You don't understand," I pleaded. "I just want to go home, to help my mother." The king's laugh was cold and mirthless. "I understand perfectly. You came here to steal our magic, to weaken our kingdom. But now, You'll serve a greater purpose." "That's not it at all." But my cries were drowned out by the sound of the knights' footsteps as more joined their leader. The king raised his hands, dark magic swirling around them. "You'll be the first of my new army, a weapon forged from the very heart of Caligo's power." As the shadows reached for me, I stumbled backwards, falling into the pool. The magical water pulled me under, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. I felt a surge of energy unlike anything I'd ever experienced, as if every cell in my body was suddenly awake and alive. Then, chaos erupted. The runes on the walls flared brilliantly, and the water around me began to churn and swirl. The king shouted in alarm, trying to back away, but it was too late. A blinding light filled the room, and I lost all sense of space and time. When the light faded, I found myself lying on cold, damp stone. Blinking in confusion, I slowly sat up, trying to get my bearings. I was no longer in the estate. Instead, I was in a small, dimly lit cave. The only source of light was a faint glow coming from a pool of water at the far end. "Welcome, Melynn of Greenbridge," a voice spoke, seemingly from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We've been expecting you." As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw 3 figures emerge from the shadows. They were women, ancient beyond measure, their eyes filled with the wisdom of ages. With a start, I realized who they must be. The Moirai, the Fates. "We have much to discuss," one of them said, her voice carrying the weight of destiny. "About your role in the future of both Caligo and Greenbridge." I clutched the vial of elixir tightly, my mind reeling from everything that had happened. But as the reality of my situation sank in, desperation overtook me. "Please," I begged, my voice cracking with emotion. "I need your help. My mother, she's ill, and I need to get back to her before it's too late. And Ryland and Stacia, they're in danger. The king, he'll—" "Silence," the tallest Fate commanded, her eyes flashing. "You dare to make demands of us?" "Sister," the youngest-looking Fate interjected, her voice softer. "She has fallen upon the spring. We must at least consider her wishes." The third Fate, her face lined with ancient wrinkles, spoke up. "The girl knows not what she asks. The cost would be significant." I swallowed hard, gathering my courage. "There is no cost too great to protect those I love. Please, I'll do anything." The Fates exchanged loaded glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, the eldest turned to me, her eyes glinting with an emotion I couldn't quite place. "Very well, child. We will grant your request, but know this, the price will be steep, and the consequences far-reaching." "I understand," I said, though in truth I had no idea what I was agreeing to. The youngest Fate stepped forward, her expression sympathetic. "We will ensure your safe return and your mother's well-being, and we will cast our protection over the Prince and Princess of Caligo." Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived. The tallest Fate let out a cruel laugh that sent shivers down my spine. "It will be done," she declared, her voice ringing with finality. "But remember, girl, the universe has a way of collecting its debts." Before I could respond, they began to guide me back towards the glowing pool of water. My heart raced as we approached, a mixture of fear and anticipation coursing through me. "Wait," I said, as we reached the edge of the pool. "What's going to happen? What's the cost?" The Fates remained silent, their faces impassive. Then, without warning, they pushed me forward. As I fell towards the shimmering surface, time seemed to slow. The last thing I saw was the reflection of the 3 Fates in the water, their expressions a mix of pity, resolve, and something that looked unsettlingly like anticipation. Then I hit the water and everything went dark. Chapter 45. The gentle rocking of the ship and the distant cry of seagulls slowly pulled me from the depths of unconsciousness. I blinked, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light filtering through a small round window. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or how I'd gotten there. As I sat up, a wave of dizziness washed over me. I was in a small cabin, sparsely furnished with a narrow bunk and a weathered wooden chest. The air was thick with the scent of salt and tar. A ship. I was on a ship. Memories flooded back in a rush. The castle, the spring, the fates. I gasped, my hand flying to my pocket where I'd kept the vial of elixir. To my relief, it was still there, cool and solid against my palm. A folded piece of parchment on the chest caught my eye. With trembling fingers, I reached for it. Melynn, you're safe now, on a ship bound for Arrow Watch. Ryland and I are also safe. Whatever you did, it worked. Father's rage was great, but he couldn't touch us. We don't know how, but we're protected. Ryland wanted to see you off, but we agreed it was safer this way. Know that he cares for you deeply, even if he can't express it. The captain has instructions to ensure your safe passage home. May the fates watch over you. Stacia. I read the note twice, relief washing over me. They were safe. Whatever price the fates had exacted, at least I knew my sacrifice hadn't been in vain. A knock at the cabin door startled me. Miss? A gruff voice called. We're approaching Arrow Watch. Captain says you'll want to be on deck when we make port. Thank you, I called back, my voice hoarse from disuse. I'll be right there. I took a moment to gather myself, smoothing down my hair and clothes as best I could. As I stepped out onto the deck, the bright sunlight momentarily blinded me. The salty sea air filled my lungs, invigorating and unfamiliar. The captain, a weathered man with a salt and pepper beard, approached me. Glad to see you're up and about, miss. We were starting to worry. How long was I asleep? I asked, realizing I had no idea how much time had passed. It's been over a day now. You were asleep when they brought you on board, he replied, his bushy eyebrows raised. Must have been quite an ordeal you went through. But don't you worry, we've kept you safe. I nodded, grateful but unsure how to respond. The captain seemed to sense my discomfort and changed the subject. We'll be docking in about an hour. There's a carriage waiting for you on the pier. All arranged by your friends. The way he hesitated on the word friends made me wonder just what story Stacia had concocted to explain my presence on the ship. But I didn't press the matter. As we approached the harbor, I marveled at the bustling port town of Arrow Watch. It looked so different in the daylight, spread out above the docks. It seemed a lifetime ago that I had snuck onto a ship here, desperate to reach Caligo. Now, returning felt both like a homecoming and a farewell. True to the captain's word, a horse-drawn carriage was waiting for me as I disembarked. The driver, a kind-faced older man, tipped his hat as I approached. Miss Melynn, I'm to take you home. As I settled into the carriage, the driver offered me some bread and hard cheese. It's a long journey, he explained. Best keep your strength up. We set off immediately, the sounds of Arrow Watch fading behind us. I found myself searching the crowds, half hoping to catch a glimpse of Macus or one of the other traders. But we were moving too quickly, and soon the town was nothing but a speck on the horizon. I didn't even have a chance to apologize to Macus for the fireberry incident, I murmured to myself. Did you say something, miss? The driver called back. Oh no, just thinking aloud, I replied, forcing a smile. As we traveled, the landscape slowly transformed from coastal plains to the familiar forests of my home. The trees seemed to welcome me back, their branches reaching out like old friends. But without Ryland by my side, the forest felt emptier somehow. Hollower. If I were honest with myself, everything felt emptier without him. I knew this was how it would end. I should have better prepared my heart for the inevitable break. But it stung. Fates above, it hurt worse than dragon's fire. The journey back to my village took only 2 days by carriage, but each moment felt like an eternity. I found myself replaying every interaction with Ryland, wondering if there was something I could have done differently, some way I could have convinced him to come with me. As we pulled into my village, I tried to ignore the curious stares of the townspeople. They gawked openly at the fine carriage, whispering among themselves as we passed. Though the many familiar faces of home gaped at me as I stepped out and thanked my driver, no one dared speak to me directly. Here I was, still just the little witch from the forest. And maybe that was all the fates ever had planned for me to be. The fortune teller's words echoed in my mind. I would find love, only to have it taken away again. How right she had been. How cruel fate could be. But all of that fell to the back of my mind as my hurried steps carried me down the well-trodden path back to my house. It had been longer than a week. The sample of elixir Ryland had first given my mother would be long worn off by now, and every step back to her came with another imagined scenario of how things could have gone terribly wrong in my absence. What if she forgot to eat or lock the doors? What if she became so disoriented that she forgot where she was, or who she was? I scanned the trees as I went, hoping I wouldn't find her wandering aimlessly, lost outside in the woods. Oh, Mama, please be all right. I was in a near panic by the time I burst through the tree line and cut through the rows of vegetables that led back to my house. The brown tips of the leaves scratched against my dirty dress, like hands reaching for me, finally welcoming their master home. But none of it would matter without my mother. Slamming open the front door, I called out to her, near hysteric. Mother, Mama, please, are you home? Her beautiful face peered down at me from my loft bedroom, eyes crinkling in the corner. Melynn, you're back. I was just putting clean linens back on your bed. Where's Ryland? I choked down a sob of relief. She was here. She was fine. If anything, she was better than fine. Ryland's elixir was more powerful than I could have guessed. Oh, Mama, I said, clutching the vial of elixir tightly in my hand. I have so much to tell you. Chapter 46. The vial of elixir found a new home at the back of the topmost shelf in our kitchen cupboard. We hadn't needed it. Not yet, anyway. And I would hold out on giving it to her for as long as possible, so that when the medicine did finally start to fade, we would stretch the next dose all the way to the end of her days. Every time I opened that cupboard, my eyes were drawn to the small glass container, its contents shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It was a constant reminder of my journey, of the dangers I'd faced, and of the people I'd left behind. Living day-to-day life with my mother was a dream come true. I couldn't remember the last time we'd sung songs as we hung our laundry out to dry or kneaded bread together. My life was better in so many ways. And yet, that emptiness inside never fully faded. No matter how I busied myself during the afternoons, the ache would set in, deep in my heart, every evening as I lay down to sleep. I tried to replace him with sweeping, and tending to the garden, and mending the fence or any other projects I could make up. But after a week of catching up with household chores and enjoying more stories and laughter with my mother than I ever thought possible, I found myself lonelier than ever. The isolation that had once been a comfort now felt stifling. The villagers kept their distance as always, their wary glances a reminder that we were still the outcasts, the witch and her addled mother. Even with her mind restored, old habits died hard, and no one came to welcome us back into the fold. At night, my thoughts would inevitably turn to Caligo. What had become of the king and his shadow army? Had the fates' protection for Ryland and Stacia somehow put an end to their father's cruel ambitions? Or had it merely delayed the inevitable? The uncertainty gnawed at me, a constant worry that I couldn't shake. My mother approached me on the porch one afternoon, several days after my return home. With a hand resting on my shoulder, she followed my gaze out to the woods. We stayed that way for quite some time, silently watching and dreaming about the world beyond our small spot in the forest. The fates have a funny way of directing our lives sometimes, she said at last. But if it's meant to be, the universe will see to it that you find him again. Mark my words." I turned to her, surprised. "How did you know?" She smiled, a hint of wisdom in her eyes. "A mother always knows, dear. And besides, you've been moping about like a lovesick puppy since you returned." I felt my cheeks flush with embarrassment, but her words brought a small comfort. Maybe she was right. Maybe the fates had more in store for me and Ryland. But then I remembered the price they had mentioned, and a chill ran down my spine. What if the cost was never seeing him again? As the days passed, I tried to focus on the present, on the gift of having my mother back to her old self. But the world beyond our little forest refused to be ignored. On my infrequent trips to the village for supplies, I heard the whispers and rumors of the Knights of Caligo. They drifted up to our village, carried on the wind by tales of traders and merchants from Arrowwatch. I heard the hushed stories shared with wide eyes behind the booths in the market square. They're storming every ship. They're searching the woods for drifters and lone travelers. I heard they ran through our very own fair. Each new story sent a chill down my spine. Were they looking for me? Had I put my entire village in danger by returning? And what of Ryland and Stacia? Had the protection of the fates held, or had the king found a way around it? I ignored the rumors the best that I could, retreating further into the safety of our isolated home. But there was no escaping the fear that had taken root in my heart. No matter how I tried to convince myself that we were safe, that the Knights would have no reason to come to our small, insignificant village, the worry persisted. One evening, as I was helping my mother prepare dinner, a commotion outside caught our attention. We stepped onto the porch, straining our eyes to see through the trees. In the distance, we could make out a cloud of dust rising from the road that led to the village. My blood ran cold as I realized what it meant. This was it. The moment I had been dreading since my return. I could ignore the insults whispered about myself and my mother. But the rumors about Caligo, it seemed, were true. There was no turning a blind eye the day the Knights marched into our village. Chapter 47. The Knights of Caligo appeared on the horizon like a storm rolling in from the sea. Their arrival was heralded not by thunder, but by the terrified whispers that raced through the village faster than wildfire. People froze up and down the streets, too stunned to turn away despite the horrible tales that preceded the powerful Knights. They were an unwelcome presence. Outsiders. And the people of Greenbridge weren't supposed to face them. Our borders were supposed to be safe from the black magic of Caligo. Where was our king when we needed him? I stood rooted to the spot, my heart pounding in my chest as I watched the Knights float through the village. Their hoods obscured their faces, making them look like nothing more than inky black ghosts emerged from the haunted wood. But something didn't add up. Ryland had returned home. There was no hunt for the lost prince. Not anymore. So what were they doing here? A horrifying thought struck me. Could this be part of the army I'd witnessed in the Great Hall? The memory of those vacant-eyed villagers, moving in perfect unison under Ryland's command, sent a chill down my spine. As the Knights drew closer, I could see the fear etched on the faces of my fellow villagers. Children clung to their mothers' skirts, old men muttered prayers under their breath, and even the usually boisterous young men of the village fell silent. A shrill cry pierced the air, shattering the eerie silence. Dropping my bag of oats on the ground where I stood, I turned to find the source of the terrified scream. 3 of the Knights had surrounded a group of 10 or 12 of our villagers, a line of shadows corralling them into a corner like cattle for slaughter. The horror of it really sank in. They planned to kidnap these people, haul them back to the king's estate, and force them to lose control under the power of Ryland's magic. The king's army was still growing. And worse, our own people would be forced to join and controlled in battle against their own kingdom. And for what? Power over the trade routes? It was despicable. I watched as a young mother tried to shield her child from the Knight's gaze, as an old man raised his walking stick in a futile attempt at defense. These were people I'd known all my life, even if they'd never accepted me. They didn't deserve this fate. Anger bubbled up inside me, hot and fierce. I'd had enough. I didn't care what kind of promise I'd made to the fates. This was too much. Knowing my mother was no longer in danger gave me an extra dose of courage. What did I have to lose? The worst-case scenario would be for the knights to take me instead of some other innocent person from the village. And if I somehow found myself in that great hall, staring Ryland in the face, well then maybe that would be just the catalyst he needed to initiate a real change for his kingdom. He had the power to change the world, and if all it took was me sacrificing my own freedom for it, then so be it. "Hey, stop it!" I shouted, waving my hands in the air. The knights gave no response. They had what they came for, and any other shouts for their attention would be ignored. But I'd been ignored for most of my life, and I wasn't having it anymore. "I said stop it!" I marched over, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure everyone could hear it. With a courage I didn't know I possessed, I pushed one of the shadowy monsters in the shoulder, shuffling his hood enough to see 2 ice-cold eyes with irises as black as pitch. He snarled, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself, but I ran deeper into the fold before he could do much more. As I pushed through the crowd, I saw familiar faces twisted in fear. There was old Mr. Thatcher, the baker who'd always overcharged me for bread, and the Cooper twins, who'd once put frogs in my garden to scare me. But none of that mattered now. They were people, my people, and they needed help. Then I saw her. Elizabeth, the mean girl who loved to taunt me about being a witch, cowered behind a broad-shouldered young man who was probably courting her. He did little to stop the knights from wrapping their shadows around her waist and yanking her to the front of the crowd. Though to be fair, there was little he could do without risking himself in the process. For a moment, I hesitated. Elizabeth had made my life miserable for years. Part of me wanted to turn away, to let her face the consequences of a cruel world. But then I saw the terror in her eyes, and I knew I couldn't do it. No one deserved this fate. Luckily for her, I had nothing to lose. Before I could talk myself out of it, I leapt forward, shoving her free from the shadows and nearly knocking her to the ground in the process. She stumbled back, her eyes wide with shock. But I had no time to dwell on it. The knights didn't hesitate this time. The shadows coiled around my body like living ropes, holding my feet together and arms pressed to my sides. I could hardly breathe, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. Panic threatened to overwhelm me as I realized the gravity of what I'd done. This was it. I was going to be taken, just like those villagers in Caligo. Would I end up a mindless puppet in the king's army? Would Ryland be forced to control me, not even knowing who I was? But as I looked around at the stunned faces of the villagers, I knew I'd made the right choice. They were safe, at least for now. And maybe, just maybe, this sacrifice would lead to something greater. Somehow I found just enough air in my lungs to shout a final plea to the onlookers from my village. "Please, someone, tell my mother I love her." As the shadows tightened around me and the world began to fade to black, I clung to that thought. My mother was safe. The village was safe. And maybe, just maybe, I could still make a difference. Chapter 48. I knew the feeling of these shadow chains all too well, and as my body slammed hard into the back of a barred wagon, I was thankful that at least the floors were warm and dry. It was a step up from the dungeon at the king's estate, at least. I didn't fight back as more bodies filled the wagon after me. Young and old, men and women. It seemed the knights didn't discriminate, and I felt sick to think about what kind of experiments they might perform on those who weren't strong enough to fight in the illicit army their king was building. A young boy, no older than 10, was thrown in next to me. His eyes were wide with terror, tears streaming down his dirt-smudged face. Without thinking, I reached out to him, pulling him close. "Shh," I whispered, stroking his hair. "It'll be all right." But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they were a lie. How could any of this be all right? It was difficult, but I pushed out the sounds of my people crying, focusing only on the future that lay ahead. In a few days, I would return to the soil of a kingdom I never wished to visit in the first place. And a very real part of me knew that I would probably never see Greenbridge again, never see my mother again, all for a plan that would very likely fail. But I had to hold out hope. Once I faced Ryland in the Great Hall, he would be forced to make a decision. And perhaps I was placing a little too much confidence in the way he felt about me, especially after his cold dismissal in the greenhouse. But I had to try. The cries grew louder, and though the wagon was full, we'd yet to begin our journey. The bodies around me became restless, pushing and shoving against one another, each person fighting for a glimpse through the bars at the village we would leave behind. A woman near me pressed her face against the bars, her tears leaving streaks in the dirt on her cheeks. "My children," she sobbed. "Who will care for them?" I wanted to offer her comfort, to tell her that the village would look after her little ones, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I offer false hope when I didn't even know if I'd make it out of this alive? The boy in my arms whimpered, and I held him tighter. "What's your name?" I asked, trying to distract him. Tom," he stuttered. "I'm Melynn," I said, forcing a smile. "And I promise, Tom, I won't let anything happen to you." He looked up at me, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Really?" I nodded, even as my heart clenched. Another promise I wasn't sure I could keep. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. Shouts and the clash of metal against metal filled the air. The wagon rocked violently, nearly toppling those of us still standing. "What's happening?" someone cried out. I strained to see through the bars, but the crowd inside the wagon was too thick. All I could make out were flashes of movement and the occasional glint of steel. There was more crying, followed by a grunt and scream of pain. Finally, I realized there was more activity taking place outside than just loading prisoners. I tried to stand, but the roof of the wagon was too low, and there were too many other bodies for me to see anything but the backs of their heads. Yet the fight raged on, somewhere beyond the wagon. "No!" A large man, the village blacksmith, yelled from the other side of the wagon. His heavy body shifted backward, pushing us all into the far wall. Then I saw the darkness creeping in like a living, breathing monster from another realm. I held my breath, waiting for the pain, but I was met with a silky caress instead. A roar sounded outside, and the wagon rocked back and forth on its wheels a couple of times before the door at the back splintered off of its hinges. For a moment, nobody moved. We were all too shocked, too afraid to believe what was happening. Then, as if a dam had broken, people began rushing out of the wagon. "Wait," I called out, but my voice was lost in the chaos. "Be careful." I held Tom close as I made my way to the wagon's entrance, determined not to lose him in the stampede. As we neared the exit, I could finally see what was happening outside. The scene before me was one of utter chaos. Villagers ran in every direction, their screams piercing the air. Knights in their dark robes moved through the crowd like wraiths, their shadows reaching out to snare the fleeing people. But there, in the center of it all, stood a figure I knew all too well. Ryland's eyes snapped to mine, and the rest of the world seemed to pause. There was so much in that look: regret, and joy, and pain, and love, and hope for a better future. I felt it as much as I saw it. But there were things that had to be taken care of before we got too ahead of ourselves. As though my thoughts had summoned them, a wave of 3 knights approached Ryland from behind. I shouted for him to look out, but his hand was already casting out an icy blast of power that brought them all to their knees in an instant. Villagers ran from the sight, screaming about the terrors that had crept in from Caligo. Little did they know that the man before them was the opposite of the monsters they feared. Ryland was their saving grace. And mine. I set Tom down, giving him a gentle push towards a group of villagers who were huddled together, away from the fighting. "Go," I told him. "Stay with them. You'll be safe." He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and ran off. I watched him go, praying to the fates that I hadn't just lied to him again. Turning back to the battle, I saw Ryland locked in combat with 2 more knights. His movements were fluid, almost graceful as he wove between their attacks. Shadows danced around him, responding to his every command. I wanted to run to him, to help somehow, but I knew I'd only be a distraction. Instead, I focused on helping the other villagers, guiding them away from the fighting and towards safety. As I ushered an elderly couple away from a group of approaching knights, I heard Ryland call out, "Melynn, duck!" I dropped to the ground without hesitation, feeling the rush of air as something passed over my head. Looking up, I saw a knight sprawled on the ground where I had been standing, tendrils of shadow dissipating around him. Ryland was at my side in an instant, helping me to my feet. "Are you all right?" he asked, his eyes searching my face. I nodded, unable to speak. Being this close to him again, feeling the warmth of his hand on mine, it was almost too much. But even more shocking than finding Ryland fighting his own knights in my home village was the figure who stepped out of the shadows next. Stacia raised her hands in the air, and the whole world held its breath. The fighting stopped abruptly, all eyes turning to the newcomer. I felt Ryland tense beside me, his hand tightening around mine. As Stacia surveyed the scene, her eyes cold and calculating, I couldn't help but wonder what this meant for us. For Ryland. For the future of both our kingdoms. Chapter 49. "Everyone stop where you are!" Stacia's command rang through the streets like this was what she was born to do. I glanced nervously in Ryland's direction, but he gave me a reassuring smile. This was okay. We were going to be fine. The knights were all gathered as one, back to back to back, in a circle contained by a thick rope of shadows. And Ryland, though he held all of the powerful men together in a single neat little bundle, didn't even break a sweat. Again, I was mesmerized by his power. This was only a hint of what he could do. If he took control for himself, he really would turn things around for Caligo. I knew it in the marrow of my bones. The villagers huddled together, their eyes wide. Whispers rippled through the crowd about the display of magic before them. I saw Tom, the young boy I'd helped earlier, clutching tightly to an older woman's skirt. His eyes met mine, and I tried to offer him a reassuring smile. Then together, we turned our attention back to the powerful mages before us. "My name is Stacia Lisanti, and I am the new reigning queen of Caligo." My gasp was drowned out by the collective gasps of everyone else in the village. I looked to Ryland again, but he kept his soft smile. "It's okay," he seemed to say. "Just listen." Dedrick and a few of the other knights who I'd seen with Stacia that first day in the woods now entered the square, sending our people into another small panic. But they weren't here to harm. In fact, their long black robes bearing the king's symbol had been exchanged for an ocean blue color instead. They stood proudly at their queen's back, ready to protect her if the need should arise. I watched as the villagers' expressions shifted from fear to confusion, then to a tentative curiosity. The change in the knight's attire hadn't gone unnoticed, and it seemed to spark a glimmer of hope in some faces. "I have traveled all this way with a message for you and a message for your king," Stacia continued, her voice carrying easily across the square. "The king of Caligo is dead." She paused a moment, giving the villagers time to quiet down again. "His knights no longer have any power in our kingdom, but unfortunately, they seek to carry out the will of a dead ruler in yours. But do not fear. We will not stand for this any more than you will." A murmur ran through the crowd once again at this revelation. I saw shock, disbelief, and even relief on some faces. The king of Caligo, the source of so many nightmares, was gone. "Be vigilant, people of Greenbridge," Stacia went on. "Watch for these knights and mages. We will hunt them down and do whatever it takes to make sure they leave you unharmed, but you must stay alert." The villagers shifted uncomfortably on their feet. The rumors were true. This wasn't the news they hoped to hear. I saw fear creeping back into their eyes, their momentary relief giving way to new worries. I know they have caused you great pain, and they may still cause more yet. But the future is bright. It's bright for Caligo, and it's bright for Greenbridge. Together we can ally and strengthen not only our two kingdoms, but the greater northern continent as a whole. There were a few cheers, but they didn't compare to the confused rumbling among the villagers. Our people weren't yet ready for a queen to march through our small market square and announce herself as a kind ruler who was ready for change. It was too far a stretch for them. Understandably so. But I hoped with every beat of my heart that her words would one day ring true. As Stacia finished her speech, I saw the village elders huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. The blacksmith who had been in the wagon with me earlier stepped forward. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice rough but respectful, "we thank you for your aid today. But how can we be sure this isn't some new trick? How do we know we can trust Caligo after all these years of fear?" Stacia's eyes softened slightly as she regarded the man. "Your caution is wise," she said. "Trust is not given, but earned. We ask only for a chance to prove ourselves, to show you that Caligo can be a friend rather than a threat." As the villagers digested this, Stacia turned her attention back to the captured knights. With a nod to Ryland, they began the process of loading the rogue mages into the very wagon the knights had intended for their prisoners. I couldn't help but smile at the irony. Perhaps the fates were smiling down at us after all. Though I dared not put too much hope into it, not until Ryland and I had a chance to catch up. I held my tongue until Dedrick and his men rode off with the wagon full of knights, leaving Ryland, Stacia, and me alone with their horses. "Is it true?" I finally asked, unable to contain my curiosity any longer. "He's really dead?" Stacia's face clouded over, a mix of emotions I couldn't quite read. "He's as close to dead as he can be." I furrowed my brow, confused by her cryptic answer. What did that mean? I turned to Ryland, hoping for a clearer explanation. As if reading my thoughts, Ryland stepped closer. "It's a long story," he said softly. "One that we should discuss somewhere more private." I nodded. There was still so much to catch up on. But as I looked around at the village slowly returning to a semblance of normalcy, a weight lifted from my shoulders. We had survived. We were together. And somehow, against all odds, it seemed that change was finally coming to both our kingdoms. Chapter 50. Ryland led me to a quiet corner near the edge of the village square, away from the curious eyes and whispered conversations of the villagers. I felt their stares on my back, but I tried to focus solely on Ryland's warm hand in mine. "My father has been drinking from the enchanted spring since the day it was discovered," Ryland explained, his voice low and serious. "He is, without a doubt, the most powerful man who's ever lived. So powerful, in fact, that the magic seems to have made him invincible." I felt a chill run down my spine at his words. The king had always been a figure of terror in the stories we'd heard, but this was beyond anything I'd imagined. "Nearly invincible," Stacia amended, joining us. Her eyes darted around, ensuring we weren't overheard. "But we have you to thank for his current disposition." "Me?" I shook my head, bewildered. "I didn't do anything at all." Stacia's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. "Oh, but you did. More than you know." I looked between the two siblings, confusion written across my face. Ryland squeezed my hand reassuringly. "I've been studying the old ways for my entire life," Stacia said, her voice taking on a scholarly tone. "Books written by the ancients. This isn't the first time the fates have made the mistake of creating a power source here in our world, and I doubt it will be the last." I nodded, remembering the mystical spring at the heart of the king's estate, the source of Caligo's power, and its curse. "So I read about what the ancients did in situations like these," Stacia continued. There was a draft they created that could leave a man in a permanent state of sleep. But the ingredients for it are peculiar. My mind raced, trying to piece together what they were telling me. A draft to neutralize the king? But what did that have to do with me? Dedrick and the rest of my men had been helping find the appropriate mushrooms and herbs for years as we tried to recreate the draft again and again, but we have always failed. Then you came along. Ryland pulled me closer, wrapping an arm around my shoulders as he held me tight. The warmth of his body was a welcome reprieve from the chill that had settled in my bones. There was one ingredient Stacia was never able to find, he said softly. His breath tickled my ear as he opened and closed his mouth again, like he wasn't sure how to continue. What was it? Tears of a broken heart. It was Stacia who finished the thought for him. My chest tightened as understanding dawned. The greenhouse, Ryland's cold dismissal, the pain that had torn through me as I'd believed all hope was lost. It's so rare to find true love in Caligo, Stacia explained, her voice uncharacteristically gentle. And rarer still to find true love that then results in a broken heart. The magic used in the draft is a bit morbid, if you ask me. But thankfully, my idiot brother crushed your spirits at exactly the right time. I remembered Stacia's unexpected kindness as she'd led me away from the estate, the way she'd comforted me in my lowest moment. And when I wiped your tears that day you left the estate, I kept them in a vial for myself, she confirmed, as if reading my thoughts. There was no way to know if there were enough until the mixture had a chance to sit under the full moon. But I think the results speak for themselves. I stood there, stunned into silence. My pain, my heartbreak. It had been the key to overthrowing the king. The very thing that had nearly broken me had been the salvation of 2 kingdoms. I don't know what to say, I finally managed, my voice barely above a whisper. You don't have to say anything at all, Ryland murmured, placing a soft kiss on the top of my head. Not right now. Let's get you home, and we can talk about everything then. I nodded, suddenly overwhelmed by the events of the day. Home. Yes, home sounded good. But as I looked at Ryland, I realized that home wasn't just a place anymore. It was wherever he was. As we made our way through the village, I could see the changes already taking place. People were emerging from their homes, the fear in their eyes slowly giving way to cautious hope. Children peeked out from behind their parents' legs, their curiosity overcoming their trepidation. But there was one more person I needed to see before I could relax. My steps picked up the closer we got to the edge of town. By the time we reached the winding path that led through the woods toward my small cottage, I found myself in a full run, Ryland and Stacia not far behind me. And finally, there it was, waving rows of corn swaying before my weathered wooden cottage. It was the loveliest thing I could have hoped to see in that moment. Chapter 51. My mother waited on the porch, tears streaming down her face as we approached my small home. Melynn! She ran forward, her feet barely touching the ground as she closed the distance between us. Her arms wrapped around me so tight I thought she'd never let me go. The familiar scent of herbs and home enveloped me, and I felt myself truly relax for the first time in what felt like ages. I held her close, stroking her back and murmuring reassurances. The weight of everything that had happened, all the dangers we'd faced, suddenly hit me. I could have died. I could have never seen my mother again. The thought made me hold her even tighter. Elizabeth came by and shared your message. I thought, oh heavens, I thought I had lost you. She wept into my shoulder, not caring a lick at who stood behind me. If only she knew her audience was the Queen and Prince of Caligo. I paused, still comforting my mother while letting those titles turn over in my brain. It would be impossible for Stacia to rule, unless her father had already named her the rightful heir. Was she truly queen, or did the crown still go to Ryland? At last, my mother released me, wiping her nose and turning her gaze to our guests. Ryland, she grinned. It's wonderful to see you again. And who is this? Stacia stepped forward, her regal bearing unmistakable even in our humble surroundings. She extended a hand, then seemed to think better of it. In a move that surprised us all, she embraced my mother instead. That's my sister, Stacia, Ryland said as the women held each other. Your daughter saved many lives. Stacia mumbled into my mother's shoulder. I will be forever grateful to her. It is an honor to meet you, and an honor to know Melynn. I choked back a sob, struck by the sincerity of her words. Then, when I was able to speak again, I said, Mama, master of stories, we've got one for the books. Are you ready to hear about the adventure of a lifetime? My mother's eyes lit up at the prospect of a tale. It was a look I knew well from my childhood, when she would weave fantastic stories that could transport us far beyond our little cabin in the woods. I'd better get some tea going, she said with a wide smile, ushering the three of us into our tiny home. The familiar warmth and scent of our cabin washed over me as we entered. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, yet it all seemed different somehow. Or perhaps it was I who had changed. We gathered around our small table, cups of steaming tea in hand, and began our tale. We took turns speaking, each of us chipping in with our version of the story where another left off. Ryland spoke of his initial escape from Caligo, of how he'd stumbled upon me in my garden. I recounted our journey through the eastern mountains, our encounters with the dragon and the Momea. Stacia filled in the gaps, explaining the political machinations in Caligo, her own role in the plot against their father. As we spoke, I watched my mother's face, seeing the wonder and disbelief warring in her eyes. And my mother was enthralled with the whole thing. Her eyes glistened with wonder, and I didn't know if she believed every word or simply thought we wove a delightful tale. There was mystery, magic, danger, and adventure. But best of all, there was true love. Ryland took my hand into his and gave it a soft squeeze. The warmth of his touch sent a thrill through me, a reminder that this was real, that we had made it through everything and found our way back to each other. So you see, Stacia said at last, her voice taking on a more formal tone. After my father became incapacitated, the crown should have been Ryland's. But it's not? My mother lifted her brows. It's not, Ryland confirmed. I abdicated. But why? Because, he said, meeting my eyes, I am irrevocably in love with your daughter, and I want nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with her, if she'll have me. My mother gave me a look that said I better agree, as though there would be any other option. My heart was bursting at the seams. Of course I will have you. I've never wanted anything more. He slid his hand into the hair at the nape of my neck and pulled my mouth to his. The kiss was soft and full of meaning. I had missed those lips, but I'd missed the man behind them even more. And the hollowness I'd felt in my chest since leaving Caligo without him was not only full now, but overbrimming. Well, Stacia said, standing and slapping her hands to her thighs. I guess that's my cue to get going. I need to begin my trip to Fariscott and introduce myself to King Baron. I hope you won't think me rude for leaving so soon. Not at all. Allow me to walk you out. My mother turned and gave a very conspicuous wink before following Stacia to the door. Is this real life, or am I back in that storybook? My words were mumbled against Ryland's mouth, still on mine. I felt him grin before he pulled back to look me in the eyes. Both, I hope. But not until I apologize again. I'm so sorry about the way I treated you. I'd known from the first day I saw you working your garden that you would love that greenhouse. I'd hoped to take you there and confess my love, but obviously things didn't go to plan. They never do. Still, I shouldn't have been so harsh. I only wanted to protect you, but I should have never pushed you away. All I've wanted my whole life was freedom. But after knowing you, I understand that freedom will never be enough. My life will never be enough unless you're in it. My heart warmed under his gaze. Then let's be free together. I rested my forehead against his. And I'm sorry too, for trying to push you to do things you weren't ready for. You don't have to apologize for being right, Melynn. I smiled. Then you don't have to apologize for pushing me away. After all, if you hadn't broken my heart, then nothing would have changed. Ryland pulled me close again, and we stayed there, locked in each other's arms until the rest of the world seemed to fade away. And in that moment, I decided I wouldn't change a single thing about our story, heartbreak and all. Because though the fates were fickle, they seemed to know exactly what they were doing in the end. This has been Shadow and Soul, written by A.R. Colbert. Copyright 2024 by A.R. Colbert.